on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you could climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluid with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
What you finna There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block, Sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us 12 X and how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is minor lean. We no longer up next, on top. Like your girl, when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on back for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my cup, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
can see the world. Aren't we all insisting to be small? Subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sights we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls, faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
chatting. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, weak by wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it.
Nobody got it like
trip. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
You thought that I was blind, but to be honest I don't mind, cause I don't feel the same way I used to do. Every time I see you, I know the truth, cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran away. I've been living in the shadows for a while. Demons calling me from the afterlife. Dark doesn't faze me anymore. I can see my tears into gold. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, no, I don't care. Yeah, yeah. I don't care, I said, cause baby, every fucking time you've played me, you should know that I don't give a single fuck about you and your words. All the times you lied to me, I took notes. I don't know what to say. I thought you loved me, but you ran. I know people come and go away. Sun is low, that's my time to shine again. Cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you should know that I don't.
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Follow me around, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Donis, why you sad? I said I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hit the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me.
yeah. Ay, push start, ay, ball so hard, ay, raise the bar, ay, turn into a star, ay, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, yeah, I'm killing your favorite rapper, it's minimum effort, yeah, your corpse getting severed, the industry dry, it's a desert, do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better, straight double use, that's my letter, don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy, they tryna figure out what's on our plate, infinity sideways, we already ate, skipping is basic, skipping is classes, stay out of trouble, now I can relate, nevertheless, again, I'm doing great, I just finished this thing, ain't no debate, you ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate, yeah, I take my place at the summit, I can't wait till we counting them hundreds, I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming, and some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running, but very soon I'ma run it, I demand it, man, I want it, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard, ayy, they not gon' like this, don't like surprises, I cause a crisis, man I'm a scientist, with the music I spice things, up to my liking, man I want nice things, that's not an AK, it's a Uzi, I pull up and shoot it to movie, I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie, cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci, word of my niggas from the 0 to 1, you count 6 shots and I count 2 guns, some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun, yeah, you can come over here, swear it's like no career, swear you got no idea, soon you have no career, take a good look in the mirror, they need to know that I'm here, don't you act like it ain't clear, yeah, push start, ayy, ball so hard, ayy, raise the bar, ayy, turn into a star, ayy, play my part, yeah, I aim too far, I do it big, I keep it large, okay, live it up, cause it's fake, better give it up, young but I feel like I've seen enough, numbers going up, better keep it up, ain't slowing down, better live it up, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, what, about too hard, ayy, about too hard.
Don't you know I'm a bad little mama? I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone, 'cause I'm just like you. We are fearless when we
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? You know you can't leave me now. Sarah, I lost myself today trying to find ways to make you stay. Sarah, I want to go away, close my eyes, never wake up again. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low, but I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Cody fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I know my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah, Sarah, why you leaving me? Put me on my misery.
Yeah, yeah. Black sheep, black sheep, black sheep, black sheep. I don't even write no more, man.
Tell him, yo,
God,
can't you come
yeah.
over?
On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Lose it. Get substituted. You're not recruited, cause you're too damn scared to use it. The truth is, you're useless. What? I'm ruthless. I've proved this. Keep capping, I'ma leave you toothless. What? You're so dumb to choose this. Ain't going outside, I make it work. I'm in my bag, that's every purse on my back. Is that your girl? She got it. She make it twerk. And why you mad? I got here first. You say you rap, you got a verse. I say that's whack, you probably hurt. Back to the lab, you gotta search. On my contract commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. Think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, then prove it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Why are these boys so stupid? Kinda me out now, I'm kinda my money. I'm probably gon' cop me a new wrist. Y'all gon' think I'm a nuisance. New sound, know me, who this? Yep, I made some improvements. Me and the gang been bowling. Your shawty gon' think we're the coolest. LSA say we got clips. We bout to make it a movie. I make a hit I can't miss. Damn, the charts might sue me. The way I be stacking my chips, stack it up. Probably the bank gon' sue me. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid, cause your mans can't fool me.
On my country commando, pulling up with clips extendo. That's no game Nintendo. I don't ever run out of ammo. I'm gon' need me a benzo. No fake friends, no pretend. No, think I might have found my tempo. Posted up in my tempo. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it. Watch your man go dumb, go stupid. If you're the best, improve it. Got no words, be quiet, stay moving. I got a bag, won't lose it.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Gaming Malta, Mountain Dew Game Fuel, CS Money, MSI, GG Bet, and ESEA. ESL Pro League.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
All right, Buzz. Hawka accidentally has the wrong mic on as his default mic, so I'm going to go ahead and take over this intro. Of course, we got a small bit of delay, but we are eventually ready to go live here with the first map. It is best of 3. It is Sprout versus Forza. This here is the choice of Sprout, and it is, of course, Overpass, as you can see on your screens. And Yeah, this is an interesting choice from Sprout. It's not like it's a fantastic map for them, but I guess they're more so trying to play towards a bit of a weak point for Forza.
Yeah, I assume so. My mic's all fixed now, hopefully. Yes, we are on the right microphone, which is always a good start. And we're ready to get underway into this one, like you said, Dean. An interesting choice from Sprout. They hopefully have put a bit of time into this overpass. That's at least what you'd assume. And we can already see in the pistol round some nades are being lined up, and A-Long is wide open for them.
Yeah, just trying to, I guess, bring it up alongside the wall, see if they can get on that bomb site before the CTs can react, and that's exactly what they found. They're actually going to go ahead and get the bank control, get themselves that bomb plant now for that position as well, and a 5-on-5 retake. This isn't going to be an easy one, especially without the kit in play right now for Forza, and okay, I mean, that's a pretty decent start. Almas are able to quickly pick off one in towards bank, but they need to just ensure they work together. If they do so, they can find Favin. That's exactly what they get, the headshot being found. And now with it not planted for the rest of these players, it becomes extremely difficult. They have to take that fight. They have to hope to be able to find these kills. And Snatchy, what the hell? He just keeps going.
Oh, he gets the reload off as well. Unreal. Snatchy coming away with all those kills. Force thought they could just trade him out there, but Snatchy lands shot after shot. It didn't look too good for Sprout until Snatchy turned it round, but my god, did he turn it round in style. Sprout pick up the pistol.
That was nasty. I said exactly what they needed was to take the fights, because obviously the bomb was planted in for Bank, having initially had the control of that area. They had to fall back and then kind of come up with a plan B. And plan B was just for Snatchy to go ahead and take all of the headshots for himself with that Glock. That was absolutely nasty, and of course put Sprout in a pretty good position now. They're coming into this round with a relatively safe buy. 3 rifles in play, just a couple of SMGs. And we have seen that full force buy as well from Forza. Although Z-Power, I believe, has 1350 left. So I'm not sure if he maybe got dropped over to Scout or if he just had a bit of extra money.
Ooh, line up from Favin on that smoke. Lining for Molotov as well against this lower buy, wanting to clear out some of these close angles. And Sprout will be able to move into bathrooms pretty safely. Right now, it's a long stack for fours. Sprout have left the bomb behind, though, so they're going to be taking it slow in this round. I like this 5.7 skin. I don't know if I've seen this before. That's really cool looking.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've seen that either. To be fair, I don't use the 5.7 a lot, and I don't think until recently a lot of people were using it either, so... Oh, the nades. I think they're a little bit too deep. Yeah, not really able to do any damage, actually. I thought they were still going to do a small bit. Oh no, this is dangerous. Just sprinting down connector, alright. Face crack, he finds one. Immediately falls away as well. That's exactly what they need. Now they have so much info about what's going on, and with only 30 seconds, the only real option here is for them to commit towards B.
That's what they'll decide to do. 25 seconds on the clock, and Jerry jumps close to the site. He may have been heard while making that step there. 5-7 up close, gets the kill. Jerry looking for more, but he's traded out. Here comes the flank, though. Almeza picks up the AK. Quick headshot onto the first, and there's only 10 seconds left. Dennis trying to get that bomb down. Smoke comes in. Bomb gets planted, but another kill comes through, and D-Hard, double kill, triple kill for D-Hard. Transfers the spray onto every single player, and it's another big individual performance from Sprout.
2 rounds in a row, man. Jesus. Honestly, for some reason, I could feel it happening. I seen the health on them all. He was just given way too much time to go ahead and spray away with that Galil, and again, being absolutely saved by the Polish players. This time it's D-How who steps up. They should be up against the full eco here in this round, as you can see as well, apart from a few upgraded pistols, a couple of nades, just been 3 flashes, I believe, there, and with most of them actually around mid as well. I'm expecting for them to try and get maybe a little bit more aggressive here. The issue is Sprout already bringing this on towards B. This time they're not going to be kind of going for that slower play. They're not going to be dilly-dallying anywhere. Instead, bringing this straight in towards the bomb site, and once they get that bomb planted, it is pretty much secured. Again, with not much investment though from Forza, I wouldn't mind seeing them trying to pick up a couple exit frags at least, do a bit of damage.
Yeah, they don't have much worth saving in this round with just the pistols on most players. And here we go. Jerry Cold in close range. Nice kill onto the first man. This 5-7 has been serving him pretty well in these close fights so far. Second kill found as well. A bit of extra cash for Jerry. I don't know if they're going to want to use that MAC-10 into the next round, considering they can buy some pretty good weapons. But just getting some kills at the end here forces Sprout to rebuy some weapons. Forces Sprout to have to reinvest a little bit. Snatchy also searching for a kill or two at the end here with the MAC-10, but that won't be coming his way. Fours get to get away with a fair few players surviving, but here come the buys for fours. Exapower instantly going for the AWP. I'm mainly interested to see if they keep those Mac 10s though, Dean, because it looks like they might be keeping them.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering as well. I thought maybe they'd keep one. I seen Almazer, sorry, only had like 4,900, I think, at the start of the round, so he was willing to kind of sacrifice down. But I'm surprised that they get both of them in play. It definitely weakens the entire investment, of course. They do at least have the op. They have a couple rifles still. But it's a really good opportunity for Sprout with a couple weaker weapons themselves to be on a little bit more of an even playing field, I suppose. And yeah, let's see how this is going to go for them. Starting it off, they have a Galil on a Mac 10 on that Sprout side as well, not completely upgrading. So it's not really an easy round for either of these sides, and it's one that Forza really do need to pick up. And again, this time being a little bit more passive. In the previous round, we did see them kind of show that initial aggression, then fall off back towards the bomb sites, or rather when they were on the force buy. This time, taking a little bit more of a gamble and actually just leaving Jerry alone towards the A bomb site. Okay, finds one player creeping out long. Snatchy is going to try and follow it up. Will he catch the timing, though, is the question. And yeah, it looks like he should. Having no idea. Jerry had transitioned back towards the truck. And with that kill coming in, they lose the A bomb site. Despite having the man advantage at this point, the bomb should be planted.
Bomb about to go down safely on this A bomb site. And at this point, fours have to rotate back up and around. They've got Mac 10s, which might be able to push some of these close range positions, especially because Sprout are playing from bank right now. Oh, nice shot from Exapower as well. The Mac 10s rounding the corner, and they will dish out the damage. It's only Favin left alive with his SMG over on the T side. And that's not looking likely to be too successful for him, especially with the bomb planted on the bank side. He won't be getting anything done. Exapower lands the final shot, and fours get their first round on the board.
Yeah, and as we'd said already, it was a pretty limited buy in that previous round for Sprout. Rather, they hadn't completely upgraded, so they have some money left over at least. It's not going to allow for them to get that full-on investment, but really the only weakness has been, I guess, the Tech 9. The Galil, of course, can still be quite useful. Diha gets a few nades behind that, as do everyone else, and most importantly, Snatchy gets onto the op early on, which is really where you want to see him being, especially when you have Z-Power, of course, over on the other side, being such a formidable foe with that AWP as well. But, oh, damn, okay. The aggressive Molotov, I'm surprised that Snatchy didn't just back off a little bit there, because it's quite common for the nade to follow that up. My words are struggling right now.
It's hard to talk about Counter-Strike sometimes, Dean, it turns out. Especially when there's so many rounds, so many games. Especially when there's a lot of action. We had some action at the start of this one.
Yeah, we actually see the CTs playing a little bit more aggressive in this round, and it's not really working out too well for them at the moment. They do actually still have two players up on this A bomb site, but at this point with B being taken, it's only really one player trying to actually sell out that fake, and a couple of smokes being thrown in behind them, as you can see. So Dennis is doing exactly what they want them to do. They've actually pulled over the third player as well. So they've just completely lost that B bomb site. Yet again, Sprout have a free bomb plant at that point. They have Diha playing aggressive and ready to cut off the rotation, which he will be successful in. And at this point, honestly, with the money that's available for Forza, they should definitely be considering that save.
Well, Exapower might have something to say about that. Lands the first shot onto Diha. Spiddy playing close by, though, only needs one shot onto this first man. And Almazer will not be clearing the correct angle, so it is all on Exapower. And at this point, the AWP is very unlikely to be able to win this retake. Unless Sprout gave him some easy fights, the time is not on his side. So even with 3 kills on the round, Exapower unable to make the difference. He's going to have to back away. Fours concede this round, and at least Exapower has been landing shots early with that AWP. That's always a win condition for Fours. That's always a good sign. But saving the AWP over is all he will be able to do this time round. We'll see if he can have any impact into these future rounds, though.
Yeah, as you said, it is a pretty big pickup, especially in the hands of Z-Power. When you also have a look at the economy and notice that Jerry is a little bit low on money, he could definitely do with the drop over. So it should help them out quite a bit. And you see a pause being called in. They're going to have a discussion. What way exactly do they want to spread out this money? In theory, if they wanted, they could even pull out a secondary op. You see Almazar obviously has 7,400 if he wanted to get it himself or drop it over to anyone else. And I mean, now is about the time where you would see that double up setup being pulled out in some of these games. When you go down about 4-1, when you know that gun round is pretty much needed. But I think on a map like Overpass, the double up setup is a little bit too risky, especially when it comes to the retakes. And yeah, they've decided against it. It lets them keep a little bit of extra money. Almazar, of course, yet to buy nades, so I'd imagine he'll spend at least a little bit more here. Yeah, he was just wondering if anyone else was going to need a drop, I suppose, but they've worked it out pretty well. So yeah, pretty solid buy here for Forza, as you said, off the back of being able to save over to 1-op as well. But they really need to start picking up some more rounds right now. They can't afford to just kind of let any more run away from them. They can't afford to be, again, just put back onto an eco, and at that point allow Sprout to go up 6-1.
Ooh, there we go. Exit Power landing a nice shot early with the AWP. And in that previous round, like you pointed out, Forz were very worried about that A bomb site. They had that big rotate over to A, but getting the opening kill could make them more comfortable. As soon as I say that, though, Spiddy gets one back for his team. Flick goes aggressive at A long, gets caught in the 1v1 fight. So now Forz are forced into at least somewhat of a rotation. Jerry's had to fill the gap over at the A bomb site. At least Forz with 2 players on B, 2 players on A for the time being. And Sprout are going to continue to play this slow play style. They've been pretty good so far at drawing those rotations, at having their individual step up as well. We'll see if Sprout can continue to work that out for them, as right now they've got a couple of players looking for some fights at B.
Yeah, and it looks like they do actually just want to commit. They do have Spiddy making a small bit of noise around A, but I don't think it's going to be too successful in actually pulling any players away. And even then, it's not really needed because those players on towards B are finding the kills for themselves. D has suddenly left alone. He is creeping through Monster, and I believe has been spotted. I would imagine that's what the shots were being fired at, but you still see Jerry kind of being cautious around mid, so I guess not. Yeah, he's actually able to pop up, catches one off guard. Okay, actually opens up the B bomb site. The issue is he doesn't have the bomb. He has to spend at least 10 or so seconds going back and actually retrieving that. And at that point, the only option is to actually commit it back towards B, where you, of course, see Forza have rotated both players down.
Oh, the time is so far against him here. 10 seconds left on the clock. Dihar will get onto the bomb site, but in comes Jerry. Molotov is going to force him away. Into the open, Dihar goes, but he gets to safety. Exa Power unable to spot him, and Dihar gets that first frag. Reload comes through into the 1v1. Dihar spots Jerry, and he gets the headshot. Dihar with another quad kill, stepping up for the Sprout side, and somehow he gets away with that clutch.
There's been so many clutches. We're only on round number 7. I guess the Snatchy one wasn't really a clutch because he did have another teammate alive with him, but he got all 4 of the kills on his own. Then we had Diha getting a tremendous 1-on-3, and again, just coming in absolutely massive with the 1-on-4 right there. This is insane. Forza, at this point, they're definitely going to be a little bit hurt by that one again. As I said, losing that round costs them quite a bit. They don't have enough to buy. I mean, they do on 2 players, but it's not really going to allow them to do so. They're, at this point, likely just going to be upgrading a few pistols and also conceding a 6th round over towards Sprout, who have actually called in a pause themselves. I guess wanting to calm down after that one.
Yeah, it's been those 2 Polish players stepping up in a bunch of these rounds. Really, though, in the gun rounds, Dihar has come up big in a couple of important rounds. Over on the Force side, they've still got that AWP for Exa Power. That's definitely something that can be dangerous. We've seen him land shots at mid. We've seen him get multi-kills so far throughout this game. But right now, it's been Sprout who have had the edge in terms of these individual moments, in terms of these individual plays. And that's something I was maybe a little bit worried about heading into this series, is whether or not the Sprout players can step up and really have the edge over Force in some of these big moments. But so far, so good for them. They've had their skill show up. They've had their stars set up some successful rounds. And now into round number 7. Sprout will continue to play it slow. They might not be 100% sure what they're up against in this round, so they'll probably want to keep it nice and safe. Smoke goes down from Flick, giving away his position. But up close in connector, Sprout don't really want to take that fight. And Exa Power might have the chance to land a shot here. There we go. Door swung open, and a nice shot from the AWPer.
Yeah, you like to see it. You can see that they definitely have some ideas, but we did point out, of course, in the beginning that this isn't the most fantastic map for Forza, despite them actually playing it a little bit more than Sprout have in recent memory. But yeah, that's a good find. They get themselves an extra rifle as well off the back of it, and have really just kind of cut a line down the middle of the map at this point. They've given the only options for Sprout if they want to rotate to actually be to bring it back through spawn. Either that or, of course, take the fight in towards connector. So for the moment, Sprout are pretty much fully focused on towards A, so they know what's going on. They have themselves ready for this quick flank. And this is actually going to be quite a tough one now for Sprout as they come on towards that bomb site. Up close on long with these couple of pistol players, they certainly can do the damage. And yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see. Around the edge of the smoke, a little bit of a gap, an easy kill for FaceCrack, spamming away with the retrieved AK as well. And the follow-up nade, I believe, should do considerable damage. And indeed it does.
Oh, FaceCrack with the AK. All three kills, insta headshots. Get them out of here. FaceCrack stepping up on the hold. And that just comes off the back of the AK that he gets in the first place, Dean. That's such a shame for Sprout.
No, that was just insane. As I said, I liked the idea there in the beginning, being able to catch that kill with the op in towards Dora, of course. But then it's the Deagle up close that's just able to find one coming around the smoke. The other players are a little bit too separated at that point. They aren't able to get the instant trade. And as you said, once the AK was in the hands of FaceCrack, he just didn't care.
Oh, no doubt. We won't talk about that, Nate. The least said about that, the better. Yeah, as soon as FaceCrack got that AK, he just didn't look back in that round. Just took all those headshots instantly. It's not like at the end there, Sprout did anything too badly once they lost that AK. They were looking to trade. They just instantly got headshotted one by one. They were trying to trade that out, but couldn't do so against the skill of FaceCrack in that round. And it's back to the standard setup for fours and back to an advantage in the buy for the CTs. Sprout have to go down to pistols for this round. This is a full investment from Sprout, and they don't have too much to show for it. At least they have some nades, but it's only the pistols to work with. And Sprout will go back to this A bomb site to try and find some success.
Oh, and yeah, they should be able to find one up close at least. Potentially a second on towards the bomb site, and I think Z-Power realizes that as well, that he was under quite a heavy threat right there, so he does actually fall back away. Still taking a little bit more damage before actually making it to safety, but yeah, I mean, they're still in an okay spot here. The man advantage, though, at least being found for Sprout with a bomb plant, but obviously the weapons, they are heavily favoring the CTs, so they'll be looking to just try and move in together, but they are all around this CT area as well, so that makes it a little bit more awkward, because those pistols, they can get up a bit more aggressive, they can hold these close angles, but they want to get aggressive, and it's actually going to backfire. Z-Power finds the opening kill that may actually push these CTs forward, and it's exactly what they're looking for. The shot so far not being connected by Deha, at least on the Deagle they weren't. Gets one with the MP9 before he falls, and the time is becoming a real issue now. It's only Jerry with a kit. He needs to hop on that bomb, and he's lost all of his teammates already at this point. Actually just sticking it. The knives aren't being hit. The spam with the Deagle's too late, and they steal it away. Or steal it back, at least.
Yeah. Wow, the pistols come so close in that round. It looked like they'd done enough, and then out of nowhere, the defuse comes through for fours in the midst of all the madness, in the midst of all the chaos in the smoke. Fours end up winning the round, as close as it could have come for them, though. This has been a really explosive start to this game, a really back and forth start to this game as well. Both teams have had rounds where they've had to rely on their individuals to make big plays. It's been a very exciting start here on Overpass, which is great to see. And Sprout have to go down to, again, a slightly awkward buy. They get a couple of rifles saved over from the previous round, but the other players can't afford much, and the double long stack is doing the damage right now. Flick gets 2 kills alongside Exa Power, and that is this round over and done with. They just dismantle the push, getting aggressive at A long.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, it may have been a little bit risky getting aggressive, knowing a couple of weapons were saved over, but I think that's exactly why they wanted to do it. They didn't want to let those rifles feel any sort of comfort in the round, and works out perfectly. They clean up. It is all on Favin now in a 1-on-5, and considering there's so much time on the clock as well, actually saving here is going to be a bit of a limited option for him, and I don't think it's something that he'd want to consider anyway with the money that he has available, but I don't know, maybe. He is just chilling in the spawn right now. I guess with so much time, he can just hope that someone's going to make a bit of a mistake and perhaps push through B or something. Yeah, this has been a mental game so far. Some rounds that look all but one end up being lost. It's just crazy.
Yeah, maybe that's why we're getting a bit of a chance to breathe now with how this game has started. Has been a bit ridiculous. So we get a chance to just chill out while Favin tries to save this AK. I'm still not sure if we've seen enough from Sprout in terms of ways they can just consistently win rounds, because a lot of them have been really relying on their individuals to step up. There was that one nice round where they were able to sell the fake on A, and they got the bomb plant onto B. That looked pretty good for them. But other than that, it feels like it's been rounds that they probably shouldn't have won, that they've managed to win under strange circumstances. So as much as that's nice for them, you obviously want to have some good reads on your opponent, some good calls. You don't want to have to rely on that in the first place. But we'll see if that can change now, because heading into round 10, it will be the full buy for Sprout.
In the first one in a little while, because of course we did see the Force earlier, and then the previous round they're just having the couple saved over weapons. So as you said, this is kind of where we get to see if they really do have anything to go ahead and pull off kind of to wow us here in terms of the tactics, or is it going to be again just the individual players that are going to need to actually step up to win these rounds. And it looks like we're going to see a pretty early on clash. Yeah, both sides actually looking to aggress around mid. You do have face crack up around the fountain as well. He's able to find one as they're distracted by that initial op shot being rang off, and indeed, with both of those shots being connected, it is actually a two-man advantage already, kind of similar to that previous round. This time, though, they focus more around the fountain area. They get the two-man advantage, and they immediately fall back away and say, okay, we have a fantastic position now. We can concede some of that. We can actually concede some of that control and still feel comfortable.
Yeah, Extra Power getting involved early as well, again, on that mid-peak, on that A aggression, which he likes to do pretty often. In general, Force have Extra Power alongside Flit on this A side of the map, who are normally two of their heavy hitters. So that puts some pressure on these B players to step up for the Force side, and HellRaisers fully blinded on the right side. He gets caught out early. That gives Sprout a real way into this round now. They can start to move into B, having brought one frag back. But the rotate is coming in for Force. They are ready for this B play. They're getting players into position. Great shot from Dennis, though. Turns it into a 3v3. And even though the smokes are arriving onto the bomb site, Flit's been boosted up over the top. Sprout are struggling now. They've still got 3 CTs to overcome. Jerry's moved his way into water, but he's not ready. Oh, he gets the headshot anyway. And it's back to Snatchy in a 1v2. Face cracks up on top of him. He spots him. He sprays him. And Sprout there just can't get onto the B site quickly enough.
Yeah, and there just wasn't much for Snatchy to do once he was left in that 1-on-2. In the smoke with one player above, one player below, he was completely screwed. And yeah, Forza, they've really stepped it up. They had a few rounds early on that looked like they should have been theirs. They made maybe some mistakes. You've seen Sprout, of course, stepping up massively in terms of Snatchy and Diha just clutching. But now they've stabilized a bit. They've got themselves back up to 5-5, and they're starting to look quite a little bit better. The only thing is they still aren't really building up any money. This is the round where you really do need to see them again being able to get a clean one, and I think they've realized that as well. They've got that MP9 in. They have the ability for a little bit of extra money to be built up, and already have actually gone ahead and got that opening pick again around mid. This has been an issue for Sprout the last 3 or so rounds now, I believe it's been, that they've just kind of got torn apart around this area.
Yeah, Extra Power is loving, he's loving the mid peak. He's also loving that fight, even though it looked like he might have been in trouble. He lands the shot just in time, surviving on 9 points of health. Sprout, well, they will bring one back. Nice shot coming in from Diha, trying to close the distance from A long, and another frag is found. Flit has to clean this up, and Flit spray only good for 1 kill of his own. So Dennis has actually gone onto the bomb site in a somewhat winnable position, but HellRaisers arrives with the MP9. Dennis wasn't ready for that further player rotating on up. Force do end up winning the round, but they end up losing a couple of players in the process. They'll have to rebuy on a few players, but it's looking much better for Force now. It looks like they're finding a bit of consistency, especially with those mid picks you were talking about.
Yeah, the question is now, are they actually going to keep up that aggression around mid as well, or are we going to see them maybe slow it down a little bit? Because I would imagine Sprout themselves are going to be a little bit more cautious of that too. And yeah, it doesn't really seem like they want to be quite as aggressive. Instead, with one player in connector and quite a few focused over towards B, I would imagine that the goal is to try and get aggressive around short, and okay, they actually just burdened someone alive.
Oh, Flit's pushed into connector as well. They're just not ready for this. Flit with multiple frags in connector finally falls, but Spiddy's the only man left. And now Sprout aren't even getting the chance to set up some of these plays. We're just 20 seconds into the round, it feels like, and it's already over. Sprout not getting the chance to do anything here.
A little bit of extra nade damage as well on Speedy there, so this round is pretty much done, and indeed face crack ready for that peek in towards connector. And yeah, Sprout, I mean, just haven't found any success at all now since those early rounds, and as we had mentioned, even then those rounds really did just require individual players to step up in clutch situations. So this is worrying. This is the map choice of Sprout. We were saying it was kind of an interesting pick from them, because it's not picking to their own strengths, instead kind of noting that Forza haven't had the greatest of results and believing that they could get the victory, which of course they're still on the T side. If they can get one more round, even bring it up to 6 at that point, you still feel pretty decent with how your T side is gone. But in terms of the current momentum, it definitely is Forza who are leading with it.
Yeah, it's been a real turnaround in these recent rounds. Much more convincing as well in terms of the way that Forza are winning these rounds. Whenever Sprout were getting round wins on the board, they were generally much closer than these convincing 4 or 5 alive scenarios we've seen from Forza in quite a few of these rounds now. Nade from Jerry. I don't know if that landed where he wanted it to. It seemed like it landed on the roof of the building. No damage done, but HellRaisers is set up for success. Easy lineup on the first 2 players. The Pistols trying to move into the B-bomb site, trying to close the distance, but Fours are very ready for it. They shut it down, they clean it up, and get an 8th round win.
Again, I don't know what to say after that. We're not really getting a lot to break down in these rounds, and the gun rounds, it seems to be kind of one-sided as well. Those ecos for the last few, at least, have been quite clean by Forza, and you can see that obviously with the amount of money that they've built up at this point. They're not going to struggle at all. There's only one more round after this, of course, so even if they were to lose this one, they have plenty to buy back into the following. So it's Sprout right now who are really battling to try and get at least one of those 2 remaining rounds, as I said, if they want to get that 6 round point and actually start feeling kind of decent with how it's gone overall. Slowing things down for sure, and this time I believe trying to focus around Connector, and we are seeing a couple players peeking aggressively. Is it just the op right now from Z-Power? I believe he has a little bit of support, but apparently not. The player who was initially around Connector with him actually fell back, so he didn't have anyone there to help him. Doesn't really matter in that case, though. Just holds the long range angle, gets himself to kill, and is actually able to fall back up through mid. He's able to escape back towards the Guardian position now, and again, just wait for someone to pop into that crosshair.
I think that's now 6 rounds where Exapower's got the opening kill cleanly. Based on the stats over on HLTV, he just keeps on finding initial frags, and it helps when FaceCrack has been backing him up as well. Exapower and FaceCrack are currently the 2 top fraggers on the CT side by a fair margin. Both of those 2 have been having great games here for Fours. Sprout now have a really tough challenge to come back into this one from the 3v5. 2-man deficit for them. Favin's playing up close here. There's a kill into the bathrooms. Now Exapower's trapped with this AWP. This could be costly, but the close range shot lands. Exapower back for more. Almost gets the chance for the 3rd, but finally Snatchy stops him. Still a 1v3 for Snatchy though, and not one that he'll be winning. Jerry gets him out of there, but those shots from Exapower close range were so well done.
Okay, all props to Z-Power. Yeah, they were fantastic, but what the hell? How did they not kill him? Well, I think it was Favin and Spiddy. They are just not having a good game. And especially from Favin, that's not what you expect. This has been a weird one. I mean, it started off so well for Sprout with a couple of players stepping up since then. Dehab hasn't really been able to do much. Neither is Snatchy. The Spy having the op a couple of times. And yeah, again, now they're left with a fairly limited investment to try and scrape out that 6th round, which is looking less and less likely as the rounds go on, if we're being honest. At this point, 4 is just looking fantastic here on the CT side. If they don't reach 10, I'd be a little bit disappointed just by how dominant these gun rounds have been so far. And ooh, that nade. It's actually a nice little bounce around. FaceCrack is brought to 54. At this point, he, I guess, was looking for a little bit of revenge there, taking that peak. But nothing really too crazy so far in this round anyways. Is there one player I think pushed up on long, actually? Yeah, indeed, it is Snatchy. He needs to be cautious because they do have this double setup at the moment. The op kind of just holding for that initial peak, and then, of course, flit up close.
Ooh, Forza pushing through Monster, though. Wow, FaceCrack is in the midst of this smoke. There's no way he's ready for this. Ooh, he almost turns it on him, but Dihar gets the kill he was looking for. So man advantage found for Sprout. This is the first time in a while that Sprout have got the early picks. They really need to make the most of this, and oh, the aggression from Flick comes so close to the kill, but Snatchy holds his own, and now with a 2-man lead, this surely should be a round that Sprout are favored in.
Yeah, and the kills just continue to go in favor of Sprout. Dihar gets 2. We had mentioned he was struggling a little bit. I called out Snatchy a little bit as well, saying he had definitely slowed down, and they must have heard me. They got a little bit mad. They've gone ahead and given them a 5-on-2 advantage right now, and as they move on towards B, it is only that one player in heaven at the moment that they actually have to deal with. It's Jerry, although giving him a bit of an opportunity. That's a little bit risky. Taps off one head already. It wasn't actually quite the headshot. Dihar was low, so it was just towards the shoulder or so. But either way, at 2-on-4, they're definitely going to be moving for this, of course, with it being the final round and a half. But there is that flank from Favin as well.
Yeah, so difficult here for Fours. Oh, there's no way they're going to get away with this. He doesn't need to, but why not?
Never need to.
Oh,
yeah, it got a little bit too risky. He was like, nah, I can't do this anymore.
Extra power here at the end, just looking for some shots, but he won't find them. Sprout salvage a 6th round at the half. They'll be hoping to step it up onto the second half here on Overpass. That will be coming up after the break.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red.
Welcome back to the first map of this series. Fours currently with a 9-6 lead on Sprout's map pick, and heading into their T side, they will be hoping to keep that momentum building because they really started running away with that in the second half of the first half, if you will, Dean.
Yeah, the second half of the first half. It was even more than that. It was kind of after the first 5 rounds or so. So maybe the second and thirds of it. But, oh, okay, here we go. The push coming in. It's all Dennis so far. He's actually gotten himself 3 headshots, looking for a little bit more, but he runs out of bullets. Manages to get the reload in, but he can't quite turn around. What an incredible pistol round. Dennis does everything for Sprout, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, and the fact we get to watch that fully from Dennis's POV and appreciate that he gets 4 kills, and yet still there's another man fighting him. Somehow none of his teammates get a single kill between them. Oh, it's so sad to watch from Dennis's POV, especially because Sprout really could have done with winning that pistol round. Now that they lose this, they do at least go for the force buy into this next round. But man, that is a real shame for them considering how this game's been going. That could be a real costly round for them to lose.
Yeah, it really could. A decent amount of damage at least being connected by that grenade early on, so it does weaken up Almazer quite a bit. But as you said, this is a round that's necessary right now, I would say, for Sprout to win. Otherwise, we're very likely looking at a pretty handy 12-6 lead for Forza before they actually have to face off against a proper gun round. So, yeah, this is all in at this point for Sprout, as you can see, and they've taken a bit of a gamble. They've actually stacked 4 players up towards the A bomb site, and at this point already, that full-on B commitment has come in through Monster. It's only Favin who's left around Graffiti. He spots the push, but he really can't do anything about it with just the deagle, so he drops the smoke, he hides in the corner. And yeah, I mean, it looks like they may want to actually move in for this retake, but without a kit and with such limited weaponry, I would say the save is probably the better option. Give themselves the chance again in this next round. Oh, but there we go. That may push them forward a little bit.
Yeah, 1 kill gives them a bit of breathing room, especially with Spiddy following up. The problem is the bomb is pretty far gone already, and without that kit, it's not too likely you'll be able to get those kills quickly enough on the retake. So Sprout have realized they are just probably better off saving for that next round. A couple of nice shots landed in there, though, by the Deegs. That maybe gives us a bit of life into this next round as well, where they'll save over those guns. But unfortunately for Sprout, they will go 11-6 behind. Again, though, keeping the guns into this round gives them a chance to either do more damage in this one or potentially even compete for the round win. But just in terms of the scoreline, they are starting to fall pretty far behind now on their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, Inferno up next obviously is a pretty good map for Sprout, but if they're going to be dropping overpass here, they're definitely not going to be going in feeling too good about it. And I think at that point, with Forza riding high, it'd be pretty difficult for Sprout to try and recover from. But who knows? Both of these teams, they seem to have those games. You kind of mentioned it in the halftime where they show up on one map, the next map they can be completely absent, and then again they can just show up out of nowhere and just be fantastic. It happens sometimes. But yeah, with the weapon saved over, there definitely is a little bit of a chance here for Sprout. Unfortunately, already the damage has actually been dealt out in favor of Fours. That's a nice Mach 10 skin. You said one about one of the 5.7s earlier.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting some skins that I haven't seen before, at least.
Yeah, I don't keep up with the skins anymore, so I get to see a new kind of cool look every now and again in game. Oh, okay, pushed out Monster. I'm surprised that Flick continued to take that fight, especially with a Mach 10.
Yeah, not the best look for him. And the bomb's actually trapped in T-spawn right now. Look at the minimap. He's nowhere near the rest of his team. There are players between him and the bomb site. Oh, it's really awkward right now. And Spiddy's the man in behind, spamming down with the dig. The kills keep on coming for Sprout. This has gone horribly wrong for Fours. They were too far spread apart from each other. It turned into a bunch of 1v1 duels. And even though Almeza gets that frag, Spiddy turns around to land a shot to do some damage. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, Fours are going to need a bunch of frags to get back into this one.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the health at least, it's definitely still winnable here for Fours. You see Jerry actually finding this opening on towards the A-bomb site. Unfortunately, he will eventually fall, so it's Almazar now left alone, as you had said, already tagged up previously by Spiddy. So even as he does get that kill, and with that confirms the bomb plant, it's going to be quite difficult for him to actually win out this clutch. And okay, I was going to say Dennis should be able to catch him. He manages to get himself over around towards the back of that box on the bomb site, and I was going to say has a chance now maybe to win it out, but a flash up high blinds him completely, and they go ahead and just make sure both sides are covered. And yeah, with that, Sprout are actually able to take it away. With the saved over pistols and the scout from that previous round, they're able to go ahead and get themselves the victory, try and fight back into this one now. And even steal away a couple of AKs in the meantime. Boost up their own bite.
Yeah, solid work at the end there. Making sure to just peek from both sides of the box onto Almeza, who was already somewhat blinded by the flash. So there was no way he was going to be able to transfer between both of those players unless he landed some incredible shots. It wasn't meant to be that time round. Sprout taking a pause ahead of this next one. Maybe just making sure they know exactly what Fours have in terms of a buy into this round. Sometimes it can be difficult to keep track of the economy, especially with the way this game has started. It's been a somewhat strange start with Four Spies being one, with low buys not really being part of the equation so far. And Fours do still have themselves a pretty good buy across the board. Especially with the AWP in the hands of Exapower, that's a big deal for them because he was landing lots of shots in the first half. So AWP out for Fours is always nice. AKs on plenty of their players as well. Sprout are still going to have to work hard to win this round. Basically a full gun round for both teams here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're too worried about just that one deagle on Flick. He can definitely still do some damage. It's unfortunately one where a couple players are definitely lacking the nades that would help out the T side here in this round, but overall, as you said, it is pretty good buys coming in from both sides. So Forza looking to try and snatch the round back, not really let Sprout get any sort of momentum into this one. And let's see if that's going to be what they'll find. For now, it's actually most of the players from this T side moving up long, and there's no one really spotting this from Sprout. Instead, they've doubled up around short. They've got 3 players down on B. So in theory, if Forza go forward, they could be in a little bit of trouble, but they do at least have one player spotting that cross. So they're able to get the info, they're able to go ahead and adjust their setup now off the back of that info that they found. And with that, have decided to fall back a little bit more passively on the A-bomb side, but they're making Forza work for this control. They're making them potentially use what already is a fairly limited amount of utility to try and move forward. Ooh, smokes go down, but they're all falling back. Yeah, bomb going to be retrieved. They're going to bring it straight back through spawn.
Interesting. It's going to run down the clock pretty late here into the round with 30 seconds left. They still have a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes and mollies. They're going to start to use them into the B bomb site, and you've got to feel like Sprout are going to be aware this is likely a B play at this point. Faven, here's the steps. First frag is good. Faven staying alive behind the pillar, but Almaze is able to hunt him down, and with that smoke onto the site, that's all Force need. They've got access to B here. They're going to get that bomb down, but Dihar closing the distance, quickly traded out, back to a 3v3.
Yeah, Almazardo, he wants to get a little bit more aggressive, see if he can get a spot to try and actually hold off these rotations. Unfortunately, it's not looking too well for them so far. Z-Power is actually going to be pushed down around Monster. Does get caught there by Dennis as well, and suddenly it's all onto Flit, left alone, but they have no idea. They don't know he's around Monster. Almost had the opportunity there to get the jump on Snatchy, but didn't quite hit the shot, so it does fall to the one-on-one, but the bomb, it's ticking away. This shot needs to be hit instantly by Snatchy, and he actually finds it. Should just about have time. Indeed he does, about a second or so to spare. Alright, that was a bit crazy for the peak to come in there, so kind of wild. I figured we'd see a little bit of a shoulder peek, try and jiggle the angle, but nah, just a straight up swing.
Yeah, maybe could have bought a bit more time, but not meant to be. Snatchy, to be fair to him, lands some nice shots there on that retake. Sprout get their 8th round on the board. And this game is starting to heat up now, starting to get a little bit closer. 11-8 in favor of Fours, but they have to go down to pistols. Sprout have been winning these recent rounds, and that trend looks set to continue into this one, with the pistols being bought by Fours. Flash into mid, though, and Sprout are playing close by. This could be dangerous for them, but they've got the initial frag. Snatchy landing another AWP shot up close, and Sprout end up dealing with this comfortably. I was a little worried that if they didn't get those quick kills, they could have been in trouble. But Sprout step up, and they haven't taken a single point of damage so far, so all good for them.
And this was a relatively hefty investment here from the side of Forza. They're going to struggle to actually get the investment now in this next round. I guess they really did need that bomb to go down, and unfortunately find not only no bomb plant, but not even a single kill in the end. Barely, as you said, even able to dish out any damage, just get mowed down by Sprout, who are beginning to kind of turn things around. As we had said when they were back on that T side, we needed to see them reach 6, and we knew, of course, that it is going to be a map where they likely are to find more success on the CT side. But losing the pistol, of course, put them in an awkward spot, but they've still been able to stabilize. So this is looking much better from them. They have a chance again, just up against pistols here in this round, to continue to just go ahead and bolster up their own economy as well and give themselves that, that kind of security for if they are to lose a round. Are they going aggressive again? This time I believe around connector. That's a little bit more risky when you're up against Tech 9s and such.
Yeah, might not want to stick around for too long in these close range angles. They have quite a few players stacked in connector right now. They're confident that their crossfire will work, and when Face Crack walks in like that, it is going to work for them. Easy kill for Spiddy, and the response from Fours is quickly to try and push up A long. That looks like the right read as well. If they keep on pushing long right now, they could get a free bomb plant on the A site. They will slow it down, though, and that might give time Sprout to get back into position. Sprout might be able to readjust. Here's Snatchy, though, up close. Lands that first shot. Oh, lands the follow-up as well. Snatchy having to do some close quarters AWPing, but here comes the flanks. Oh, Almeza, 2 kills with the Tech 9. Dinks down that last man as well. Now Flick can try and close the distance, but the rotate will begin to come through. Flick could really do with getting this kill quickly. Dennis is just tucked in the corner, and Flick should be able to clear this. Should be a kill for Flick. Back to the 1v2, and he can go back to B here.
There is a player up in heaven, I believe. Yeah, Fabin's just kind of chilling in heaven, but he's not actively peeking for the moment, and I don't think he's really going to want to do so too aggressively either. At this point, with it being the 2-on-1, they just want to ensure that they play it together. But yeah, this has gotten way too close considering the investment that we've seen from Forza. But in the end, Fabin's able to deal with it. A nice nade follows up with the spam there through the corner of the box, and yeah, will be Sprout find themselves a 10th round, but this time not being able to do so cleanly. They have to reinvest now on towards 3 players. That's actually going to cost them quite a bit of the money that they were able to build up there in that previous kind of anti-eco that they had. So I think Forza can be pretty happy with how that round did go down in the end. And of course, now coming back onto the bye, they have a chance to try and bounce back quickly. But again, Sprout are making this a much closer one. They've been able to bounce back from what was a poor first half.
Yeah, definitely. They've just been grinding out these rounds, getting themselves back into it. Forza haven't really had the same opportunities to set up their plays here in some of these earlier rounds. Feels like Sprout have been doing a much better job individually, because that was a bit of a concern heading into this second half, was that we weren't sure if all the individuals of Sprout would be able to step up. You generally need on your CT side for your players to all be on point individually to be able to hold your spots. So far, Sprout have delivered. Heading into round 22, though, they've got to deal with the full bite. They've got to deal with the AWP of Exa Power. And another slightly different setup from Sprout. They've got 2 players stacked on A long at the start of this round. Fours might push into that position as well. Currently, it's Snatchy holding the long-range angle at long with the AWP. Then Spitty's up close with the rifle, ready to pounce if necessary. And here we go, Jerry's lining up the flashbang over the top. Snatchy with the AWP will be holding. Good shot onto the first man. Spitty's been dealt with, though. So Snatchy's now the solo player holding A long. And Facecrack holding this angle. It's a very awkward angle, but eventually he commits to the spray. Gets another kill onto A. And Dennis is now the only player on this side of the map for the time being.
Is he going to be expected in such a close position, though? Oh, damn. The shot was actually connected there on Dihaz. He was rotating up, so that gets them a little bit of info that one player at least is around that A bomb site. Obviously, they didn't know that Dennis was close, so he is still able to push forward and go ahead and get a kill back, and at this point realize that it is not going to be this A bomb site, so they still have 2 down on B. They have themselves a decent setup now. They have Favin ready to try and hold it down, and he hasn't been having the greatest game so far, so this is his opportunity now to step up and show what he's really capable of. They're just going to concede the bomb plant. Makes sense. Eventually, Favin tries to pounce up with the flash, but no, gets caught by Facecrack. Looking to try and just continue to fight. That is surprising, but it's working for them. And it will eventually bring them down to trading out that one-on-one. That was very dangerous. They gave a little bit of a chance there to Dennis, who I have to mention has been having a fantastic half so far. He stepped up massively coming into the CT side. I think he was on like 14 when I looked like 4 rounds ago. He's now on 23.
Yeah, Dennis has been delivering in most of these rounds, and in that one he delivers as well, just not enough. The 3 kills from Dennis.
Same as the pistol, really.
To the round win. Yeah, pretty much, honestly. He's definitely been showing up for his team, but Fours, even though they give Sprout the fights, end up winning out on the trades. And now this is a pretty important round in this game. Both teams investing almost all their money. For HellRaisers, this is a very tight angle, and he finally spots Snatchy, doing a fair bit of damage to the AWPer, who has to back away. Both teams with little money here, so the loser of this round probably has to take a lower buy. If Fools end up winning this, they put themselves in a really good spot, but Spitty gets the timing just right with the FAMAS. Well done by Spitty to get that first frag, but Jerry is able to spam him back.
That was fantastic. It was actually Facecrack who hit him with the spam while he was jumping. That slowed him down. It allowed Jerry to come in from long and get himself the kill. Unfortunately, though, with the Oppa Snatchy still being nearby, he pulls back a kill. Flit's actually going to be running through that smoke as the new one kind of goes down there to replenish it. And unfortunately, Dha was ready. He already had the rifle back in hand. So now it's a 4-on-2. Sprout have got themselves a firm hold on this round, and it just comes down to Jerry and Almazar to try and recover it. And for the moment, it's looking like they're favoring on towards A. To be fair, if they get these kills and do so fairly cleanly on towards A, it's going to be a little while before those B players can rotate up. They haven't really begun to move at all. But the bomb alone on long as well, that makes it kind of extra worrying.
25 seconds, HellRaisers has been spotted, and the smoke into the A site should give the game away that it is an A play. Dennis holding up close. Oh, turns around onto the second man. Continues to find success, even with the FAMAS in this round. He comes through with a couple of nice kills at the end there. And Sprout are slowly but surely getting themselves into a good position here on Overpass with all these round wins. Only one round in it right now, and again, it's Sprout who take another timeout. Even though they've been winning these rounds, they're the ones who generally have been taking the pauses, making sure they're on top of everything. While over on the Force side of things, it's just pistols being brought into this round. And again, it feels like Force in most of these rounds are struggling in some of these early fights. That's where Sprout are doing a lot of good work. They're getting the advantages to begin with before Force can even push into one of the bomb sites. And that's allowing Sprout to have a much easier hold once the actual push comes in. So good stuff from Sprout with their play right now. Just going for a couple of different setups. Force have never really been able to get the read on where Sprout are going to be playing from. And in this round, there shouldn't be many opportunities for Force, considering they've only been able to buy a couple of pistols.
Yeah, that's kind of one thing you can't fault these teams on. Both of them on their CT sides have been swapping it up a lot. They've been changing up those setups, making it hard for the Ts to predict what's going to happen. And as you said, both of them were able to do a good job at getting the opening picks. Definitely has been the case so far for Sprout, and you don't really expect that trend to change here in this round, at least, where it's only pistols for fours. And unfortunately, that is the case. They lose one around mid. Already a couple leg shots, I believe, they're being connected by Snatchy. He just falls back to the USP, keeps on fighting. Unfortunately, though, Speedy wasn't quite ready in position to actually help him out, so he will eventually fall. And at this point, I guess Speedy just has to remain in this position, continue on fighting, because he doesn't want to give up the op. And yeah, that's exactly what he does. He slows them down long enough to get the help from Dennis as well. 12-12, Sprout, they've gone ahead and tied up the scoreline, and they have a chance now to actually gain the lead for the first time since, I believe it was 5-1, or was it 4-1? Yeah, 5-1 indeed it was.
Spiddy there doing a solid enough job at helping his teammate Snatchy. Generally, when you're the rifler on the A side of the map, your job is to be a bit more of a facilitating player, just kind of trying to keep your sniper alive. And even though Snatchy did go down, Spiddy just made sure that they couldn't pick up that rifle. He slowed them down, got a couple of kills, make sure that Sprout win the round. And like you said, Sprout have a chance to take the lead for the first time in a while. Dennis getting aggressive here in connector. Oh, great shot from Dennis. Flicks up for the first frag, but Flip finds the trade. There's Dihar shooting his teammate because he got so confused, but he's got the initial kill that was needed, and Sprout get the man advantage.
He didn't want to stop shooting. Man was hungry for some more blood, and he may be able to still find some as the round goes on. Unfortunately, it is actually the kills now going in favor of Sprout. I was going to say, unfortunately, yeah, he's not really going to get a chance to do much more of his teammates keep on killing people. So it's all on Z-Power. One man left with the AWP, 1-on-4, and at the moment the bomb being dropped back outside of Monster, I believe that is. Not really in a position that he's going to be able to retrieve it, even if he gets a couple of those kills, and it is only one he's able to find in the end. So yeah, Sprout have done it. They've reclaimed the lead for the first points, since it was 5-1 in their own favor. Of course, ended up kind of struggling then for the rest of that T side. And fours now, they can't even really afford to buy into this round. It's going to be a few pistols being upgraded, a couple of Mac 10s as well. But most likely we are looking at a 14-12 lead for Sprout, meaning this next gun round for fours is going to be pretty much do or die.
Now, unless fours can get something going in this round, where they have got just the Mac 10s and the Tech 9s. And this is another opportunity to go for a faster play if they want to. And wow, FaceCrack's wasting no time. Hard entering onto the B-bomb site with that Mac 10. Trying to find a fight, but Dihar's ready for him. Good kill on the hold. Dihar gets another, and Favin found a couple of his own. Dihar closes it out through the smoke, and Sprout make that round look very easy. Even though Fours were able to run out towards the site, they never got any fights that were favorable. They never got any kills that they needed. And now it really does come down to this gun round for Fours.
Yeah, they need to win this one, and they need to actually get a couple in a row, because Sprout have built up quite a bit of money for themselves, so it's going to take a few before they can actually start kind of reaping the rewards of actually limiting the economy of Sprout. I don't think that'll really be an issue for them at this point. And look at this, 2 Molotovs actually going down, one in towards the playground itself, one on towards the steps. It ensures that quite a bit of damage is actually going to be dealt out, and gives the initial favor over towards Sprout, which unfortunately they aren't really able to retain. 1-for-1 trade, normally going to be something that the T's are happy with. I was going to say, with the health though, I don't think Sprout are feeling too bad. But they just continue aggressing. This is just a crazy round. No one wants to stop pressing W, but eventually it seems like Fours have actually got themselves in control of the situation. They've gotten that A bomb site. They're going to be able to route this bomb over, but it is all the way back in spawn. It's going to take so long.
Yeah, this is a lot of time being wasted here. A lot of time for Sprout to get into position. Thankfully, Fools still have loads of nades just because of how fast-paced this round has been. They've got another smoke for Bank. They have some mollies as well. Exopower can arrive with a smoke of his own, but you see just how paranoid he is right now. He doesn't know where the CTs are, so he's having to clear these close angles, and in comes Faven. First frag is good, but it's up to Dihar. 1v2, smoke going down into his position. Flash also goes over the top, and the bomb will be planted safely. Dihar spotted on the edge of the smoke. Facecrack closes out the round, and this time Sprout's aggressive play comes back to cost them. Fours finally getting another round on the board. But they're going to have to keep on going here because Sprout still have plenty of money for the buy into this next one.
What a round. That was just so quick-paced. They didn't even realize that they didn't have the bomb at that point, as you said, then taking so long with Z-Power having to be really paranoid as he rotated up. He didn't know if anyone could have came in behind through Connector and such already. But yeah, this is still such an important round. Sprout, as you said, able to reinvest now. They have still a little bit of money left over as well. So Fours need to keep on going. They need to keep this momentum up and not allow for Sprout to just get back into their winning ways, which we've seen for the majority of their CT side so far. And here we go. Snatchy, given that opportunity early on, he's not going to be missing the up shot. He goes ahead and claims the advantage already. And Flit just trying to creep up short on his own, falls without really any sort of a fight being put up. A 5-on-3 as this round is beginning to look all but lost already for Fours.
That previous round, Sprout weren't quite able to win those early fights, but this time round, it goes their way again. The two Polish players for the Sprout side getting both opening frags. This has really been one of the biggest problems for Fours, is losing these opening trades in these rounds. They're not even being allowed to set up their plays in some of these, and this is another one where they have to come back from a 3-on-5. At this point, Fours might feel like they need to just take some risks, try and make some plays individually to get back into this round. But they are going to be grouping up. 3 AKs taken. Nades being lined up into the A site, but Sprout are pretty well prepared for this. There are 3 CTs waiting on A. Looks like Fours will flash themselves through this smoke. Facecrack going in first. Great headshot onto the first man. Snatchy's holding with the ult, but he's been taken out of the equation. It's all on Dennis to hold this A site right now, and they know where he is. The trade is good, and Fours have brought this back to a 2v2.
Again, these situations just keep on flipping. As you said, the 2-on-2 now, they have that bomb planted with Jerry on long as well. He decides to fall back, position himself around the bathrooms, and they're just going to try and play the time on this bomb, I suppose. And with no utility available apart from just a single HE there for the CT side, there's not a lot that they can do. They need to tap the bomb, they need to try and take the fights, and they need to get those kills, which is how it goes initially at least. Faven gets himself one. Will eventually fall, and now Diha left alone. At this point, Jerry just trying to play the time as much as he possibly can. Diha, he does have the kit, but the bomb's already taken away so quickly. He just has to stick it, and Jerry, he does not allow it. 14-14 again. Just such a close round.
Big props to Facecrack there, just getting flashed through that smoke for that first entry. I feel like that gets them off to the good start they needed to start to gain some momentum onto the A site. Still though, coming back from a 3v5 is really impressive there from Fours. They really had little margin for error, and then even in the 2v2, Jerry had to do a really good job at clutching that round out, and he used his flashes really, really well. He made sure to just keep on buying time. And this time it's Fours who take a timeout ahead of round 29, because this is going into crunch time, Dean.
Oh yeah, I mean, it has been for these last couple of rounds, but especially now, the last 2 of them, well, maybe. It depends. We could, of course, see an overtime, but how it's been going so far, it wouldn't be too surprising. But for now, full focus on this round where Sprout actually have put the last of that economy into it. If they lose this one, they're going to be in trouble. Fighting for the overtime won't be looking really too optimistic either. They only get 2,400 if they lose this round, so they will be left with a very limited investment. So now it really has kind of turned the whole situation. It's Sprout instead who are fighting to try and keep themselves in this. Of course, though, the money not being too great for Fours either, but this was looking almost won at one point there for Sprout, so it definitely has gotten a little bit more dangerous for them. Let's see if they can swap things up, if they can get back into the winning ways. They have the op again for Snatchy. He's been doing a great job with openings, but he needs them now, and that's exactly what he finds.
Oh, fantastic shot from Snatchy, flicking over to the left side. There wasn't much of an angle to work with there, but he lands the headshot. And Jerry was hoping he could hang around and maybe pick up that trade kill, but Snatchy's already got away to safety. With the man advantage, Sprout are more than happy to just sit back from the bomb site and force Fours to make the play. And to be fair to Fours, in that previous round, they were down in a 3v5, and they were able to make the play. They were able to come back into it. They'll look to do the same again, but Jerry gets caught at A long, just peeking into this AWP. Snatchy landing some easy shots at the start of this round. He will take those sorts of fights all day long. And now Fours have got to do the same again. It's another 3v5 that has to be overturned.
Yeah, and this time I don't know if they'll have it in them, but one positive being that the CTs don't have any nades either, apart from a single flash to slow it down. Almazar, though, having the only smoke that's available for the T's, and they don't even want to use it. They just want to try and creep out, see if they can play contact, and that's what they attempt at least. Unfortunately, not hitting their shots, it really doesn't go their way. Z-Power left alone with $100 in the bank and no money elsewhere really on his team either. Having that up in his hands, it is very, very valuable coming into this next round. So as you would presume, his goal is to save. Damn, I mean, that was just too easy for Snatchy, especially that second kill on Jerry. Just kind of peeking out long on his own.
Yeah, I don't know if Jerry just wanted to try and take a risk and take a fight because he realized they were a man down already, but even if that's what you want to do, I don't think that's the sort of fight you want to go for, where you know there could be an AWP holding that angle. The AK's never going to be able to win that fight unless you land an insane shot, which isn't what you want to be relying on. And at the end there, I think the problem for Fours that time round was, like you said, they only had the one smoke left. So that they didn't have the same nades they did in that previous round where they came back from the 3v5, where they had a couple of flashes that really helped them get into the round in the first place. This time it was just the one smoke, so they couldn't really make the most of that. They went for the contact play, they get shut out of B, and now Fours have got to win a heroic round here. Exapower has the AWP, the rest of the players have pistols. So I assume they'll be really just trying to make sure Exapower's got the best possible chance to get a pick in this round. But we are going the distance here on Overpass. Sprout's map pick looking pretty good for them right now. They've come back into it. They've got themselves into the lead. And they've got a chance to close out the win on the first map right here.
Yeah, fantastic opportunity. The economy for Fours is ruined. They have the one up, obviously, that was saved, but other than that, it is extremely limited in terms of what they have actually pulled out. A couple Tech 9s, a CZ, and a Mac 10. A nice variety of weapons at least, but that's not really any positive to be found. But yeah, I mean, it's not over. There is a chance we've seen Fours already on some of these weaker buys have a good time. We've seen what Z-Power can do with the up. But up against Snatchy so far, at least on the second half, he's been struggling to actually win out these opening duels. And we're seeing a much more passive play as well from Sprout coming in this time. Apologies if you can hear that dog barking. That's not even my dog.
It's all good, Dean. I don't think we can hear it. I mean, I can hear a pigeon outside right now, which I'm sure you guys can't
I can't hear that on yours. No.
Yeah,
the dog's just barking very loud.
Wow, they're going to continue to keep it slow here. Exapower hasn't been too aggressive in going for picks with the AWP either. And that could end up being a problem in the late round now. With 45 seconds left, Fours at least haven't lost any players early, but they still don't have the best weapons to try and close this one out. Going into the B site could be successful though. If they can get up close, there are players playing behind Pillar right now. If they can use their flashes effectively, they could maybe get onto the bomb site. But with 27 seconds left, Fours have got to pull the trigger soon.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're all going up through short at this point. There's only 2 players on towards B to actually defend, but it just doesn't matter. Diha, he gets himself 3. Spinny going to step up for 1 as well, and now it's all on Z-Power, but he keeps on going. He's pulled it down to a 1-on-2 somehow. The issue is the time is against them. There's 6 seconds. He knows both of those players, I believe, are around the spawn, but he just doesn't have the time to get both kills. Dennis swings. He takes the fight. Even if he went down, the final player would have just hidden the spawn, and it would have been all over. 16-14 for Sprout, as they just about scrape out the victory here on their own map choice. But that was a lot closer than I would imagine they were hoping for when they picked it.
Yeah, big step up on their CT side, though, to close it out. They get the first map on the board, but heading into Inferno, they're going to have to do more of the same. We've got Fours' map pick coming up after the break.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. chances, fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running, I know, I know.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots on the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight. got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle.
Inferno will be the second map of this series, and Sprout will be looking to try and take a 2-0 after just about winning over on the first map. They'll be looking to carry that form over into Inferno. We're heading straight into it, Dean. No time to waste. The B-rush coming in from Fours.
Yeah, just trying to get up close with those Glocks, looking to close in the distance, and that's exactly what FaceCrack does. Gets himself 2 quick openings, and with the smoke being down towards the spawn as well, they've cut off that rotation. They've given themselves the ability to get the bomb planted, now to position themselves as well, and set themselves up for what is going to be a very difficult retake for the CTs to try and actually achieve. And yeah, exactly, Dennis is the only man to get a single kill. Again, he was going to... At many points back on the previous map when Sprout were struggling, he was kind of the shining light, and then he was able to keep that up once the rest of the players did. But there in that pistol, it's not really going to amount to much just getting a single kill. Forza, they walk over Sprout in that opening pistol and get off to a better start here, which is what they need after dropping that previous map. There were so many points on Overpass as well, though, where it was looking like, yeah, okay, Forza can get this one for themselves. They had a very solid lead kicking off that second half. It ended up getting close again then, and they managed to pull it back up to 14-14 just before falling short. So I do think they're definitely going to be doing a little bit better here on their own map choice, but I also expect to see a better Sprout.
Yeah, that's the somewhat strange thing about this series, is that on Inferno, this map is probably better for both teams, actually. So Overpass was kind of a pick for Sprout as a bit of a surprise, maybe, like you said, trying to exploit perhaps the weakness of Falls on that map. And they were able to get the win on it. But Inferno is a map that both these teams are generally going to be a bit more comfortable on. Nice to see FaceCrack getting going early as well there in the pistol with those 2 entry kills. Generally, if Falls run sort of a more set play, he's oftentimes the man just running in first like that, trying to get those opening kills. So having him rolling early in the game is always a nice thing to have for Falls. And Falls currently committing to the A long play, but they're going to be splitting B. There's only one CT here to stop them. FaceCrack finds the kill, and now the B site is Falls' for the taking.
Yeah, there's not really much to be done at this point by Sprout. I'm kind of surprised they're even beginning to move in towards the spawn. I figured that they'd just go ahead and try and maybe save these weapons over into the next round, give themselves the kind of same opportunity. But they are moving through, and I mean, it makes a bit of sense. FaceCrack has already been tagged up. They had a bit of a chance there to try and take the fight. They've closed in the distance now as the bomb has only been planted. But they are going to unfortunately have to face off against 3 of these players holding up close in construction. And it is just a firing squad once they try and cross. Snatchy's left alone. With the Mac 10, if he got a couple of kills there, would have been nice. A little boost to his economy towards getting the op out a bit earlier on, but unfortunately not able to do so. Forza, they take themselves a clean round. They only lose 1 player in the end. And of course, now coming into this one, they're only going to be up against likely a couple upgraded pistols at most. Zeus coming out for Speedy. I should have known. He loves pulling that out, especially on Inferno.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oftentimes playing in those apartments with that. Sometimes on Banana as well. You can play close at the half wall. But Spiddy is a bit of a Zeus specialist in some of these maps, it feels like. And Spiddy right now is going over to the apartments by the looks of things. Hopefully Fours are aware of that. Even if they're not, though, it's just the one Zeus and the smoke to deal with. They shouldn't have too many problems winning this round over on the Fours side of things. Yeah, just a good read in that last round, being able to split onto the B site pretty comfortably, pretty easily in the end. Snatchy doing a good bit of damage, but FaceCrack is going to get away to safety. Good passive play from FaceCrack after taking the damage, and the Mac 10 is good for a second kill as well. Kills keep on coming. Sprout only looking to get 1 frag on the round right now.
is the USP. I mean, it's not looking too likely. Flit was taking a little bit of a risky fight right there, if we're being honest, almost actually going down, but in the end, he has the help from a teammate. He did actually get taken down there in the end. The nade came in. I thought the nade got him for a sec. I didn't realize that was actually the pistol kill in kind of the final second, right?
Yeah, that's not bad. I'm kind of surprised Flit didn't just run away. There was no real need for him to stick around there, but it's all good. Fours will rebuy. Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I figured when he started reloading there on the left side of Arch that he was just going to fall back away while his teammate was holding. But no, it was a weird one. Not a big deal though, only losing that one extra player. Overall, a clean enough round, keeping 3 alive.
Oh, nades down Banana, doing so much damage. Spinny gets the first kill, but he's not ready for the second, man. Thankfully, Dennis was trained on that position, though. He gets the kill onto Face Crack. And those were some really well-placed nades by Sprout there. The flashbang coming through as well, making all the difference. Just a great start to the round with good utility usage from Sprout. And that's why you always make sure you get as many nades as possible into that first gun round, because they can make all the difference on Banana.
Already being down into that 3-on-5 at this point, just trying to make the plays to see if they can recover some kills, and it continues to kind of just spiral against them at this point. Fours taking themselves, or rather Sprout taking themselves a 5-on-1, leaving at this point just Z-Power and kind of trapped in around the apartments with an AWP. It's probably not the best position to be in. And I believe that's Dennis even pushing down in behind on second mid right now. Not even needed. I was going to say he's getting himself set up to stop him from even being able to fall back away, even if he did want to try and save that AWP.
That's a big swing in the economy as well. Sprout get to survive with 5 players, and they get the free AWP for Snatchy. That's so nice for Sprout. And Fours are still thinking about whether or not they want to buy into this round. They'll take a timeout last second. Exopower could drop one more rifle. I think it's probably just about worthwhile to go for the buy, but honestly, I wouldn't mind either decision here. I think the save is also fine. If you want to make sure you get a good buy into the next, you can definitely make the argument for that. Especially with Almeza, Facecrack, and Flit all having a decent amount of money. You could just buy half into this round. You could even get the 1 AK for Exopower if you wanted to invest into that, and you could have a decent half buy in this round, which might be the safer call for Fours here, but Exopower already buying the AWP. That suggests they will be going for the full-on investment. The CIS sides love to brawl, love to get aggressive, and Fours will not waste an opportunity to go for a buy.
No, not at all. As you said, it's kind of typical CIS, and it makes sense. I mean, it's really not a weak buy at all. They've managed to get it out into a position where they've got most of the rifles, even if one of them is a Galil, even if they have a Tech 9 in play as well. They have the op for Z-Power, of course, available also, so they've got the opportunities here to try and fight right back in and just not let Sprout get anything early on here on their CT side. If they can bounce right back, then that puts Sprout in such an awkward spot. And for the moment, I mean, trying to challenge around Banana, they're not really able to get themselves the control, but they have also kind of warned Sprout back off that area. And with that, have decided that they just want to commit straight up through mid. They have one player trapped in the pit. They have the nades ready to try and deal the damage. Dennis, though, actually spraying away, takes one player low, but eventually falling himself as the kills just continue to go back and forth, eventually going in favor of Fours. And now it is all onto Diha. He hasn't even begun to leave that B-bomb, so he was hoping his teammates would find the success. And with them not being able to at this point, he has no choice but to go ahead and carry this M4 over into the next round.
Yeah, Sprout commit to a 3-man banana stack at the start of this round, which is fine. You can try and take the banana control, but I feel like if they're going to do that, Spiddy, who is waiting in pit, probably needs to be a bit faster at using his nades to slow down the quick aggression, because he had a Molotov in pit there. He just didn't really get to use it. Because Fours started using their nades, they were able to just kind of make Spiddy uncomfortable. He had to put down that defensive smoke in the end just to keep himself alive. And that just allowed Fours to gain so much ground onto the A site before Sprout could rotate over. So unfortunately for Sprout, they weren't able to use their nades to slow down the push as much as they might have liked. And then Fours just trade their way onto the bomb site. It really was just all action all over A there. But with Fours having so many players in position, they were always going to have a good chance to trade it out. And Fours with an early 4-1 lead. But at least Sprout can continue to buy into this next one.
Yeah, that's the kind of positive. Of course, I think they were all on about 2,000. They're just a little bit over there in that previous round before losing it, of course. So they've got themselves a decent enough investment coming back into this one. They got 2,400 from the loss bonus. But being down 1-4 at this point here on the CT side is really not the start that you want to be coming out with. It's a little bit of a reverse of what we even seen there in that previous that previous map rather, where Sprout, of course, were able to get the early lead on Overpass. So it's certainly a bit of a worrying sign. They don't have too many nades here in this round either, especially as they try and challenge Banana in the beginning. They toss out a couple of HEs. They don't really manage to connect any damage from it either. And at this point, they've just been forced to give up that control. We are going to see Forza being able to claim it without really putting in too much effort and without really taking any damage for it either.
Much slower start to this round, especially from Sprout, who are sitting back and allowing that banana control to go against them this time. Sprout don't have anywhere near as many nades into this one. Couple of smokes left and a few flashes for the CTs to work with. So as this execute comes into the B site, Spiddy and D-Hard don't have many counter nades between them here. They can't really do much to counter this push right now, other than just try and stand and fight. And here come the Molotovs to clear out these close positions. D-Hard might be in trouble, mollied into the open. He has to fight alone, and that is not ideal for him. Spiddy is now solo holding the site, and the spray is not good enough. He needed at least one kill, probably two there, but he doesn't get anything. And that's the round over. Well played by Fours, but I think if Sprout had a few more nades, they might have been able to do something about that. But without any utility, they just got mollied out of position. They couldn't really fight together, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's the problem. They had given up that control so early on. They weren't really able to force Fours from using their own nades. And of course, as we had pointed out, Sprout were already a bit limited with their own investment. Trying to use some of those nades early on left them with just so little to actually hold down that bomb site once it was needed. And Forza just hit the opening shots, and with that, have taken themselves a 5-1 lead. A few weapons being saved over. They do get 2,900 from this one. So with that, they can get a couple drops in. Favin can drop over. Snatchy can give over a weapon as well. So we will likely see the full investment coming back in. Again, though, couple players likely to be lacking on nades. But overall, this is definitely going to be a better investment from Sprout in this round. But they just need to start picking up the actual round wins at this point. Down 5-1. Forza already in a position where they only really need one more round to be in the kind of position where you're like, okay, that's a decent enough half. And to be able to find that so early on is just fantastic. Oh, with double up setup, we're seeing a little bit of a change up here.
Yeah, the two Polish players on the Sprout side, both picking up the snipers into this one.
Did we even see that on Overpass?
I don't think so, in all honesty.
Oh no.
Wow.
Mollied and naded. I don't think the smoke put out the molly despite being down. I think it was kind of still around the edge of it.
Yeah, we don't really get to see the double up setup in this one either. Well, we do now. Spiddy's recovered it. And Spiddy's actually fighting aggressively on Banana right now. I don't know how they don't see him. Finally, Spiddy's been spotted. And somehow he gets away safely. Those nades really helping him out there. The flashes allow him to get back. But they're still down in a 3v5 on the Sprout side. They're still going to have to do some real good work to get back into this one. Fours have the banana control, but they don't have to commit to the B site if they don't want to. Smoke's being used. Molly to follow. Snatchy sitting at CT, and there's no smoke for that position. Easy shot for Snatchy. Flash finally goes over the top, and Jerry realizes he can't really go for this. Sprout have fully stacked this B side of the map, though, so Fours now going back to A should have a pretty easy time of things here.
Oh yeah, they definitely will. It's a completely free A bomb site. Again, it's likely just Sprout being forced to call for the save without really being able to put up too much of a fight in the round. But even there, I'm kind of surprised that they gave Snatchy the opportunity to get himself that pick. I presume they would have noticed that the op that was around the top of Banana was taken back at least, so they should have been a little bit cautious of it. As you said, no CT smoke went down is a little bit interesting, but it did in the end actually get Forza that info. It allowed them then to just bring it back towards A, and at that point have a completely open bomb site. So yeah, save coming in. Two ops at least being carried over this time. The AK for Dennis again now with the full loss bonus coming in as well. They definitely will be able to buy up. But I mean, that seems to be the only positive we can take from any of these rounds, that they're able to at least buy again in the following.
Yeah, there's only so many times we can say, well, at least they can buy in the next round. If you keep doing that, you're just going to lose the game.
At least say it in a happy way. There's only so many times you can say it happily, and then afterwards you're like, oh, they can buy again at least.
Yeah, you're like crying on the east side. At least we can buy again, guys. It's totally fine. 6-1 behind. They're not going to be too pleased with how this first half has been panning out for them. Yeah, a bit of a shame there that the double up setup switch up. They try and go for the aggression, and like you said, the nades and the molly on Banana just seem to lose them the fight in the first place. If that smoke had landed better and he could have actually gone for the peak, then maybe you get away with an early man advantage. Maybe you can be the ones with a better start to the round. But they've got the double AWPs again, so they can try and make up for that this time round. Diha not going for the peak down Banana this time. Just holding at the top of Banana. You have to be careful with the nades here, though. And Diha's committing to this fight. Exapower's ready for it. Now Spiddy is going to have to at least slow them down here. He's currently solo holding the B site. But with the one-man advantage, Fours decide they don't need to go aggressive. They're just going to play it safe for the time being. And, oh, nice shot from Snatchy.
Yeah, as you were saying that, I was like, oh, Flit, no, I think he's considering it. I think you're jinxing a Haka, and yeah, he peeks in, the head gets taken off. But yeah, that's not an angle you really expect to be played too often, to be fair. He was just trying to have a peek down, see if anyone was kind of looking to get aggressive in towards Boiler. Unfortunately, it does backfire, but with the commitment coming in towards B, I was going to say both of those players around the CT spawn side, one of them, of course, being boosted up, but if they can deal with this boost quickly, then they should have the bomb site. But no, getting spammed down by Spiddy as well. Dennis gets the open and the nade alongside the spray going in. Doesn't do too much damage, actually, with that HE, but either way, they're in a 4-on-2 right now. All they have to do is wait for their teammates to rotate over, and this is definitely one of the best positions we've seen Sprout in.
Favin's got a full set of nades as well, so he can molly some of these positions at the back of the site. He can smoke Banana to try and cut down on the positions that Sprout have to be worried about. If they use their nades correctly here, I feel like Sprout should have a really good chance. They are taking some time, though. Exapower lands that first shot, but in comes that molly I was talking about. Exapower somehow gets away safely, but it's all up to Almeza. He gets traded out, and even though Sprout take a fair amount of time, they clearly knew what they were doing. They remain on top of the situation and get a second round win on the board.
Yeah, played it quite kind of safe there on the retake, knowing that we were up against the weaker weapons. Didn't want to be taking too many risks. There was a few seconds, I believe, they're sparing the end, as well as the defuse came in. They had the kits on pretty much everyone, so it was all good. But yes, Sprout finally getting themselves back in onto into a round win now after, what was it, 3 in a row they had lost. They did actually pick up the opening gun round, ended up losing 3 again. Then now they need to ensure that they can chain together some rounds. They've got the double up setup still in play. They've got all of the nades really that they could be asking for. And it doesn't look like they're going to really do anything too crazy in terms of the setup, but they are looking to try and get these opening picks with the ops, and it's actually going to work out for Snatchy. I was very worried because Z-Power was up close, but he was a little bit more focused on the quad side and actually just runs through the Molotov. He doesn't care at all. Unfortunately, not expecting that second player. Favin elevated up is there for the trade at least. So Sprout, again, having a pretty firm hold on this round. This time the 4-on-2, but without the bomb being planted, so it is an even better position for them. Pretty much full control of the map as well, being able to restrict that banana control. I think FaceCrack did actually spot that the ops jumping around the wall as well, so he probably doesn't want to fight that area on his own, especially with the bomb.
Yeah, he'll bring that bomb back up to top mid now to try and join his teammate. Trying to make sure he doesn't fight alone with that. Flash comes in though, and FaceCrack tries to make a play. When you're down in a 2v4, you kind of need to do something like that, but unfortunately FaceCrack loses the fight. And that should really put an end to this round. Flit's been smoked off. He hasn't even got the bomb. He is probably going to be saving here. 35 seconds left on the clock for him to try and make sure he gets back to safety. Sprout finally stepping it up in some of these rounds. It's just been a better start to these rounds for them. They've been better in these initial fights at holding fours before fours can get near those bomb sites. And fours are unable to really ever trade these ones out. So Flip just looking to save, gets a nice kill onto Spiddy. Saving the rifle would be nice. Fours have got a bit of money in the bank, so saving another AK would really just make sure they can get a good buy into this next round. And Sprout are also focusing on saving their double AWP setup that's been working for them. So both teams have just agreed to save into this next round, where fours should still have plenty of money to be buying up.
Is there a weapon on the ground for face crack, I believe? Yeah, indeed there is. There's the AK over in the front of the pack right there, so that's not going to be too much of an issue. They do have, as you said, the full buy coming in, no weaknesses. And already up on 6 rounds, that's the issue for Sprout now. If they want to be coming out with a CT side that they're truly happy with, then they do need to be getting all of these remaining rounds. They don't really have any room to fault. And again, going aggressive over towards Banana. It's Dennis that's able to get both of the kills. He did actually lose Favin as the initial player came around up close on the wall right there, but great trades being found, the utility then being dropped down, given the room for Dennis to fall back away. And again, great opening frags being found from Sprout. You said that's been the difference now over these past couple of rounds.
Yeah, and getting those early kills on Banana just allows them to, again, play back from the bomb site a bit more comfortably. This time around, Spiddy and Dennis will be tasked with holding off B if this push comes through. And once again, they don't have many counter nades left. Only the one molly for Dennis. That could slow down Fours though, because Fours are starting to line up these smokes and these mollies. So having at least the one counter molly in play for Dennis could be a big difference maker if he times it right. And there we go, the CT Incendiary put down. That allows Sprout to just reposition slightly, but oh no! 2 molly kills onto the bomb site. Oh man, that is not what Sprout needed. Fours don't even have to look their opponents in the eye to get either of those kills. We barely even got to see how that happened, Dean, but that is awful for Sprout. They can't do anything now.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to catch that on the stream once the delay catches up.
I can see their bodies now on the right side of the screen there. Yeah, it looked like they were both near the triple box. Yeah, I'll fly over.
Got lost in the free cam myself. Yeah, I guess they were both, where they doubled up oranges. I think maybe one player was trying to fight actively from oranges. Either that or else they were in quad, tried to both run out the side and ended up just kind of burning in the corner together. Either way, not going to plan for Sprout. They do end up losing a very important round, and with that, Fours have already gone ahead and got themselves up to 7 rounds. Even if they end up ending the T side with just 7 somehow, at that point you can still be pretty happy. But obviously, quite a few rounds left for them to try and keep on building with that, building on top of that. And that really is the main worry right now for Sprout. They'll buy back what they can. They'll scrape together the economy to go ahead and actually get themselves the full buy. But if they lose this one, then they are in quite a bit of trouble. Unless, again, they can save weapons over.
Yeah, it's pretty common to see those saves on Inferno, so wouldn't be surprised. But obviously Sprout will be hoping that they just win the round and don't have to worry about that. Into round number 11. Diha's got the AWP over on Banana. Looks like, again, he's going for that same fight, and Dennis gets aggressive down mid. Snatchy was there to help him out. 2 kills early for Sprout, but they also have 2 players trapped on Banana, and that nade is going to land. Almeza gets 1 frag back. Spiddy's able to jump back to safety, though. So Sprout, again, are able to win these opening trades. Very early into the round, they get aggressive, they take the fight to Fours, and they get themselves a 4v3 advantage.
Yeah, and it seems like Fours haven't been left in that kind of situation where they are down by 1 man, have just gone ahead and grouped up over towards Banana, where they do now have the control. Not really seeing Sprout looking to continue fighting around this area already, as you said, having the man advantage. They're happy enough to just play back on the bomb site. 1 boosted up, though, in towards the spawn. The previous time we seen them go for this, obviously, they weren't actually able to get the other player back on towards the bomb site so that they could play the crossfire. This time, though, they do indeed have Dennis in towards the back of Dark. So this is going to be a tough one for Forza as they go forward. Molotov's not going to be doing anything. I like that. The smoke from Dennis baits it out to look like there could be a player in towards quad now once they push in. But he's actually just going to be straight up taking that fight from Dark. Gets himself 1. The boost is going to be checked as well by Almazar. And suddenly it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Jerry will get that bomb down safely. Sprout not able to rotate over in time. Another smoke going down into CT spawn. Jerry going up on top of those boxes to try and find a different angle. An elevated angle to watch Banana. And there is a player coming in from Banana right now. Snatchy looking for a lucky shot with the AWP, but these smokes are buying so much time, and Jerry has got the angle onto Favin. Snatchy really can't do much. He gets the dink, but Jerry lands another shot in from above. And those smokes from Fours make all the difference there, just locking Sprout out of that retake. And this time round, Sprout don't even get to save the guns, Dean. So their money is not looking great into this next one.
No, this is the first time in quite a while that we're actually going to see them pretty much having the full eco, apart from a couple pistols and such being upgraded. Before, of course, we'd seen them saving pretty much every single time so that they could keep on scraping the buys together, but no, not this time. A few nades being put there to support the pistols at least, but it isn't a good buy by any means, and we should be looking at Forza already leading 9-3 before we have Sprout coming out with another gun round. And there's even a little bit of spam damage, nothing too substantial, but Dennis not going to be loving it. Dropped to 82, certainly making things just that little bit harder for him. But he's going to remain aggressive, okay. There's two players up close in this bedroom. The Deagle can certainly be dangerous at this range, but he doesn't expect the second.
Ooh. Clean shot from Almeza. There's a second man around the corner. Spitty has been heard running back, and Almeza almost goes down there, surviving on a slither of health at the end of the day, but he gets the kills necessary, and Flit is not expecting Snatchy's position. AK recovered by Snatchy, and the bomb's been left at second mid. I didn't realize the bomb's been left behind.
Uh-oh.
This makes it very awkward for Force here.
I didn't realize that at all, either. Yeah, this is so awkward. The issue is, are they exactly holding it? Not quite. Instead, playing a little bit more aggressive so they can cut off the players as they move back in, but also, of course, kind of pretty much being on their own. So, especially over towards Banana, where there is two players, if they work together, try and get the trade at least at that point, drop it down to just Snatchy, who doesn't even have Kevlar, then it is going to be certainly a difficult one. But let's see. I mean, time's becoming a big issue at this point for Forza. They can't continue to stall. They need to get going forward. And they are, at the moment, just waiting, I believe, for Jerry to go ahead and, I believe, come around through apartments. He has himself in a decent position. They actually didn't clear that corner correctly. Favin, he had a bit of a chance to get the pounce on one of them, not able to do so. Instead, now it falls all onto Snatchy. And he's gotten himself one more kill, making it 2 in total, but he's not able to escape. Gets spotted trying to make it back around the corner. If he had have done so, I think he probably could have won it there just on time.
Yeah, I think he just had to survive. But I think he realized just a split second too late. He tried to get back to a safer spot, and he got caught in transition. That could have been the round win for Sprout, just based off the time. A really weird round in the end there. You don't see rounds play out like that too often, but Fours get the round win, get the job done off the back of all the eliminations. And I assume we'll have a slightly more standard round now, with both teams having full gun rounds into round 13. And we'll see if Sprout can continue to get some of these opening kills. They're keeping on going for these aggressive plays. Two players pushing through the apartments right now, but it's the banana fights that are coming through early, and oh wow, Dennis has got this flank. The aggression keeps on paying off for them. Dennis is happy with just the one kill. He backs away, giving his team a clean man advantage.
Yeah, indeed, Dennis, as we had pointed out, has been playing fantastic. Not only here so far, but also back on overpass when he was needed, especially in the second half. He stepped up big time, and here has given them a decent opportunity to start trying to claw back in once again. If they get this round, 6 is still possible. If you end it with 6, obviously it's not where you wanted to be in the beginning of the half, but it is a decent recovery, and it gives you a chance, especially with the pistol, to make that comeback a reality. But here we go, and it seems like, again, Forza, kind of whenever they get a man disadvantage, they just group up, they bring it towards B, and I feel like that's a thing that a lot of teams do. It's certainly the easier bomb site to try and come out on top of when you are down in terms of the manpower. The issue is now they've been slowed down by the nades there from the CT side. There's still quite a few in play as well, and it is a 3-man stack at the moment, so Forza are going to have a tough time actually trying to get onto this bomb site.
Got to make sure these nades are on point to flash out some of these angles, and Snatchy going over the top of the smoke for a second kill on the round. Finally gets spammed back, but Spitty gets 2 of his own, and Sprout's setup is too strong on the B-bomb site. 3 players stacked were just too many for Force to be able to deal with. Even though the execute looked pretty decent with the nades landing where they wanted them to, Sprout were just able to avoid those smokes, avoid those Molotovs, and get all the kills required to win the round. So Sprout with a 4th on the board, decide to take a timeout ahead of this next one. Sprout, again, at least getting a few rounds on the board here. And it's generally looked better for them as this game has gone on. They've been able to come out on top in some of these rounds where they're able to get the early advantages, but it's still a pretty hefty lead for Fours right now with a 9-4 scoreline.
Oh yeah, definitely, but I mean, even just looking at map number 1, it does kind of seem like even when one of these teams has the lead, you can't count out the other. There's always the chance they can come back, especially at the halftime mark. That's where we really seen the switch kind of back on that previous one. But this is going much better for Forza. It's kind of gone more so towards to plan. This is, of course, their map choice. We pointed out, though, it is still a very strong map for Sprout. So I'm a little bit surprised that we've seen them having such a kind of poor performance so far here on the CT side. But I think they're still kind of getting used to having Snatchy as well. The roster changes still kind of being, I guess, ironed out. The chemistry being brought up to scratch, and the level of play as well still kind of on its way towards that position. But yeah, they have a good chance here at least to recover back a little bit. They should find this 5th round, but I don't know. I mean, it is the full buy. They have an AK and an op. If they are to find this 5th round as well, though, the thing is that they very likely are to get themselves the 6th off the back of it against an even worse investment in the following round from Forza. So this is a big opportunity for them.
This could really help them save this half and get themselves into a decent position at the very least. 6 rounds on the board would be much, much better for Sprout if they could get that at the half. As you said, though, they do have to deal with a couple of rifles in this round, including that AWP of Extra Power. It has been much more of a team effort here on this map for Force, though. We haven't seen Extra Power getting quite as many kills. Generally on the T side of Inferno, though, we always point out it's pretty difficult to get going with that AWP at times. With 40 seconds left on the clock, Force have been liking going for these B executes. They're going to do the same again in this one, but this time Sprout aren't quite as prepared for it. Only one CT on the site itself, and Dihar can't get a single kill. Facecrack spams him down with the Deagle, and now Spitty's just stuck behind the smoke. I think he's just going to have to allow this bomb to be planted, especially as the kills keep on coming. Fours crack their way onto this B bomb site, and just as it was looking good for Sprout, this round goes against them.
Man, it's just not working out for Sprout at all. I mean, going on to Train up next if it is needed as the decider, which is beginning to look more and more likely. That's another one where it really could go either way, and it just seems like it kind of depends on how the teams show up on that map, and we know that Sprout and Force can be a little bit inconsistent at time. Double up setup. Are they going to actually keep this in play here in the next round? They don't have to, obviously, because it's the final round of the half, but maybe they'll try and use it to get some early picks and then trade back to a rifle on one at least.
Now, we'll wait and see. We also have to look at Sprout's buy, because saving those 2 guns should allow them to get a decent buy on the board. Snatchy's got the AWP. They're not missing any rifles on the CT side. And it looks like they are currently keeping these 2 AWPs in play, although there is an AK on the floor, so there's always the chance to go back for that later.
An M4 as well, so that also could be taken by the other player if they do come into a position where they don't really want that up anymore. They're pushing in towards the bomb site, but leaving them in spawn, I don't think that's too big of an option. We'll see if they find early success with those ops. Maybe they may be able to just pounce off the back of it and take over a bomb site and not really have to worry about that. But yeah, this round really is a necessity for Sprout if they want to have really any sort of an opportunity of being able to pull this one back. It's going to be quite difficult. I mean, that's kind of the case a lot of times. Once you're on the CT side, if you start to struggle with the economy, it can be difficult to get back into winning ways. But we are seeing Snatchy. We've seen him go ahead and get himself one open and even follows up with a second. He's just going to keep on facing. He just doesn't care. He comes through with a 3rd kill before eventually going down. And at this point, D has like, yeah, okay, Snatchy done loads. I don't have to stick around and take this fight. I'll fall back now. I have Spitty on the bomb site with me. We have 2 towards either bomb site. And we have a nice advantage here. As long as we work together, we should be seeing this 5th round. There is still some time. I mean, just under a minute for Forza. They don't have to commit immediately towards B. They could try and probe elsewhere.
Still options for Force. Even the option to go back to the AWP, which Flit will decide to take with 40 seconds left on the clock. Snatchy putting in a real shift at the start of this round. Should have done enough to give his team the round win. Execute coming into the B site. 28 seconds left. Final flash will go over the top. And Dihar's been forced into the open here, but the spray looking good. He gets the kill. And Flit has got 3 more players to find with the AWP. Fake plant coming in, but he's not going to bait any players out into the open. And now the CT smoke fades. Flit is in trouble. It's a 5-round half for Sprout. Saving themselves somewhat, but it's still a good half overall for Force. They'll be the happier of the 2 teams heading into the half. And we'll have to wait to see if they can keep it going in the second half after the break.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
We are back with the second half of our second map here in this series between Fours and Sprout. The winner goes on to face OG, but right now, we're not sure who that winner is going to be. Fours looking good here on Inferno. Even if they lost that first map, they've come back with a bang on this second one. And Sprout are going for a fast B play, taking a leaf out of Fours' book here, trying to go for this same fast B play that Fours ran in the first half. But here come the CTs barreling through the smoke. Almeza with one, traded out by Favon. There's still a man alive at the back of the bomb site. Face crack gets a kill. Jerry gets two of his own, and it's all on Snatchy. Quick dink lands onto Exa Power, but he has to get the bomb planted, and that is going to be difficult with the Fours players just having eyes on the bomb site.
Yeah, at this point, it's really more about the kills, and there's the final player's only 9 health. Both of the remaining players in the situation right now are just barely hanging on to life, so this is really one that could still go either way. You see Z-Power being very worried about that as well, because he knows he's over towards Banana, so he actually is going to fall back away. He's going to take the time to wrap back around, come in through the spawn instead, and in the meantime, Snatchy, he himself may be considering actually bringing this elsewhere. Is he going to try and run this through the spawn? Oh, they could actually end up clashing right now in the CT spawn. This is going to be crazy. I don't think Snatchy's going to expect this though at all, but no, okay. Has the crosshair ready either way. One shot being fired off. It hits towards the body, and there it is. Snatchy pulls off a 1-on-2 clutch and gives Sprout a round that they very much needed if they wanted to make that comeback a potential, really. Not even a reality, because there's still quite a way to go.
Yeah, not a bad idea by Exa Power at all, though. Like you said, it looked like Snatchy wasn't going to be ready for that. I think it's more just an instinctual reaction shot that he landed. And if Exa Power had a bit more health, he wouldn't have gone down instantly. But Snatchy at least remains somewhat aware of the possibility. Wins his team the round, but Exa Power comes right back at them with the scout, peeking down mid, landing a wallbang headshot. That scout is so scary at the pro level. These guys are great at landing headshots like that, and Exa Power gives his team the quick pick.
Z-Power especially, whenever I see him on the scout, he tends to be fantastic. There's just certain players who can use the weapon like a god. And it's always fantastic to watch. But yeah, as you said, that opening kill being found, there's a few MAC-10s actually in play right now from the T side, so not the ideal weaponry, but as they do just kind of go ahead and waterfall there out of the apartments on towards the A bomb site and realize it's open, it really doesn't matter. They're going to have an easy time, of course, getting that bomb planted. They are still, of course, at a man disadvantage, but if Forza don't get a very quick kill, then there's really no hope of them actually moving in for that retake. And I think they realize, even with the man advantage, at this point, it is just best to go ahead and save what they have. They have a bit of a lead. They don't really have to push the issue right now for this round, and they can instead give themselves the same opportunity here in this next round, and maybe they'll get a little bit luckier with their stack. Perhaps in the next one, Sprout will move towards it.
Yeah, it might have been nice for them to be able to try and do a bit of damage to these Sprout players to try and make them die from the bomb. But the bomb's planted on the far side of the site anyway, so it doesn't do anywhere near as much damage to the players in pit. You see, even one nade wouldn't have done enough to kill any of those players, really. It would have had to have been some shots landed, which might have been able to deny Sprout from saving, but Force just focus on their own guns, focus on their own by being as strong as possible into this next one. And you can see on the Force side of things, they don't have to invest a whole lot into this round. Just buying a couple of pieces of utility, one kit bought by Exapower, a couple of HE grenades being bought as well, so they might try and stack those together to attempt to get a kill. Over on the Sprout side of things, they stick with a similar buy. Only the one AK in play, which could be a little bit scary, but the MAC-10s should still be able to clean up the round for the most part. The only problem is they are against a few players with helmets. That's where the MAC-10 can have a bit more of a tough time. So Sprout still need to make sure they respect this buy from Fours into this round. And to start things off, Sprout taking apartments control with their MAC-10s, and they may just be lining up a similar fast A play.
Yeah, this time though, Forza have actually reacted a little bit quicker themselves, going for that banana control, and they do have, of course, players around the bomb site who can defend, or at least had. There was Flit there who was up close to the hay. Unfortunately, he goes down. The other player being smoked off on long, falling back away and waiting for his teammates to come in to help, and that's exactly what he gets. Unfortunately, it is only one kill that comes through from the CZ before it is just cleaned up there. Dennis gets himself a double kill, Snatchy even wrapping around in from behind on long, which is not expected at all. A little bit of an awkward spray. Eventually, though, gets himself the kill, and at this point, it's all on Jerry. He has a scout, I was going to say, and just retrieved. Actually tries to pop out with the deagle and see if he could catch Snatchy off guard, and nearly did. But he goes ahead and gets some assistance there around the edge of the smoke from a teammate. So Sprout, they get themselves the 8th round, a little bit of damage at least being connected by Forza, but overall Sprout, they'll be happy about that one. And it does seem like they actually are going to keep most of these SMGs in play as well, so I would expect here coming into the first gun round that we might see something quick from them once again. We have a quick tech issue. I would imagine you probably don't have the chat up so you can see what it is, but the coach is timed out there for Forza, unfortunately, so I wouldn't imagine it'll take too long for him to get back in. Just the game crash, apparently, so not even his internet. So it's a quick restart.
Always some issues that seem to crop up, but that's one that should be pretty quickly fixed. I can't remember the last time I had a game crash in CSGO. I don't think I have them that often, but oh well.
Yeah. They're fairly rare. I guess if you have other stuff going on your PC at the same time, maybe the coach does. If he's not, of course, actively playing, he might be trying to keep track of everything, tabbing in and out and such. Perhaps I just messed up.
Might be playing some Pac-Man on his second monitor or something, who knows?
I wouldn't imagine so at this point, especially with
not.
it beginning to close in a little bit on the distance in terms of the score. Maybe on the first half, they were having a bit of an easier time.
Yeah, now he is very much needed with this scoreline tightening up. And even though Force had those Force spies and they got 1 or 2 kills, they didn't do a whole lot to Sprout's economy. This is a lot of money in the bank for Sprout, and they have the opportunity to go for the bonus round here with the MAC-10s. I mean, if Sprout win this round, then their economy could just completely spiral to a position where they've got loads of cash. But they've already got a good amount of money. They've got a good buffer to work with ahead of this next round. And Force obviously don't have the same luxury after losing out early on this CT side. Definitely want to see more from Exapower now that we're into the second half. You can always give a bit of slack to Orpers on the T side of Inferno, but here on the CT side, definitely want to see him landing some more shots. Over on Overpass, he was getting a bunch of early kills on the CT side, so I'd like to see him peek down mid, peek down banana, get a bit more involved now that he's got the AWP in his hands. And I'm sure Exapower will oblige. He's always happy to go for those early fights, always happy to go for those opening picks. We'll see if that comes through once the round goes live. Right now, we are still just waiting for Fours to get their coach back on the server. Shouldn't be too long now.
Yeah, I don't know. They're saying something in the chat. They said CSGO update, new one, and then the console said, great.
Oh, okay.
And Favin said, console, I love you.
Oh. Nice and wholesome.
It's the exact opposite of a standard matchmaking chat.
Yeah, pretty much. So is that a new update?
I don't know.
Or...
I was looking. I don't see anything.
Yeah,
of course,
that's
we're already rolled back. We're not on the newest version anyway, so I didn't think that would affect. Because even if he closes out, it shouldn't just auto try and download the update because he's on the beta version. Well, not beta, but he's in like on an older version.
Yeah, that's what you think.
The beta section. I don't know. Maybe it just messed up.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's always good to have these older versions of the game because you don't want to instantly be playing on like that new version of Dust 2. That could change a lot of things. Having those doors switched around. I'm glad that changes
outside B a little bit with the op.
Yeah, definitely.
It's gonna be an interesting one. Yeah, no, I'm really happy as well. People have been asking for a very long time. So
even just small changes like that to keep the maps fresh. I think that's the way I'd like to see Valve go about it in the future. You know, every now and then you can switch out one of the maps in the pool, but just a small change like that keeps it nice and fresh, can keep the pro scene nice and new feeling. But here we go, Dean. We're ready to get back into it.
Yeah, we are indeed. And as I pointed out, most of those SMGs, all three of them are going to be carried over. I think we've seen the one rifle being dropped over to Spiddy, and if they were to lose this round, of course, they have plenty still to buy into this next one. So this is a little bit of a bonus one for Sprout. They have the kind of ability here to do what they can, maybe play a little bit more risky, having those 3 MAC-10s, and even if they do lose it, not have to worry about being stuck on an eco or anything in the following. So this is where Sprout have a great chance to really start building up some momentum for themselves. And it seems like they definitely have a plan in mind. They're fully focused on the apartments. And with only 2 players around A at the moment, if they move quickly off the back of this one, it could be a very difficult hold for Forza, already having thrown out most of their nades.
At least Flit's got that smoke to slow down the Apps push in particular, and that one smoke has slowed Sprout down a lot. That's bought time for Exapower to rotate over to A. So well-timed smoke by Flit, and it's a pretty safe hold, a pretty passive hold from Fours, but I think they're in pretty good positions to watch the apartments here. Facecrack already burning one, Flit gets one of his own, and there you go, the crossfire on the apartment's position, doing a whole lot of damage early into this round. Exapower also committing to the bomb site, so A-Long is wide open for the time being, and Sprout will try and make the most of that, moving a couple of players into position, but here comes Exapower, spotting the man, easy kill from the bomb site, and even though Sprout have got themselves into CT spawn, oh, that should have been a kill, but Facecrack somehow gets away with both of them. He moved into the flames for those frags, but it works out for him, and Fours take a comfortable round win.
Yeah, indeed. That's what you need, especially when you're going up against one of those bonus rounds. You need to be able to ensure that you do so cleanly. Then it actually gives them even a better buy now in this round than they had in the previous. When you look at the nades that they have available, they have quite a bit more. We did point out, though, obviously, Sprout are back on a buy of their own. But if Forza are able to get this one, at that point, Sprout would be looking at the eco on towards at least a couple of players. So it would kind of put them in a very awkward spot being here on the T side. So this is a must-win round now for Sprout if they want to keep that kind of the confidence and the momentum going here early on in the half and not be left fighting in from behind. Oh, this boost coming in. Favin was holding the angle, actually waits for the flash and then pops back out and has pretty much just a free headshot for himself, and the kills elsewhere continue to go in favor of Sprout. Dennis even spotting the op up close, spamming away, getting the kill and opening up A. This round is done.
And Dennis continues to have a pretty good series. 2 nice kills onto A, Favin helping him out. And that's the round win for Sprout. That's all they need. 9 rounds will be coming on the board briefly once the bomb expires, or once they get those kills onto the 2 remaining B players, which could be coming through. I don't think Spiddy's ready for this, though. Oh, he could get knifed here if he's not careful. There we go. Wow. Almeza pulls the trigger onto the other man. I wonder if Almeza saw Spiddy there. I feel like he should have, but he didn't seem too aware of it. Just took the fight onto the man on Banana. And now Facecrack is trapped in towards CT. Spiddy's not looking the right way right now, but Dihar is also coming in from the other angle. Facecrack's not looking the right way. He's probably in trouble here. Oh, I don't know why we've switched over to Snatchy saving him.
Thank you, Auto Director.
Yeah, Dihar got the kill. It's all good.
I'm exhilarated by that save. That was an interesting one, but yeah, Sprout, they fight right back in. As I said, been able to get that buy. They weren't too worried in the previous round. They took a little bit more of a risky approach going for that quicker play. In this round, kept it a bit more standard, got the opening picks working for that banana control, and were able to get themselves the round win and bounce right back. You see Forza realizing that this game is getting a little bit awkward now for them. They do call in the tactical pause, their second one being used, so they do still have a couple to go. But the issue is even with the money that they have right now, they are going to be quite limited in terms of the actual nades on this buy. So it's a little bit of an awkward one. Already haven't bought up on face crack. Of course, they are going to fully invest at that point. They're able to get the glass cannon up out for Z power. But if this round doesn't work out, of course, for the CTs at that point, unless again they're able to save some, unless they are able to save some weapons over, they would likely be looking at the eco and allowing Sprout to take it 11-11. So this is still a very important one.
Yeah, and right now, this is feeling somewhat reminiscent to Overpass, where Force had a really good start on their first half. They got out to a big lead, but then Sprout into the second half, start grinding out rounds. They get these gun rounds to go their way. They've got themselves back into this game, and if it goes the way of Overpass, it could be the comeback for Sprout, but Exapower's got something to say about that. Landing the early shot down mid, that AWP getting more and more involved as these rounds continue. Force get themselves an early 5v3 thanks to Almeza, but Favon just about finds that trade despite taking the dink and another boost. They're not going to expect a second man, but Dennis lands the reaction shot, brought back to a 2 versus 3 off the back of all these trade kills. And Dennis might be investigating if there's a gap in this smoke. Fights are just happening all over the place right now, but I think finally both teams will slow it down.
I mean, it's Dennis and Dihado, two of the best players when you look at how they've been playing. So, well, I mean, Dennis anyway, at least in this matchup, but Diha, another man who you would expect to be up there towards the top of the scoreboard. So certainly could be a dangerous duo. You can't count them out of this 2-on-3 right now, but they're kind of taking these situations alone. They're not going together. Apparently, that still works out for Diha. I don't know what happened there with Z-Power. Must have just scoped out or something. Ends up getting caught on long. And with that, now to wrap in towards B, it's going to be all on towards Face Crack to try and hold this off alone.
Oh, this is a good angle, though. Here's the steps onto the first player, gets a solid spray down, and Dennis has to deliver in the clutch. Molly goes in. Oh no, the timing, but he gets the kill with the Molly. Back to the 1v1, but Dennis has 7 points of health, and he doesn't know exactly where Flit's coming from, but this is the right read from Dennis. He's gone into the CT smoke. He's avoiding Flit, who's coming in from Banana. And I wonder if Flit will be aware of this. This might be an unexpected position. Dennis is looking back to the bomb site. Flit's currently clearing the site itself. Flit has his back turned and Dennis outbrains him, outmaneuvers them in the clutch. Another big round for Dennis. He has been so damn good throughout this series.
He's just been insane, man. The spam there with the Molotov towards construction, getting a couple bullets onto him in the last second, they're causing him to burn alive and then giving himself the one-on-one and playing it out perfectly. Sprout up to 10. Forza beginning to let this one slip away a little bit. And just in these two maps so far, we have had some insane clutches coming through from both of these teams.
It's really nice seeing Dennis back to his best here on Sprout as well, because he ended up joining Big for that brief period of time. It never felt like he found his footing there. But before he joined Big, he was looking really good on Sprout. He was having a bunch of impactful rounds. He was having a bunch of good performances in online tournaments. And it looks like he's really, again, starting to find his footing in this Sprout lineup. I think this lineup, this roster seems to be good for him. Right now up there with Snatchy, and there's only one round in this game. Fours are starting to crumble here on this CT side. This is scary, Dean. This is the Fours that we know sometimes can show up. Just that the inconsistency sometimes for this team is their biggest flaw, it feels like. Even within this game, it was a really good start for them. And now it's just slowed down, and oh, wow. Flit just got dinked through the apps. Down to 7 health. That's not fun.
Oh, and over towards B as well. Loads of damage being taken. Flit's still going forward. What the hell? You figure at that point he's, what, 5 health? That he's going to slow it down, maybe try and just hide somewhere a little bit more passively with the pistol, hope to be able to catch someone off guard, but no, kept going forward. Jerry doing the same, gets 3 on the 5-7. eventually being forced forward through the smoke, but he's given them a fighting chance at the 2-on-2. But Diha, he has an opportunity here, I was going to say, to redeem himself, try and pull himself up a bit from the bottom of the scoreboard, and indeed catches that apartment's aggression. So now it's all onto FaceCrack. He was tagged up early on in the round as well, and although he has retrieved an up, unfortunately he is on 40 health with no Kevlar, so it's going to be a pretty difficult 1-on-2, but he's hot on their heels right now.
Yeah, making sure not to make too much noise as well. Starts to cut the sound as soon as he arrives at top mid. He will hear the bomb being planted. Can he make the most of that smoke, though? It gives him a chance to try and reposition, maybe clear out some of these angles, but both players are on the bomb site. That makes it pretty difficult for FaceCrack to find them both, and the scope in gives away his position. They have a rough idea of where he is now in the graveyard. FaceCrack unable to land the shots. Diha closes out the round. And we're back to an even scoreline, and this is where we have to see Force start winning some rounds. They're letting this game slip slowly but surely. It was looking good for them on their map pick. It was looking great for them. Heading into their CT side, they had the lead. They had every advantage, but their CT side has not been able to stop Sprout right now, and that's got to change soon. Otherwise, they run the risk of losing this series.
I mean, 11-11. I wasn't expecting us to hit this point. We had said there was obviously the opportunity once Sprout got that pistol round for the comeback to be possible, but how we had seen Forza play on that first half, I didn't think that they were going to drop off in performance so much, and unfortunately it has happened. Really struggling right now, but there we go. A bit of a switch up. They're actually able to find these opening kills, and they do so actually playing more passive. They've seen, of course, that Sprout have been loving these more aggressive plays early on in the rounds. They decide to do something that's going to counter it a little bit, and they find those 2 kills towards B. Smoke goes down, and a 5-on-3, easily the best position Forza have had so far here in a gun round on the CT side, and it just keeps getting better.
Oh, finally, Spitty gets something back for Sprout, but there's a long way to go if they're going to win this round, and Spitty has to be careful of the flower pot boost. Extra power. Oh, he lands the shot through the smoke. That's now 2 kills through smokes on the round, but Diha gets one back for Sprout. Moving on to the site itself, but Jerry has been boosted up the entire time, and Diha's not ready for it. Four's able to just win out those fights over on beat, win out the round. Didn't feel like too much of a challenge for them in that one, just landing shots through smokes, landing some nice easy kills at the start of the round, and getting themselves back on track, back into the lead for the time being. Sprout will be buying up into this one though, and Diha goes for a UMP. He dropped an AK for one of his teammates, I think. Be interested to see what Diha's doing in this round, maybe getting aggressive somewhere.
Yeah, you don't really expect Diha to be the player as well who's left on the weaker weapon, but indeed that is the case. The UMP is not the worst though, so he can definitely still contribute with it, and overall this is a relatively decent buy from Sprout, but it's a very important round as well. If they do lose it, then certainly they will be struggling to really pull out anything in this following round, giving Forza a little bit of a hold back on their CT side, a chance to start recovering. Right now, full focus over towards the A side of the map, and Forza should be aware of this. The issue is they still have 3 players over towards B. It's only now that they get that info around Banana, so they need these 2 players on A to really step it up, and unfortunately it's only 1 so far. And with the second player who was around this A bomb site unfortunately being held off by that Moto smoke, it is just going to have to be the retake that will come in. A 4-on-4. The bomb, to be fair, is yet to be planted, only going down now, so there's plenty of time. That's certainly not an issue, and there is also nades available for Forza, but Sprout have been hitting incredible shots.
Yeah, I think Force just need to rely on these nades to clear out a couple of players and get themselves some kills. Otherwise, the crossfires could be too much to handle, and you already see Dennis getting that first kill. That's all they need. Force have been forced away. They don't feel like they can win this anymore. There are so many angles they have to be scared of. Losing the first fight prompts them to call off the round, to go for the save. And you saw the clear idea there that Diha was very willing to just jump in first with that UMP, basically just act as almost a decoy in a sense, to just go out and get information and just draw fire his way and allow the trade to come in. And it works out beautifully in the end there. They just get the 1-for-1 trade onto the man in pit. The smoke up at A long forced Falls to just play safe. It didn't allow them to fight for the bomb site. Sprout get themselves a much needed round. 12 for them now. Back to winning ways after losing a single round in the previous. But Falls off the back of those save guns will continue to buy. Still need to see more from Falls here though. Sprout have really been taking over this game in the second half.
Yeah, it's been again, as we had said, just a complete switch up, similar to what we've seen back on Overpass with the momentum shifting back and forth. And the question is, can Forza manage to get some control again for themselves? Unfortunately, taking lots of damage very early on in this round and eventually losing 2 players without being able to put up really too much of a fight at all. Sure, the dink comes in on Favin, but it's a 5-on-3. It's a firm hold on this round for the T side, and Jerry doing what he can to try and pull it back. Unfortunately, doesn't quite manage to pick up a frag. He is still being overrun on that B bomb site, eventually is overwhelmed. And now the bomb's going to get planted with, again, Forza left in a position where really the only option is to save. Oh, and unfortunately, there's a player still lurking in apartments. Diha's going to have a fun time. I think they are being cautious, at least, of this.
Yeah, Jerry there was hoping to just flash HellRaiser in for a banana peek, but the risk you run when you go for that is you have to rely on the flashbang being really good. Otherwise, HellRaiser's just in trouble. And you see there, Sprout were in a position where they don't get hit by the flash. They were up so close already that the flash almost just gives away the fact that someone's about to try and fight on banana. And it gives Sprout the information and the fact that they need to be ready for a fight shortly. And they were. They were able to get that kill on banana. Exapower also died over on the other side of the map. We didn't get to see how that happened, but he's been pretty quiet throughout the CT side, in all honesty. I thought he was going to be able to step up a bit further, but that AWP hasn't been as impactful as you might have hoped. And now Sprout get themselves back into the lead. 13-12. At least Fools were able to save those guns. We thought that Diha might have been able to just trap them in and get them out of there, but Fools do get to save the guns from Library. And they decide to take a pause ahead of this round, where they should still be able to buy, but they really need to figure out what's been going wrong for them, as we haven't got many rounds left for Fools here on their map pick.
No, it's looking like it could be the 2-0 for Sprout, which I wasn't expecting, especially not once we got to the half-time point. It was looking like it was going to be Train needed to actually decide the series. But unless Forza can really take it up a notch right now, then it's looking like Sprout may have this one for themselves. As you said, though, there's still the buy here coming in from Forza, thanks to some weapons and such being saved over there in the end. But this is it. They need to win this one out. Unless, again, they're able to save some weapons, then they won't have the money to buy in the following round. They'd be looking at just fighting for the overtime, most likely, at that point. So this is where they really do want to make it happen if they want to keep themselves in with the chance to get this win in regulation and actually bring it onto map 3.
Switch up from Fours in this round as they stack 3 players onto Banana. Haven't done that too much in these recent rounds, and well, after some early nades are deployed on Banana, Fours are actually going to rotate 4 players back to the A bomb site. They may be hoping that Sprout will have counted just how many nades were thrown on Banana there, and that Sprout might think that A is the weakest site right now. But Sprout don't seem to be falling for that. They're just sitting back, waiting for fights, and Exapower is the man to get the kill at top mid. Good shot with the AWP, taking that aggressive angle into the apartments. Gives his team the early pick that they were looking for. Jerry will be tasked to continue to solo hold the B site for the time being. Again, though, Sprout have left that bomb behind, so you've got to think they're going to keep it slow in this one. But Spitty is actually investigating the B site right now. They're going for this, and the Molotov is well placed. Jerry will be forced into the open, but the counter flash from the CTs is so valuable. That keeps Jerry alive. Meanwhile, though, over on the other side of the map, Diha gets another kill. And with 44 seconds left here, Sprout still have time to work with. They're going to use some nades on B as a fake. The bomb going back to A.
Yeah, they're actually trying to pull someone over towards long, where Diha was looking to try and cut off that rotation and give them the opening on towards the A-bomb site. That was clearly the plan. Unfortunately, he's not able to hit the shot. Instead, Face Crack absolutely destroys him. And now it's instead Sprout kind of left with the only choice being to either commit it back towards B or else bring it back towards A just directly. So they are indeed going to be bringing it in towards B, and there's still 2 players here, of course, to try and hold it off. Not having nades, but with so little time, all they really need to do is get 1 or 2 kills, and it looks like they're going to have a very easy time doing so indeed. The final player in the back there being Jerry even just waited to pop out there in the last couple of seconds, and with that gets the trade on towards Spitty. 13-13, Forza, they do eventually get themselves another round here on the CT side. But if they aren't able to go ahead and chain some together now, if it's just, again, a stray round, I mean, if you have a look at the scoreboard, you see they got that first gun round, again, lost 3 in a row, got 1 more, then lost 2, got that round there previously. So they can't afford to keep letting that happen. They need to start actually getting a couple rounds in a row and getting some control for themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sprout, that round really came down to Dha just having to win that fight over on A-Long, because they just run out of nades at the end of the round there. So if Dha wins that fight, they can probably just run it onto the A-bomb site and just trade out and get the bomb planted. As soon as he loses the fight on A-Long, Sprout realize they kind of just have to commit back to B, but they don't have any nades to do so, which makes it so difficult to clear out all those angles. If you don't even have a smoke for CT or Coffin, you've just got way too many positions to deal with. And Exa Power taking the fight at top mid. He's started to land some shots now in these recent rounds. Gives his team another early advantage, similar to the previous round. Sprout again are running out of nades as well. That smoke has trickled on down, but Flit's still got a clear line of sight over the top of it, and he'll make the most of it. Flit with 2 more kills, and Fours should be winning this round almost every time from here.
Yeah, I don't see how they could lose this 2-on-5 at this point. Honestly, it could be worthwhile for the weapons to be saved over, just because Snatchy is low on money. He could do with a drop from Faven. And of course, we see Dennis and Dha having a little bit of money, but even then, it's not quite enough with just the 1900 to get the full buy, at least in the case of Dha. So it certainly could be worthwhile, but they may still look to try and move forward for the moment. I mean, 30 seconds left, they're around mid. If they manage to find the quick open, and then at that point, 2-on-2 towards the bomb site, there's definitely some hope, but they need to be quick about it. And unfortunately, with the smokes going down, it's just really limiting their vision. But there we go. Okay, Spitty gets 1. Faven, unfortunately, going to have to pop up for the trade, which isn't really the position he wanted to be in now, as the bomb actually gets dropped in the door of Library. And he is not going to be able to be quiet as he tries to retrieve that one. He's going to have to just sprint straight over, as you see. And unfortunately, even then, not really able to do anything because the op was ready. He had help elsewhere as well. And there it is. Forza have actually gone ahead and reclaimed themselves the lead.
Still coming close here in this one. Still coming down to the wire, but Fours look like they may have just got themselves into a good enough position to close this one out. It's still going to be hard for them, but they force Sprout down to a weaker buy in this one. And this is now a must-win round for Sprout. Full investment into it. 3 AKs to work with, but Spitty's forced down to a P250. I think Sprout have just been taken the spring out of their step slightly in these recent rounds. Previously, they were winning quite a few of the early fights, and that's changed. Exa Power keeps on landing shots at the start of the round. It's generally just the 1 kill he gets, but it always seems to give his team the man advantage, which is so valuable. Just getting that early 5v4 makes it so much easier to hold these bomb sites. It's another clean pick for Fours, another 5v4 to play from, and another round where Sprout have to come back from an early man deficit.
Which they're just not at the moment. It seems like they've cooled off a little bit, unfortunately. Dennis hasn't been on quite the same level that he was. Snatchy and Dennis actually both up there with 20 kills at the moment, but yeah, these last few rounds have been a big step up from Forza. Can they keep this up is the question. That flash is perfect. Not able to recover from it either, so you will see the op actually fallen and being retrieved now by Sprout. They have the ability to split in towards B. This has suddenly become actually a pretty winnable position for them. You see, though, in towards the back of quad, Almazar not going to be peeking, instead waiting for his teammate in towards construction to find the initial contact, but they play it perfectly as well. Sprout put down the smoke, they give themselves access, at least to up close on the bomb site, and they just hit all of the shots. Snatchy keeps going, and I believe has spotted that final player in the spawn as well.
Yeah, it looked like he was very much aware. He was very much scoped in on that angle, must have spotted a shoulder. But Sprout just landing all the shots they needed. The player from the triple box decided to go for a peek on the Fours side because I believe there was a flashbang for him, but it didn't blind anyone. Sprout were able to avoid it, and Sprout actually used some flashes of their own to blind the man at Coffin. So it was just the one player from triple box peeking alone, fighting alone, and unfortunately for Fours, that didn't work out for them. Sprout were very aware, very ready for the players on the B site. I love the smoke they threw to the coffins, not the coffins, the ruins position as well. They smoked off ruins to begin with because they knew there was probably a player there that they could just bypass. And then the man in ruins had to make steps rotating back towards coffins. So they knew where that second player was as well. That just helped them so significantly. That's one position that you know you just have to be ready for. And then you know there's probably another man somewhere on the site. So it gave Sprout a bunch of info to work with. They land all the shots, and they definitely landed some impressive shots. Snatchy turning around for that last one. It seals the deal in that round. And we're going the distance again, Dean. We went 30 rounds over on Overpass. We're going 30 rounds here on Inferno, with both teams continuing their full buys into this one.
Yeah, this series has been fantastic so far, and I wouldn't be disappointed if we see a map number 3, but I wouldn't be disappointed if we don't either. We've certainly got our entertainment out of this series, even if it was to end after 2 maps. But who's going to take this one is the question. 14-14, as you said, the full 30 rounds, maybe even more to be needed, as Sprout have gotten themselves one back on the board, but can they keep this up now? They're up against a double up setup from Forza. There's one in the hands of Almazar. Of course, Z-Power going to have one as always. He's been doing fantastic with it in terms of the openings, but this time it's a little bit slower. We're not actually going to see the same level of aggression from Forza, slowing it down a bit.
Well, Sprout aren't slowing it down though. They're going for some early aggression into top mid. Previously, Power had been landing shots in and around this top mid position, in and around this A site early. This time, he's not been given that same opportunity. He's currently AWPing in the apartments, or at least close to it. In fact, no, looking at the minimap, I think he's on short. He's just holding back. Either way, Sprout are still lined up around this A site. They're still ready for a pretty fast push. Power might have to be careful here with this AWP on this aggressive position on short. If he gets the timing wrong, he could get caught by a flank. He could get caught close. For some reason, Auto Director wants to show us Dennis dying in third person, but there we go. Kill comes in from Power. He's still sitting on the bomb site looking for more, and he lands a second shot. Power turning onto another player. He goes down, but it's only Favin remaining. Flit lands a double spray. Flit makes it 3 from the pit, and Fours are 1 away from victory and a third map.
Yeah, and look at the economy for Sprout. I mean, 4 of the players can manage to just about get out the buy. Dennis, if he wants the AK, is going to have no nades. You already see D-Have, of course, is limited to just the Tech 9. So it is not a perfect buy for Sprout now to try and actually fight this one into an overtime. Can they do it? It's definitely possible. I do still think an overtime is on the cards potentially, and I wouldn't mind seeing that. But unfortunately, against this double up setup, against Z-Power, who's just been incredible so far, at least in these last couple of rounds where he's really had a resurgence when Forza needed him most, it's just going to be so difficult for them. Not really seeing them getting aggressive once again. I think they're happy enough to just kind of sit back, especially with that double up setup. Normally, you'd think they want to try and find an early opening, but they will still get one. It's actually going to be Z-Power over towards the apartments who finds D-Hack creeping forward. Quite a bit of damage was done around Banana as well with those nades going in, so Dennis really isn't looking too healthy with 37 health.
Face crack set up for success in this corner. 2 sprayed kills from behind. It's only Favin remaining. He gets dealt with. Jerry pushing down Banana for the final 2 frags. And it is going to a decider. Train will have to be the difference maker between these 2 teams. 2 close maps to start us off, and we get treated to a third. Train will be coming on up after the break.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
I was running, I know.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots and the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s distracted, your best, my average. There's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Every day I wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting a blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up, go what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the third and final map of this series. Sprout going up against Fours on Train to decide this one. And after two very close first maps, Dean, this is feeling like a series which really could go either way heading into this final and deciding map of the series.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to have another similar kind of beginning like we did in the previous two maps, where it's one team who takes a fairly considerable lead and then it gets closer and just kind of stays that way till the finish line. Or could we see maybe a more competitive map even from the get-go here? I mean, we've already had two fantastic maps in this series, so I want to keep it going that way. And I do think here on Train is definitely a bit more of a middle ground for these two teams, so I do think we're going to have another competitive one. Is it going to be another full 30 rounds yet again? Who knows? We're just going to have to wait and see, of course. But we are getting live into it now. We have Sprout here on the CT side kicking things off. Forza, of course, on the offense, and let's see who's going to be able to actually pick up this this opening pistol and who can get the kind of momentum rolling early on.
Fours will be starting on that T side, and something to watch out for on this T side is definitely FaceCrack's aggression out through A main, out into those Olaf type positions. He really likes to push those spots early, and FaceCrack has been very good so far in this game for Fours. In both those first maps, he was fragging well, he was doing his job well, he was looking good individually. So if we see FaceCrack pushing out through A main fast in some of these gun rounds and getting some opening kills, that could be a good way for Fours to find some success. But in the pistol round, they keep it slow and they get that double peek so well timed. FaceCrack lands the dink, Almeza lands a headshot of his own, and Dennis is out of the round.
Yeah, and we mentioned obviously that Dennis had been so important for them in these two previous maps, so losing them here early on in the pistol round, obviously not ideal. And it looks like Flit at this point is, I guess, trying to sell a little bit of a fake over towards B there by making a bit of noise, by showing himself as well, not really going to be overcommitting to it, and it is at this point now just falling back off. But it's not really anything too crazy. They're not going to be pulling any rotations. There is still going to be three players around this A bomb site once the push comes in, and it's Spitty actually who took that initial fight in towards Ivy, eventually being hunted down and dropped by Almazar, but Diha still on the bomb site. That first shot was fantastic. The flick being hit, but it's still going to fall all onto the shoulders of Favin to try and pull off the clutch. And unfortunately being tagged up so heavily now, forced back in the connector and not able to get anything else. It's going to be finished off by Z-Power. He gets himself the hat-trick, 3 kills being found, and Forza managed to find that opening pistol yet again.
Yeah, a couple of nice entries from Almeza in the first place to set that up, though, to get them out onto the A site to begin with, and that's where Exapower is able to clean up the rest of the kills on players that were rotating over. So good round from Almeza, great round from Exapower as well. And Fours get themselves an early pistol round win on the T side of Train, which is always a really nice thing to get on the board. It gives you a bit of comfort if you can get some early round wins, but there is the Force buyout in full effect for Sprout here, investing all their money into this one, except for Snatchy, who's saving up a bit of cash. They've gone for the 2 scouts at the start of this one on the Sprout side of things, and they have landed a tag onto Exapower, but they've also taken some damage of their own. Sprout have also been able to push through B here, so they've got most of their forces stacked on this A site, ready to try and hold. You can see Favin now moving down Pop Dog as well. Sprout have got a lot of information here.
Yeah, this is really not ideal for Forza. As you said, with a bit of damage as well onto Z-Power, making things perhaps a little bit more difficult even. There is those 3 Mac-10s, though, that look to lead the charge, and with only a couple players having helmets, I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for them. It's actually their rifle to go ahead and deal with the first of them, and now it would have been Diha all alone. I was going to say there shouldn't really be much that he can do. He's actually pulled back a couple of kills, gets himself the scout as well. Unfortunately, not able to stop the bomb from making its way back to the bomb site, but he's still moving in from A, and he's still fragging, and he's dropped it to a 1-on-2. With both of the players being relatively low, this really shouldn't have been getting this close. Fortunately, Forza will deal with it in the end. It's FaceCrack to get the final kill, but that was way too close considering it was a 5-on-1 at one point. The fact that it comes down to only 2 players surviving, I think Sprout can be pretty happy with the fact that Diha was able to at least dish out that damage.
Yeah, definitely a bit too close for comfort, but this round should hopefully be a little more one-sided in their favor. They're only having to deal with the Deagle of Diha. For some reason, Diha has the Deag and the Zeus. He could have dropped that to a teammate if he wanted to, but he's sticking with both of those things that he bought. And It is a set of nades for Sprout, which will do a little bit of damage, but nowhere near as much as they would have wanted. The MAC-10s can now lead the charge. Flick getting a couple of kills with the AK, and it is indeed a much more one-sided round in favor of Fours. I don't think they're aware that Favon is actually on the A side of the map. He's sat in hell this entire time behind the green train, but now Fours will look this way. And Favon's still just waiting patiently for a player to peek his position, but Flit's going to clear the corner. There's the final kill. Fours surviving with all 5 alive.
Yeah, Favon was very, very patient in that corner. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for him in the end. To be expected, though. Didn't really have any weapons to work with. Was really hoping to just get the jump on someone with that USP. But no, Forza are able to deal with that eco round fairly easily. They're coming now into the first gun round and doing so with 3 MAC-10s, similar to what we had Sprout doing back in that previous map, of course, where they kept those SMGs in play. Even if they are to lose it, they still have plenty of money to reinvest on everyone. Apart from maybe Anazar, he could struggle a small bit. But overall, they have the ability to reinvest into this following one. And with the 3 SMGs in play, it looks like we are going to see something a little bit more aggressive from them. They've thrown those A smokes down. They're sending a couple of players over towards the B side of the map, it seems. And I think at this point, really, are just trying to run down a lot of the utility towards A. Sell out a little bit of a fake, force them to throw out nades, limit what they have then for that retake. And they've even found themselves that opening on towards the B ramp, so they've got the bomb site. The bomb, though, is still on the ramp itself. Oh, long-range fight from Jerry, all right. Somehow gets it with the end of the spray.
Oh, Sprout is so confused right now. They're rotating between the bomb sites. Now they're thinking it's A because they haven't heard that bomb plant on B. But they rotate back over to A, and the bomb will be planted on the B side of the map. This must be such a confusing round from Sprout's perspective. They saw the push on B, they didn't see the bomb plant, they assumed they had to rotate back to A. They're just getting toyed with here. And unfortunately for them, they're not going to be near enough to the B site to really do much about it. Fours will be winning their 4th round. Big entry kill from Facecrack as well. I was mentioning him earlier. His success in this series could really come through if he can get some entries here on the T side. And instead of going with the MAC-10, he just goes with the Deeg for that first fight at ramp, lands the quick headshot and gives them access to the B bomb site. And just that one kill completely opens up the round for Fours. And Fours are even going to hunt down at the end here. Facecrack pushing into the position. Doesn't get the kill he was looking for, though. Sprout will be fine to save over those 2 guns. But this is a fantastic start for Fours. They've got plenty of money. A quick 4-0 lead on the board. Really good start for them here on their T side. And with such a good start, they're not going to have to do too much more to get a good amount of rounds on the board here from this T half.
Yeah, that was just a crazy round. I guess they purposefully left that bomb back on the ramp so that it wouldn't be spotted, so that they could sell out that mad fake that they gave us, as you said. But yeah, I mean, Sprout going down 4-0. This is really not the start that you want to be getting here on the CT side of Train, but that is a good pickup here in the 5th round, at least from Snatchy, to give the opening towards Sprout. D has, while actually going aggressive over towards B, is able to get 1 kill, but isn't able to actually fade back away through the smoke, so he will go down. But it's still the man advantage for Sprout. They've got themselves probably into the best position they've had so far, for sure. And with 1 minute and 20 seconds left, the question is now how do Forza react to that? Because they still have quite a bit of time. They still have quite a few nades as well to try and make this round work. And we've seen them even back on that previous map, a lot of positions where both of these teams were able to come back from these spots where they, of course, were outnumbered.
Snatchy winning that AWP battle as well was something that's worth keeping an eye on in this map here on Train. Those AWP fights can come through very often with so many long-range fights coming through. So Snatchy winning that AWP battle against Exapower is definitely something that Sprout will be happy about. But with 45 seconds left on the clock, Fours still have plenty of nades to set up a play. And right now, they look focused on a set play onto the B bomb site. Smokes being lined up. Snatchy's here with the AWP, but once these smokes come in, the AWP won't have the easiest time of finding some clear angles to work with. And in comes the push to the B site. It looks like Fours are going to run through their own smokes into the enemy lines. This is a really aggressive play from Fours. They'll get the bomb down on this side of the bomb train, but Favon is still up on top here. Favon can see them from above. He gets that first kill he was looking for, and in come the trades. Split with one of his own, but Dennis up close and personal picks up the refrag and gets both those players at the end there. Nice retake from Sprout. They stay in control.
Yeah, good work by Dennis getting that double kill there in the end. But yeah, I mean, Favin, he was up on top of the train the entire time. It looked like if he had taken just one more step forward, that he would have been able to spot that bomb planter. I was watching it from the bomb planter's perspective, and it was so close. He could actually see the top of Favin's head, and at that point was probably just praying that he didn't step out and kill him. But yeah, Sprout, they do it. They get themselves on the board. They're able to take a fairly convincing round as well, keeping 3 alive. So with the reinvestment coming in, they will have themselves a really strong buy to continue trying to build up these rounds, but they do again have to overcome another full buy from Forza, and with enough money left over in the reserve again for Forza to buy in the following, it really does have to be Sprout picking up a few rounds in a row here and doing so preferably convincingly as well. Is there going to be any change-ups from them? Perhaps a little bit more aggression? We're seeing one player up close in Pop Dog, someone being pushed up close on Ivy as well. That's actually Dennis with that secondary op.
Ooh, Dennis could be about to take that fight. He's still committed to the position, and Force seem to be closing the distance on the minimap, but they haven't taken the fight just yet. Dennis continues to hold. Wow, okay, great flick from Dennis. I don't even know how he landed that shot. He puts the smoke down, but Snatchy's there to peek before the smoke blooms, and Sprout get away with 2 kills at the start of this round thanks to those AWPs.
Get away with murder. I don't know how the hell they come out of that position with a 5-on-3. We will eventually see a return coming through from Forza, and with that, actually, they do nearly claim the B bomb site. The issue is Diha's still lurking around in upper, and if you don't clear out upper before you go out into the bomb site, it is just such a difficult position to deal with. They lose, of course, the control of that B bomb site now. They've been just kind of left now in limbo up in the B halls, making a decision whether they want to maybe bring it back towards B, if they want to commit towards A, or even at this point perhaps consider the save. It certainly could be worthwhile. It would allow for them to certainly pull out a few more nades than they would have otherwise. Yeah, and that clearly is the goal. Going to set themselves up all comfy here.
Yeah, it's those 2 AWPs on the CT side that really pull them through in those early fights to win this round. And at the start of Train, it definitely feels like Sprout have been getting the better out of their AWPers so far. We haven't seen as much impact from Exapower, even though he's had the AWP a couple of times. He hasn't really been able to get going with it, hasn't really been able to land too many shots with it. Whereas Snatchy has been consistently putting up some numbers. Dennis now getting involved as well. Exapower does have more kills than his opponents, but now that we've headed into the gun rounds, feels like that AWP hasn't been as present on the server. But Exapower's got the AWP out again into this one. We'll see if he can counter this double AWP setup for Sprout that seems to be working out nicely for them. Will continue to come through for those same 2 players, with Dennis landing that 6-shot last round. He's definitely wanting to keep the AWP into this one.
He's hitting everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't matter what weapon he has, apparently. He's been playing really well overall throughout the series, as we've said quite a few times. We've mentioned it because normally you expect to see the likes of Diha and Favin up there on the scoreboard, and they're certainly having their moments as well, as Diha shows us as he picks up the open. And unfortunately, Dennis, the man we had been praising, is going to get caught off guard by that boost there above the smoke. So that gives an opening now on towards A, and I don't think Forza want to kind of sit on this at all. They're going to commit straight off the back of it.
Ooh, good shot from Snatchy. They didn't expect a second AWP to be in this similar position to where Dennis was playing from previously. Snatchy, though, caught in the open off the back of the fading smoke, but there are so many players on this A-bomb site. Sprout have fully rotated over. It might not matter, though, because the kills keep on coming here. Jerry gets one of his own. We're back to a 2v2 with the bomb committed onto the A-bomb site. HellRaisers still searching for this frag, but Favin is sitting in this smoke. The bomb is so close to him here. They're nearly touching in the smoke, but Jerry gets away with it. Back to the 1v1, and Diha solo. Jerry nails the headshot. Big kills coming in from him. The in-game leader pulls them through for the round, and even though Sprout had all the information, all the rotations over to A, Force just frag out.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, even after Dennis went down, they still managed to catch the first opening there with the op from Snatchy and give themselves the advantage back. Unfortunately, just as you said, all of the shots then being connected. Jerry steps up when he's needed. Forza, they bounce back and put a 5th round on the board already, keeping themselves in a pretty good position here where they only really have to try and grind out another even 2 rounds throughout the remainder of this half if they manage to bring it up to 7 at that point, of course, feeling really good about their T side. And they even calling a pause. I guess wanting to calm down a little bit after that one, realizing, okay, sure, we won that, but it came down to the one-on-one. We don't have a great economy. We have a couple weaker weapons. They've worked out what way they want to buy now, and they're going to look to try and take this one as well, which if they do at that point, Sprout's economy is, unfortunately in a very difficult spot where they wouldn't be able to do much apart from maybe upgrade some pistols. So this is a must-win.
Yeah, I especially don't mind that timeout from Fours because I feel like, especially when it's your in-game leader that's just won the clutch, he might need to, you know, get his hype out the way and then maybe take a pause and just make sure you are focused on this next
He's normally
round.
mad calm, and after that he'd be just like, rush me guys, we got this.
Exactly. Don't want to let the adrenaline get to his head for the next round call. So I don't mind that decision by Fours, especially because if they can win this round, they can really get on top here on this T side and come away with a lot of round wins, and Dihar has to be careful. FaceCrack has crossed to this other side, and that's going to prompt them to push this B site.
Again, they should be having a relatively easy time. They are actually putting down some deep smokes as well to give them the ability to maybe try and play a little bit more aggressive with that after plant, and I believe that is the goal. Indeed, going to eventually begin to move forward just a little bit. Unfortunately, doing so a little bit delayed and not really in positions where they can help each other either. So it's just 2 picks being freely found for Sprout and actually shifting the lead right now, I guess, back over towards the Sprout side. Spitty even creeping up around this smoke, managing to find Jerry as it fades away. And Flit, with his position being known and with so little health, there's really nothing that he can do about that defuse. Was hoping the nade to be able to take the player off it, but Spitty had plenty of health to go ahead and survive. So it is Sprout bouncing back. They get themselves the 3rd round. They don't let Forza build up any more than just that 1 round right there, the 1 stray round. But as I said, it really is just about that grind now for Forza, considering they have such a good foundation early on.
Yeah, pretty impressive from Sprout to get back into that one. After they lost that first kill, you were thinking that Fours might just run away with it. After Dihar took that risk of going aggressive, but credit to Sprout. They get themselves back into the round, and now Fours are the ones who only have that 1 rifle saved over by Flit into this next one. Fours look like they want to go back to the B bomb site, though. They want to test the waters again here. Dihar won't be going aggressive this time, but he puts down a smoke. Sachi's also in position with the AWP. I assume Force will start to line up some nades. Flit's got a smoke to give him a bit of breathing room, give him a bit of an ability to move out through upper. And here come the rest of the nades into the B-bomb site. FaceCrack leading the charge with the MAC-10. There's the entry kill he was looking for, but Snatchy in the back lines lands 1 back with the AWP, and it has to be another B retake from Sprout.
Yeah, against overall weaker weapons, although a couple of rifles have, of course, been put into the hands of Forza, 1 being saved over, and now Z-Power picking up the M4, which he's already claimed 1 with, make it now 2. Unfortunately, not expecting to be flanked out so quickly by Spitty, who was also pinned in. Jerry towards that grey train. The dink is connected, but in the end, Spitty gets the frag, and again, it is all on Flit. This time, though, he is in a much more winnable position, and that nade, Spitty is doomed. It is suddenly the 1 versus 1. Time is ticking away. Dennis is in such a difficult spot. He's looking to just stick it, but he has his back, unfortunately, to Flit, and just at that point hope that the smoke would cover him, but it is not enough. Flit comes out on top of the 1-on-2. Forza, they steal the round back. They do so with just a single rifle and have destroyed the economy of Sprout.
Yeah, good work by Flit there. He's someone who's been a bit quieter than usual, I think, throughout this series. He's normally one of the standout star players for Forza. But there in that round, he steps up in the clutch, and that's the kind of round and the kind of position that you want to put Flit in. He's very good in those late round situations. He's normally a pretty passive player, just trying to outmaneuver his opponents, and you can see that come through in the clutch there. He played that one to perfection in the 1v2, making life difficult for Sprout. But Sprout with this force buy, oh, they go back to it again. This same fight for FaceCrack, winning it over on the B side of the map. And this time, Force decide they don't need to instantly rush into the B site. They've got the man advantage. They're happy to slow it down. Dihar tries that similar aggression, and again, FaceCrack's ready for it in the exact same spot. Wow, that's a nice nade.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more understandable, the aggression, when they're on such a limited investment, but having a teammate there to help would have been ideal, to try and at least trade. Instead, it's Favin who sits in the smoke at the bottom of the ramp. It fades away. He is pretty much another free kill to be found for Forza at that point, and this force buy is not going well for Sprout. And honestly, I'm really surprised they didn't just take that 1 eco to try and fight back then for an A7 half, because they did have 2400 loss bonus. Let's see, I was going to say maybe still a small chance, but that scout shot being missed by Snatchy should pretty much seal the deal.
Yeah, this round win is going to give Force such a great ability to come out to a convincing lead. 7-3 already. I mean, 7 rounds on your T side of Train is normally good to begin with, but they're forcing Sprout down to some poor economic positions. That's always the risk sometimes of going for that double AWP setup. It can be very costly to keep going. As soon as you lose 1 or 2 rounds, you can put yourself in a poor position. And a lot of success for Fours on this B side of the map right now. Diha has been losing that early fight quite often. Even when he's not been going aggressive, even when he's been sitting back, he's still not been able to get too many kills too often in these recent rounds in particular. Definitely feels like Fours are finding a lot of success over on that B site right now. And into this round, Sprout won't have too much to work with. Diha deciding to take a page out of his teammates' book, you could say. Going for the Zeus that we know Spiddy loves so much. But just the 2 rifles safe for Sprout. That's really the main weaponry they have to work with here.
I mean, let's be real. The Zeus is the main weapon.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you disrespect the Zeus like that.
My bad, my bad.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're going to be able to do too much in this round. Already losing one of those rifles as well. Favin up close, it's the MAC-10 just kind of feeding, getting as much money as possible here in this round while it has the easier time doing so. And yeah, Forza very likely up on 8 rounds already, so they've at least managed to confirm that they're going to be leading going into that second half. And they still have quite a few rounds to keep on adding to that scoreline. So yeah, this is really getting out of control for Sprout. They've struggled, of course, back on that previous map. Almost made the comeback happen, but did fall short. And this time, I mean, getting off to a very similar start. Dennis, I guess, is left saving. Yeah, he's chilling over towards Ivy. Doesn't want to be taking the fight while he has this M4. They get 2,900, but it's still a nice little boost to his economy. We'll let him actually maybe keep a little bit of money after the full investment.
There should be a rifle that FaceCrack could get if he wanted. He could get that FAMAS that was dropped. But the MAC-10 is also good at those run and gun plays. We know that FaceCrack likes to play as an aggressive rifler on the T side. He could just upgrade to the AK as well. That's the other option, and that's what FaceCrack will be doing with all that cash. So it's all good, especially heading into the later stages of the half. Fours don't have to worry too much about their money. They are pretty rich across the board. And no double AWP setup this time for Sprout. Just the single AWP for Snatchy into this one. Fours this time around going for some early A aggression by the looks of it. Flash is going over the top. And here we go. FaceCrack running out through A main. I said he does this sometimes. In the midst of the smoke, though, he's going to have to slow down.
Dennis had full view of it. He watched him run into Sandwich, just didn't have his weapon out, unfortunately. So obviously they do know FaceCrack is there. And yeah, okay. Spam coming through. A nade as well from Diha. FaceCrack is going to be taken out of the round, and unfortunately it was Forza getting ready to actually try and commit towards this A bomb site, so they're still in position to do so, but down by a man. It's not ideal, but no one's watching Ivy. It's just free reign for Jerry to creep up, gets himself one, nearly had a chance for the second, but doesn't expect Dennis up close. But it's the Molly alongside Flit to go ahead and deal with that try. It's come down to the 2-on-2 now, and Z-Power, he catches that cross back into the connector. It is now all on Snatchy. And let's be real, flanking in through Pop Dog with the op is not ideal, but it is Snatchy. We've seen him pull off some crazy rounds before, and this would be a good time for him to step up now in this 1-on-2. Oh, and there we go.
Into the 1v1. Great shot from Snatchy onto the first man, and Exa Power almost caught in the open. Snatchy misses that shot, though, and Snatchy was thinking that Exa Power might go over to the B bomb site, but he plants on A and gets himself into connector. Pretty good position to watch this bomb from. Snatchy, though, sneaking on up close. This is going to have to be a great shot. Close right angle, and Exa Power's ready for it. Snatchy would have had to do something really impressive to win that one there, and Exa Power celebrating his victory at the end there. Having a bit of fun with the 9-3 lead on the side of Fours. They're feeling nice and loose right now, feeling nice and relaxed. And the first timeout taken by Sprout. That's a bit of a surprise, but they finally decide to take a pause here.
I mean, earlier on when they could have used one after losing against that kind of force buy, we actually seen the pause come in from Forza, wasn't it? After Jerry got the clutch. So I guess that time they didn't need to call one in, but there were still many other occasions where they definitely could have used the tactical pause and just didn't. Unfortunately, their buy here in this round still isn't going to be too great. Favin has invested. I mean, he's put 3k into it to get the FAMAS and the armor. He's left himself with 350. They can buy onto 2 of the other players. Diha will be very limited if he wants to get the M4. We'll have maybe just the smoke behind it. Snatchy gets the op, so he's okay at least. Dennis just about gets out the M4 as well. But they have very few nades. Spiddy, he's yet to buy. He'll obviously get an SMG or maybe a pistol so he can get nades. And a kit as well, so that's a nice little bonus having 2 of them now. But it is not a great buy. Again, it's a position where they're just always fighting from behind at the moment. Forza already on 9, even if they lose these final 3 rounds, they're still going to be feeling fantastic.
It has been the quick plays that Sprout have sometimes struggled to deal with as well, and Fours have again grouped up at the start of this round. This time Sprout have a better idea though. They're starting to rotate over. Dihar with a 1-for-1 trade. Fathom with one of his own. The FAMAS almost finds a second, but Flit's there for some trades off the back of his teammates' dead bodies. And oh, Exapower was waiting for that rotate. Lands the shot with the AWP. The bomb's been dropped at upper, and Snatchy lands the reaction shot into the 1v2 for Exapower, who's currently stuck in that smoke. They know he's there. They're trying to spam through. Exapower somehow surviving though. And they don't think he's here anymore, I don't think. I think Spiddy assumes he's cleared that out with all the spam, so he starts to rotate. Exapower is sneaking out through upper. I wonder if he can get the drop onto Snatchy right now. Exapower's still creeping on up, still creeping into the B site. Oh, he hasn't cleared it. Oh, there it is. Easy kill for Exapower. He takes it in the back, and it's into the 1v1.
Yeah, it took him a moment to notice it there. Once he did, waited to see if he could actually spot Spiddy out as well, but realized he has to get that kill. And doing so has now given him the bump, and the one-on-one for Z-Power looking to try and pull off another clutch. Knows where that final player is, actually misses the shot, and is pinned in on default, but he doesn't care. Refaces, takes down Spiddy, and brings Forza up to 10. A close round, but that was the full investment from Sprout. They put everything into that one. Meaning at this point, their money isn't going to let them get the full investment here. It'll be another similar buy, but without the op, and it looks like they do want to go for it. I was going to say maybe they try and play to just fight back in for 4 rounds, but no, they're going for it, meaning, again, a limited buy. If this doesn't work, it'll be similar in the following round, and Forza are just running away with map number 3. This is surprising.
Second timeout taken on the Fours side of things, not Sprout. And this is the Fours that we know can show up. When they hit their peak, some of the
really,
individuals...
guys? All right, we'll call the pause for you. Fine.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, at this point, that's what it feels like. But yeah, this is the Fools we know can show up when they hit their peak. Exapower's finally showed up here on the 3rd map and played to the level we know he can. He can be a really explosive AWPer. He's even winning clutches now, apparently, which isn't too common for an AWPer, but he outpositions his opponents there. Flit's been much more solid. Facecrack's been finding quite a few entry kills throughout this game. Just a lot of the pieces working much better on this one for Fours. And when all their individuals show up, they're a solid team throughout. You generally see that Jerry's in-game leading has got a good backbone for the team. It's just whether the players can show up and hit their peak. And here they have on Train. That's been the big difference. 10-3 lead for Fours. Sprout again in a pretty desperate position. Desperate times call for desperate measures. They go for the force buy into this round. But this game hasn't been going great for them so far, even with the full guns. So with the force buy, they've got to step up here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen them on many of these investments where unfortunately they have been limited on what they're able to pull out. So it's not ideal, and Forza have definitely been taking advantage of it. We've seen a few close rounds, but overall, this has just been Forza's map so far. They're making it look pretty easy. Good damage as well being connected here early on. Not sure exactly where that happened. Where's Spiddy? Yeah. He must have been facing around towards main when he got tagged up. So not ideal, down to 16 health with still a minute remaining on the clock. Forza though, not doing anything crazy this time. You said it has mostly been these quicker rounds from them. Coming into this one now, they've slowed things down. I guess not being 100% sure if they were against the full buy in the beginning either. It could have been an eco.
That might be playing into the back of Fours' minds into this one, but with 35 seconds, they won't be thinking about that much longer. They'll be thinking about which site they want to push and how they're going to do it, and they've decided to push the B site where Sprout have just rotated players into. This is going to be an absolute brawl on the B side of the map. 2 kills from Jerry, quick kill from Exapower. Nice shots being landed across the board, and that was all 5 kills in about 10 seconds, Dean. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, this has been just crazy. I said we were chatting, of course, before going into this. We were thinking we were going to have another close map after the 2 previous ones going to full 30 rounds, but it's not looking too likely that we're going to be seeing that happening again here on Train, unless Sprout are able to come in with a fantastic comeback on their T side, which of course is possible. If Forza can do it, so can Sprout. But again, to try and actually even scrape out one more round here on the CT side, it's just another very limited buy. They get a 4 FAMASs, 1 M4. This has been kind of their full buy so far throughout the CT side. We, of course, did have them rocking the double op setup early on, and that's when they did find success. But since then, they really haven't been able to get that economy stabilized.
No, absolutely not. Even when they have been going for full buys recently, it's only ever really been the one AWP, and again, HellRaisers just comes away with 2 kills. Quick. It's just headshots across the board. This is the fours that you get scared of, because they're just so quick with all their kills. It feels like you don't have a chance to do anything.
I think that's because you don't, Haka.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Dennis about to go down as well. A little bit slower on the shot there for Z-Power. Wasn't quite expecting him to come around as he went into the double scope. But either way, it's 12-3 for Forza heading into the second half. But of course, guys, we are going to have a quick break. We will be back in about 3 minutes.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe.
Fours have been hitting their stride here on Train. It's not going to be an easy comeback for Sprout into this second half on the T side. They've got to do a lot of work to get back into this one. My name is Hawker, joined by Dean. And Dean, I think it's fair to say this pistol round is very important for Sprout if they want any chance here.
Oh yeah, more than fair to say. I think if we didn't at this point, it'd be a bit silly because, of course, being down so massively, they lose the pistol now, then there's just really no hope of them getting a chance to start pulling things back. They would be fighting with the weaker weapons to try and overcome. Right now, though, with this pistol round, of course, just kicking off, there is still a good opportunity for Sprout. If they take this round, then maybe we can start see them actually building something up, and that's pretty good. Snatchy actually getting his second kill there as he comes out. A Pop Dog keeps on going, takes off the head of Jerry as well, and with a little bit of assistance there from Spitty, suddenly it's a 5-on-1, a very convincing pistol as Diha hits the final one tap.
Well, if there was any way to start the second half to really show that you mean business on your T side, that would be the way to do it. Just getting all those kills without Force being able to do anything about it. Good shots landed by Sprout, picking up the T-side pistol. Again, though, as is so often the case in these second rounds, a force buy comes through for fours. Scouts in play. Especially on train, those scouts have the ability in between those long-range angles, in between those trains to land shots. So that's why 2 of them have been picked up here by fours. And there we go. Tag lands onto Favin, who is lining up some utility. The Sprout will start to move out. Another tag lands through the smoke. Another one. Lots of damage being done. Another
What
tag.
the hell?
This is ridiculous.
Look at all of them. Snatchy is the only man with any sort of health remaining at this point. Dennis even getting spammed down there through the smoke. Fortunately for Sprout, they are still managing to return these kills. And even do the damage as well. Jerry and Flip both also not looking healthy on the side of Forza. So they have managed to recover the situation. But it's still one that is very delicate. And could very quickly again fall apart for Sprout if they don't be cautious. They do have quite a bit of time, so it's not like they're in a rush right now to make this commitment happen, so it is more so them just waiting around for a mistake to be made by Forza.
You always hear casters talk about the fact that those scouts can soften up players to allow the pistols to really make the difference. This is the one round where it feels like that has really come through. The pistol players have got a great chance here. Yeah, I know, so many shots through the smoke, but the bomb gets planted anyway. And I guess because those shots were through the smoke, fours don't realize how much damage they've done. True. So they're just backing away.
It does make sense. Even with the damage being done, let's be real, that retake at this point wasn't too likely. If they had moved straight away, then perhaps, but at this point with the scout onto Z-Power with the 2 players who do have Kevlar already being tagged up fairly heavily, it's a better idea to just save these weapons over into the next round because they're not really too pushed at this point. They do still have a pretty solid lead. If they can just keep these weapons in play, manage to get a couple kills with them in the next round, then it makes it worthwhile as they move on to that first gun round, keeping them in a spot where they are going against the side of Sprout that haven't built up too much money and could still give them a chance to actually try and break that economy. Of course, early on is the best point to do that before the loss bonus and such starts building up. That's when you really do still have a chance to do so, and Sprout, they couldn't afford that. They do need to keep on winning these rounds to make the comeback a reality. Bit of an investment into a few nades there. Facecrack actually just getting the HG and a P250. Other than that, everything else being saved over.
Might see a nade stack into A main, where there is a player currently standing. Favin down to 40 health. Jerry just rushing into this position. Dennis waiting on the other side. Favin's behind them this entire time, but he's been dealt with. Extra Power lands the shot, and here comes Dihar in from behind. Back to a 2v2. So many kills coming in for fours here. The Spitty is looking to clean up the round. He gets a second kill through, and it's up to Flit in the 1-on-2, holding on the site itself. Sprout haven't figured out where he's positioned. Flit hasn't found a kill yet, so they don't know exactly where he is. He's still just sitting on the back of the bomb train, hoping that Sprout stray into his crosshair. He's constantly on the move right now, and Sprout are sticking around on A here. They're still waiting to see if Flit is going to be the man who makes a move. But Flit is still happy to sit back. He's playing this really patiently. He doesn't seem to be scared that it could be a B play. And now Flit goes for the peek on the left side. Oh, he might get the angle shortly here. Flit doing damage. Team kill from Spitty. Oh no, this could be terrible. It's into the 1v1. Spitty has to make up for it, and he does. He closes out the round. He pays homage, pays respect to his teammate, we're going to say, Dean. Definitely not BM. He wins his team the round.
He acknowledged his mistake. Yeah, it was a little bit awkward though. He tried to just flick over. To be fair, being lined up by a deagle like that can be really dangerous. But yeah, a bit awkward for the team kill there. In the end though, recovers it. It doesn't matter too much. But losing even just that extra weapon, as I said, makes that round so worthwhile for Forza. 4 players end up going down on the side of Sprout. And in that round, Forza only spent like $600. They'd saved over most of what they had from that previous round. So now they're in a really good opportunity if they can take this first gun round to break the economy of Sprout and just run away with this score once again.
Smoke in from Flit. Oh, the nade could land as well. Bit of damage done across the board. Yeah, like you were saying, it's the full gun round now, so Sprout have got to be pretty careful into this one, considering how close that last round came. They don't even have much money in the bank on the Sprout side of things, so losing this round would be devastating for them. Second smoke deployed over at Ivy. Power's still got this aggressive angle with the AWP on A main. That means the Force players don't have to focus as much on this position. The other players on A can look more at Ivy, look more at Pop Dog if they want to. They actually have a player pushed in Pop Dog, so this A setup is looking really strong right now. Deep smoke into A main, keeps Sprout waiting even longer, but Sprout are done waiting. They're going to start to push up through Ivy.
Yeah, setting up for this A play clearly, but with the 4 players around, as you said, with this strong setup from fours, it's certainly not going to be an easy one. You see Flit actually being able to spot over that smoke right there as they move in from Ivy around through the back lines, and with that getting himself 1 kill, and I believe also spotting those 2 players. So a good bit of info at least being given over to those B defenders, but Flit as he rotates in through connector is going to fall. Now it's just 1 man on the bomb site itself playing around Grey Train, and unfortunately not being able to do anything. He will go down with just a small bit of damage being dealt to Speedy. Sprout are able to overrun that B bomb site, and despite this quick flank, the bomb is still going to be planted with the round favor in Sprout. But it's still winnable for sure. Okay, yeah, Snatchy has the op, so it doesn't matter. It takes the player in heaven out. And at this point, yeah, Z-Power on the op, he has to just run away.
Nice work from Sprout there to get themselves over to the B side of the map. They wrap all the way around, pushing out through Ivy over to the B side of things. It works out nicely for them. Axa Power stuck saving. Another round on the board for Sprout. Still a long way to go for them, but definitely an important round for them to win here. They didn't have too much money built up, so this gives them a bit more cash in the bank. Again, Snatchy's been landing shots with the AWP generally throughout this map when he's had the opportunity to have it in his hands. 14 kills for him. D-Huz up there at 15 frags. Unfortunately, it's some of those other players that are struggling. Dennis not having that same level of impact we were talking about previously. In general, I feel like Favin's been a bit quiet throughout the series. He's someone who can sometimes be a really explosive fragger, but we haven't seen as much from him either. But they're hanging on in there. They're winning these rounds. And Four's going for another half buy into this one. But the aggression works out. Jerry with a close kill early in this one. Thankfully, Dennis is there to help, and Favin lands a shot of his own.
Yeah, continuing on with that aggression, I guess feeling like they were so close to being able to find Favin there, of course, with him being blinded up close, but he actually didn't really receive too much damage, and they also didn't expect to have a second player immediately following up, so it is going to be traded out. It is Sprout right now in a 4-on-3, and make that a 4-on-2. Almazar was playing up on top of the ladder right there, tried to drop back in and see if he could catch Favin off guard, but that didn't work out. So yeah, looking like it is a pretty straightforward round from Sprout here. Of course, it wasn't really too much of an investment from Fours, just spending what they could afford to. And I guess at this point they will bring the bomb back around to A. Spiddy has walked straight through the bomb site in towards Connector, so I mean, in theory they could wait for him to get the backstab, and I think that is what they're actually going to go for, surprisingly.
It feels maybe a bit unnecessary, because you never know, Spiddy could have been spotted, but just decides to one-tap that last man. Alright, Spiddy, calm down. Clearly he heard me saying that some of the other players have been quieter on Sprout, and he wanted to shut me up, landing shots like that. We need to see that more in the gun rounds, though. Heading into round 21, Falls will be buying on up into this one. And it looks like we have another technical pause coming through. It's an FPS bug from Sprout, apparently.
Yeah.
So they've got to get that figured out.
Does that still happen, where the FPS kind of randomly drops to like 100?
I haven't had that in a while, I don't think.
Yeah, me neither. Maybe it's something else, I don't know. Either way, I wouldn't imagine it'll take too long to be fixed if it's just a quick bug. Reconnect to the server would probably fix it. Or a game restart at worst. They are ready though. We've been informed there. Jerry says ready. Snatchy says 1 second. So not too long, guys, before we get back into it. But yeah, 12-8. It's beginning to become a bit of a closer one here, with Sprout now taking the first 5 rounds of their T side. Obviously, this is easily the best buy that Forza have found so far on their CT side. But even then, in terms of the actual nades that are available, it's not fantastic. They only have the 1 kit on towards Z-Power as well, but they do at least have the double up setup.
Yeah, Flit the man who takes the secondary AWP for Fours. I think in general, Fours are a team who don't double AWP too often. But Flit's definitely capable with it. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much anyone can AWP on train, honestly. With how many angles you have available, you can AWP on B, you can AWP on A, you can AWP from connector, all sorts of options. We'll We'll see where they decide to put the AWPs into this one. We are back underway into round 21. Both AWPs positioning themselves on the A side of the map to begin with. Flip will be holding Ivy. Exapower focusing on A main, as he has in the previous rounds. HellRaisers solo holding B, but he's been dinked through the wall there. Down to half health. He has to be a bit careful now. Oh, that nade does even more damage. HellRaisers down to 20 health now. And as that solo B player, you got to assume HellRaisers will be calling for assistance pretty quickly here with him being so low. But there's Exapower getting aggressive and taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah, and he may have the chance for a little bit more. Spotting out Favin and actually getting the leg there around the edge of the E-box, I believe it was, and forcing Favin to fall back off. So he isn't able to make that play that he was attempting. He was trying to pull back a kill, realizing that they already are outnumbered. And as they continue to go forward, unfortunately, the kills continue to go towards Forrest. So this round is not looking too good for Sprout. That was pretty much a free kill for Dennis. He's been hitting those shots 10 out of 10 times so far. So that's a little bit surprising that he wasn't able to get that kill onto Almazar. But yeah, I mean, here it is. Forrest finally stepping up, looking like they should have a convincing round. They need to be cautious not to give any chances over, because that was a nice shot by Favin. A man who you said hasn't been having the greatest of series so far for Sprout. But there's always still some rounds for him to try and step up and show what he's capable of. But there we go. Unfortunately, in this one, that's not going to be the case. He does end up going down after just the one kill. But yeah, it's just been a little bit surprising that we haven't seen Favin up there, because I do normally expect him to be within the top 2 or so fraggers. And although he is at the moment doing decent with 12 kills, normally you expect him to be just hitting mad shots. I know he's capable of it.
Yeah, his aim at times looks really impressive, for sure. So a bit of a surprise not to see him up near the top of the board so far, but still time, like you said, for him to turn that round. 13-8 in favor of Fours, though. They finally getting a bit of success here on their CT side, getting their first round win. Not able to stick with the double AWP setup, though. Exapower just with the single AWP this time round. Flip was able to land a shot with that sniper in the previous, so that's a bit of a shame for them. This is where Sprout, again, have quite a bit of pressure on this round, though. They don't have much money in the bank. If they lose this round, especially if they don't even get a bomb plant, Sprout's money could be really called into question ahead of the next one. So a lot of weight into this round for Sprout, one they could really do with winning. And I think you can kind of feel that Sprout are aware of how important this round is. They're taking it pretty slow early. That is a smoke for Connector, I believe, from Dennis. There's a lot of cool lineups you can do for that smoke, but there we go. Jerry flashed into Pop Dog. Great kill to kick things off.
Yeah, especially with the fact that they were being wrapped on. He deals with one of those angles, gives them a much better setup now, especially for dealing with that player who's trying to push in from main. And you can see now most of the players forced to, of course, try and start pushing forward over towards Ivy. Smoked off, making it a little bit harder for them to get vision as they move forward. And yeah, so far all of the kills going towards Fours. Face crack, though, unfortunately not going to expect D-How up close. So he will end up taking out his knife and going down, but there's only 25 seconds left. They need these openings quickly, and there's still the chance for sure. Z-Power, I was going to say, in an awkward spot, but he's still going, gets Spitty. All of the players are just on this bomb site. There's nothing to be done for Sprout. They just need the kills. That's the only option, and it is not happening.
Yeah, it feels like Forza are consistently putting 4 players at least on this A side of the map. They always seem very ready for these A plays. And Sprout aren't doing enough, unfortunately, to sell the fakes or to sell any presence over on B. So Fours quickly get all their players into position on the A site. Exapower lands a couple of nice close-range shots. And I was saying earlier that if Sprout don't get the bomb plant, their money might be in trouble. And that has come through. 1 AK for D-Ha. That was saved over, but the rest of the gang won't be getting much else. Dennis does buy a second AK at the last second there, so 2 premium rifles in the mix for Sprout, but a lot of sub-premium rifles in there as well. The Scout for Snatchy. A couple of weapons missing on the Sprout side of things, and when you're 14-8 down, this is not the kind of buy you want to be relying on to get you back into the game, but it's a must-win round for Sprout at this point. And again, it's Fours taking the timeout ahead of what is a very important round for the Sprout side.
Yeah, I mean, Snatchy doesn't even have Kevlar behind his scout at the moment, unfortunately. So again, it is another very limited investment. Is what we've seen Sprout really being stuck with for most of their CT side on these weaker investments, trying to fight back in. And at this point, just aren't able to afford to take the eco either on the T side to get themselves that better buy in the following round. So yeah, they're looking to try and fight now for the win rather than eco into play for the overtime, and it's just not going to be easy. I mean, the nades are perfect at this point for Force. They have everything they could ask for, still rocking that double up setup. And a decent amount of damage as well already being done as that push comes out from main. It is only Spitty who goes forward. Favin gets naded down as well. Spitty does end up dropping without really any chance of an immediate trade. As I say, that Dennis, of course, does pop out, and alongside a bit of help there from the scout, they do tag face crack down low. But for the moment, it is still that man advantage for Forza, with the weapons, of course, heavily favoring them as well.
Pretty good start to the proceedings here for Fours. Facecrack currently has an 80% headshot percentage. That's very impressive. Currently rotating over to cover off Ivy. Only a few nades left for Sprout at this point. They can't go for a full-on execute onto a bomb site. They can't use a bunch of smokes. It's really just the flashes and the one Molotov in the hands of Favin. So it's down to those flashbangs to allow them to go for a contact play, or maybe they could just try walking out if they really feel like they could find a gap in the defense. But Dennis has just taken even more damage. That's over on the A side of the map, but it's the B play that we need to watch out for. With 30 seconds left, Sprout is setting this up.
Yeah, and as they try to move forward, it is just a massacre. Snatchy left on 2 health, dropping down from the train. Amazar's there to finish it off, getting himself a quad kill and bringing Forza up to 15. They have 7 chances now to go ahead and close this out here to take themselves the victory. After what was 2 very close maps, this third one here just hasn't lived up to the same hype, unfortunately. And this is the one I expected to be closer, if I'm being honest. Well, Inferno, of course, I thought was going to be a very competitive one, but at least this more so than Overpass, I expected to be competitive.
Yeah, again, this is just what Force seem to be capable of sometimes, is just stepping up like this in these games. And, well, they've done it in this one. Early aggression coming out from the T side. Face crack on top, gets the initial angle, but it's the B aggression which is working okay for Sprout here. Bomb not crossing to the site, though. Almeza drops it in the open, and that's a big issue. Almeza gets a second kill. Oh, this has gone horribly wrong for Sprout. They get 1 frag back, but it's too little too late. Favin only gets 1 at the end there, and it's Fours who take the series. 2-1 after a 16-8 win on Train. Nicely done here on this last map by Fours, taking the victory.
Just as Hawka says they're doing okay with the aggression, they get destroyed. That is normally how it goes, isn't it, Hawka? But yeah, no, a little bit unfortunate. As I said, I really didn't expect that to be a one-sided showing right there, but you do know what Force are capable of. As we said, once they're hitting their shots, they are just so difficult to stop. And unfortunately, Sprout, they weren't able to get the kind of same resurgence in form as the map was going on, like we seen from them back on Overpass and Inferno, where they were able to come back from those deficits. Didn't happen here. We do see, of course, Force taking themselves the victory, and with that, moving on to take on OG.
Fools will take on OG later in the tournament, but right now we've got a second series on our hands. It is going to be HellRaisers going up against North. That's coming up shortly, so make sure to stick around for that. If you enjoyed the casting, make sure to follow us over on Twitter. My name's Hawker. I've been joined by Dean, and we will be back with a second series coming up after the break.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around at
my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running, I know.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, go seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's vital for
up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can break me. I let you try to take me on. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna more can break me. I let you try to take me I got you in my crosshairs. I hope you like the taste of pain.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pro League promotions. We are here for North versus HellRaisers. My name is Hawker. I'll be joined by Dean, and we're heading into another train game, Dean, to kick off this series.
Yeah, we have Train, Nuke, and then Vertigo of Needed. Train here is the map choice of HellRaisers, but we can't really talk about that too much because we actually see North just straight up pushing over towards Ivy. And with that, already finding themselves what is a one-man advantage. They've lost one player, of course. They didn't really have much watching around towards main and such, so HellRaisers, they were able to push out. But this is still a really good position. Gayed missing some shots. Eventually going to be able to hit it and get himself the headshot. And yeah, suddenly it is actually a 2-on-3. This is still recoverable for sure for HellRaisers as they finish off Gayed, and Occasion being on 2 health as well. This is actually going to be quite difficult. They do at least have a defuse kit, but that's on AZ. Occasion B trying to cover with 2 health is not really going to be a great position to be in.
Oh, into the 1v1. Problem sitting at the back of the bomb site, trying to just buy time. AZ has that kit in his hand, but Problem is dancing around the bomb train. Shots landed by AZ, and I think he should have time here at the end with the kit in hand. North will just about win this pistol. Comes close at the end there, but AZ comes up with a triple kill.
Yeah, it comes out big, as I said, with his teammate having been so low, he couldn't really rely on cover coming in if he wanted to just try and stick that bomb or anything. So instead, they took the aggressive stance. They tried to fight in, and yeah, he's able to come out on top of it. Gives North the opening pistol round here. Of course, this is the map choice of HellRaisers, as I said. So that is certainly the start that they want to be getting themselves off to here. Being on the CT side as well, if they can get a strong start, build up that economy early on, it helps you avoid situations like what we just seen Sprout in, of course, in that previous game, where you're just struggling to ever really get the buy going properly. Very aggressive around their main right now, surprisingly.
Yeah, trying to get involved early in this one. There's an AK waiting for them, though. So the aggression could be a bit scary for them. Again, These second round buys from the T side especially can be really tough to go up against when you've got those AKs against you. Only the 1M4 on the north side of things. They won't be too happy with that. Kalinka being boosted up as well. There's the shot. That's the 1M4 dropped out of the hands of Cajun B. Good kill with the AK. And with 55 seconds left on the clock, HellRaisers have got themselves the early pick. And Problem looking for more. Gets a second kill back at B. This force buy looking good for HellRaisers.
Yeah, looking fantastic. I mean, they've gotten themselves into a 5-on-3 here. Sure, they've lost quite a bit of health on Problem, but he's just going to be on the Deagle. They have the rifles on the two players who are healthy, who have the Kevlar, and the Scout as well for JR. This is looking quite difficult for North indeed. They even have one player right now actually just probing around A, trying to see if he can keep these players around this side of the map. Actually gets an opening, so I guess with that wanting to still bring it over towards A now, and a no-scope being connected by JR up close on E-Box to go ahead and claim the trade with that as well, claim themselves control of the bomb site and go ahead and seal the deal on this one. They've won out the force bite. There's nothing that Gade can do. He's not even going to bother leaving B.
Yeah, the power of the AKs in the second round being shown here. Kalinka gets 2 kills. Problem got 1 with the AK earlier. And then JR lands a kind of crazy shot with the Scout in all honesty, but at that point, the round was already going the way of HellRaisers. I don't know if this is just me, Dean, but HellRaisers don't have a flag on my screen. Which is a bit sad.
Oh yeah, I didn't realize that. Their name is just up closer.
Yeah.
It doesn't really throw the look off too much because their name's longer, but it's weird not having the flag.
Yeah, true. I think they're meant to have, what, just the CIS flag, I assume, would be the HellRaisers flag? Because they've got a bunch of different nationalities on this team. Couple of players in there I haven't seen much of as well. I still don't really know how to pronounce Giaim? It's kind of looks like Jame almost, but with some weird letters in there.
Jalium? I don't know, honestly. I haven't got to really cover him too often. I think this might be the first game I've actually got to cover him in, so yeah, it's an interesting one. Maybe some guys in the chat can help us with the pronunciation of that one, perhaps, if we're lucky. But for this round anyway, there's really not a lot to be expected from North. They have that FAMAS that was saved over from Gade. They have actually invested quite a bit into the Deagles as well, so they're not going to have enough to buy in this next round. So it is one here where they really are looking to at least try and get a few kills with what they have here, try and keep the damage on, at least if they aren't able to actually get themselves the win in the round, of course. For now, though, HellRaisers actually just fully focused on towards B. Quick rotations coming in, and for the moment, MSL is just hiding on towards the bomb site. And with the help from AZ, I was going to say there is still a chance here. The FAMAS from Gade tapping away, follows up and gets the second kill, and drops the bomb as well before going down. That has delayed HellRaisers and made this a very difficult 2-on-3 for sure, because they aren't really in positions to work with each other, which may not be an issue. Nice shot being hit by JR, but there is a quick flank through ramp. They have no idea. Christo only with a USP is really not the best weapon, so he is going to get a couple shots off before being noticed and then taken down by JR. Yeah, if he had anything but a USP there, man.
Oh, but Cajun B's the man with the FAMAS, and he may be able to clean up. He's got that first kill. Kalinka's trapped in upper with the Scout. One shot is all that's needed, but Kalinka down to 5 health. Cajun B moving back for a smoke. No kit right now, though, so the time's against him. He's going to smoke the bomb, but he doesn't know the player's in the open. Oh, no. Cajun B caught off guard. Kalinka deeds him down at the end, but that round comes so close.
I'm sure it was hard to see. Obviously, we could see a little bit easier, but I'm pretty sure a bit of the Scout there was shown even when he was crouched down. I don't think it was fully blocking him off from being spotted. A little bit unfortunate in the heat at the moment, just not being spotted. He was just trying to get it back up close. Had the right idea as well, going back for the smoke. But yeah, HellRaisers, they're able to, in the end, actually come out on top of that one. As I had pointed out, though, it wasn't quite the full investment from North, but they had spent so much that they're, of course, not going to be able to buy here. They are just looking at the eco, not really much being upgraded. Christo actually keeping himself all of his money. He's going to be sticking on the USP despite having 4,000, so he's likely going to be buying up that off in the next round. And they reached that round very, very quickly.
Problem took a lot of shots in the back there. I think, again, it was from the USP. I think if just one dink would have landed, Problem probably would have been in trouble. But he survived on 40 health at the end. It was all good. Good start early for HellRaisers. We're seeing some good shots being landed from them as well, which is definitely something I wanted to see here. I wanted to see how the individuals would hold up against North. Because I think you look down this North roster and there's definitely some skilled players there, but it's not like they're the most skilled team. I think that HellRaisers can definitely compete with them in that aspect, and that's shown early in this game. They've come through with a couple of round wins, a couple of good shots on these AKs. However, now we are into the full buy. We'll have to see if that trend can continue for them. AZ putting that nade into Pop Dog, not doing a great deal of damage. Boost being lined up for Cajun B here, who has to be careful. There are players waiting for him on the other side, but Cajun gets the timing just right over the smoke. And Kalinka's looking to get this spam back, but Cajun B gets back to safety.
Oh, he should still know that there's a player close. Yeah, the spam perfect from Kalinka, catching Christo falling back off, and with that actually bringing it back into the 4-on-4, and with the amount of damage that has been done to both Cajun and AZ, this is a very favorable position right now for HellRaisers to be in. Molly down, AZ going to be forced back out of Pop Dog most likely. Did have the smoke, so he didn't really have to fall all the way back out, but looks like with just 46 health, he doesn't really want to be sticking around there on his own. Instead, falling back off, playing alongside his teammates. And for the moment, they are focusing most of their players on towards A for the CT side, so a little bit of a gamble. 3 players, just Gade entrusted with solo in that B-bomb site, and it makes sense. He's the man with the utility.
Puts that smoke down now. With 35 seconds left on the clock, that buys him a bit more time on the B-bomb site, but it's not the B-bomb site that HellRaisers are looking at right now. They're looking at A. Kalinka's moving up through Ivy. There are plenty of players down Pop Dog ready to explode out onto this A site. And oh, it's a sloppy spray from Kalinka, but he eventually gets the kill he was looking for. There's still one man behind them though. One more player from North, MSL in the back lines with the sniper. He could deny the bomb plant, but Flaric turns around just in time to keep his teammates safe. That's a kill that had to come through just to make sure the bomb would be planted. And Flaric, the bodyguard there, keeps them safe and should have won them this round. Gade can't really do too much about this.
No, he can't really do anything. Very similar to position to what we seen after the first gun round, where he was just immediately, in the second round, where after kind of dropping all of his teammates, he was just left alone to save over on B. This time, I guess he is trying to see if he can maybe catch an exit around Pop Dog, which is possible. Flaric is around this area, but I don't think he's really going to need to go forward any further either. If he does, it's really only the one position he has to focus on as well, so this could be dangerous. I don't think Gage should be risking losing his weapon at all, and I think he realizes that himself, that he does need to just carry that over. The issue is, even with it, that's all that they're really going to have. They have the loss bonus at least going, so they can pull out some pistols to support it. But in terms of rifles, that is it. Gade is going to have the 1M4. They're likely just getting a few pistols being upgraded, maybe a few nades as well if they want to try and get that early HE damage potentially. But most likely we are looking at HellRaisers taking themselves a 5-1 lead. So again, we're seeing a kind of dominant T side here to kick things off, similar to what we seen there in the previous matchup where we had Forza and Sprout, of course, ending with the final map of that series being Train, and it ended up being Forza going up pretty quickly on their T side, kind of similar to what we're seeing now.
Fast flash and fast aggression from HellRaisers out into the A-bomb site. Oh yeah, nice shot from JR as well. Kalinka with one of his own. Entries coming into A, and even though AZ's got 1 kill back, I don't think it's going to lead to a whole lot of success for North here. Only finding 1 kill on the round. Nice quick play from HellRaisers, and a really nice start for them here on Train. This is definitely going to help HellRaisers get comfortable in this series.
I'm not sure if you spotted that, but the Molotov was absolutely fantastic by HellRaisers. Just as they went down Pop Dog, they dropped one at the kind of top of the stairs there for anyone who may have pushed up through B. Just as Gade had actually pushed up through with the only M4, so he was just held off by the molly as all of his teammates were dying on the A-bomb site. And by the time he actually was able to come in, HellRaisers were completely expecting that flank. So very well played there to deal with that one rifle and to deal with the weaker investment. But now they're up against a double op setup. We see a little bit of a switch up from North.
MSL yet to get a kill on the board. That could be about to change. AZ at least has been fragging at the start of this game, and he keeps on going in this round, winning that opening fight. Gade's got to be a bit careful, but he gets the timing right on the fight against Problem. HellRaisers this time round just getting picked apart across the map, going for a couple of solo fights which don't go well for them. And at this point, Flaric is desperate, trying to push through the smoke, but Christu's ready for him. Just JR remaining. And this time out, HellRaisers will be denied everything from this round.
Yeah, this was a quick round. JR left at this point just hoping that a mistake is going to be made because there is still 50 seconds left. So even saving is something that's going to be a little bit risky. I mean, North unlikely to try and push and actually hunt them down. So he should know if he wants to. He is safe to go ahead and do so. And I think he may just be considering indeed bringing it back. But he has the bomb. And I mean, with the money they have available, over 7,000, it could be worthwhile if he's to go for it, get a couple of kills. But you kind of have to weigh that against the worth of the op that he does already have in his possession. But let's see. I mean, he's still moving forward for now. Yeah, it does look like he actually does want to bring it over towards B. Unfortunately, going to be walking into 2 players. It's not like North have to kind of play that risky setup where you just keep one watching a passive or anything. With it being the 5-on-1, they have just a standard setup. And I think at this point, realizing that it's just not winnable anymore, JR does decide to just sit nice and tight up in the B halls right now. We'll save the op over, but not the biggest of deals. They're all able to reinvest anyway. But yeah, North get themselves their second round, and they do so extremely convincingly. That's what you need.
Yeah, not just the round win, but the way in which they did it, like you were saying, a convincing round going in their favor. It's definitely good to get that on the board early. Just talking about this qualifier in general, there are 2 spots available, and we have a bunch of teams ranked sort of in and around the top 30, and then there are 2 kind of standout teams who you could argue are the underdogs here. One of them being HellRaisers, who are currently ranked 66th in the world, but they started out strong against North. I think this is a team that has some talent on it, and North especially have been a bit more shaky recently, so this is the sort of game where you could definitely see an upset coming through if HellRaisers have put in the time, have put in the practice, because I'm sure for HellRaisers this is a very important qualifier for them. They will be definitely looking to play their best, to be hitting their peak here, and it started out pretty well for them on Train with a 5-2 lead, but North with that convincing round win will be hoping to carry that through into this next round as well. Oh, there's a player that's pushed through Ivy. Kalinka ready for this player. Christu caught off guard. Nice solo play coming in from Kalinka, drawing a lot of attention, but Cajun B lands the shot while blind.
Yeah, unfortunately not really going to be able to keep themselves in that 4-on-4. They do end up losing a player elsewhere as, again, Jaleum is able to get himself one over towards the B side of the map, I believe it was. Sorry, terrible with his name. We pointed out Haka. We need a bit of help with it for sure. But yeah, the double up setup, of course, still being in play. MSL yet to get himself a kill on the board, but Cajun, he's been doing a pretty good job since he's actually pulled out that weapon. Gate, though, being flanked. Didn't realize, I guess, that the player had pushed forward on Heaven. I didn't either at that point. MSL eventually gets the trade, so it is now just the 2 ops that are remaining. And at this point, they should realize it's been brought over to A. I was going to say Cajun should be here, and of course, the steps, the smoke had gone down. Unfortunately, he tries to push forward, and as he falls, MSL is left with really no option other than to just save that AWP into this next round. And doing so will give them actually a pretty good buy. They still, of course, have that loss bonus going. They'll get 2,900.
MSL, unfortunately, hasn't been able to get too involved in the early action in this one. Only 1 kill to his name on the AWP. Seen MSL have some pretty good AWPing games since he switched to the AWP on this North lineup, since he got brought back into this roster. Train is a map you'd expect him to be able to step up on, but not right now.
I feel like Mirage is kind of where he does his best.
Yeah.
At least from memory, not stats or anything. It's just me thinking, where have I seen him have his best rounds with the op?
Oh, that double up setup can continue to come through. Cajun B has been doing pretty well with that secondary AWP anyway, so that's at least been something that North have had to work with so far. Into round number 9, HellRaisers getting quite a lot of success so far on their T side. At the start of these rounds now, they seem to be starting to spread out a lot more on the HellRaisers side. They seem to be willing to try and make solo plays happen, but in that round, they got it to work for them with the player pushing through Ivy. They were able to get into the back lines, and here comes the push down. Pop Dog, AZ not able to get a kill on the hold. He gets blinded, and now Christu up close has got to be careful. They're flanking him right now. They're all over the bomb site. Problem with 2 entries. Crisp on the aim, Crisp on the kills. And North just getting bombarded on this A bomb site right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always a position where they aren't even able to get the full rotation in before they're actually all dying. There's always someone who's left to go ahead and save, or at least to try and save, which is going to be the case here again for Cajun with, I hate to say it, no option to really do anything else. Full nades especially as well. That's quite a bit to actually carry over into the following round. the issue is only MSL actually has enough money to reinvest for himself, so even with the ability for Cajun to drop one over, I don't know if we're really going to be seeing that full buy come in. But HellRaisers already sitting on 7 here on their T side and looking really good on their map choice, really showing why they did choose Train. And with Nuke coming up next, despite it being a map that HellRaisers haven't played a lot, the 2 times they have played it, it has looked pretty decent for them. It's against lower level teams, to be fair, but if they're coming off the back of a convincing victory on Train, then I think it definitely could be a map that they could take.
And I'm sure part of the reason why HellRaisers picked this Train in the first place is because it's not a map North play too often. They've only played it 4 times in the last 3 months. A couple of okay wins in there over teams like Endpoint and AGO. The North have generally looked pretty decent on Train, but yeah, HellRaisers really showing up early on this one. Just the fast pace seems to be something that North aren't able to deal with. It really feels like the biggest difference has just been in the individuals right now, with HellRaisers winning a bunch of early fights. You saw there, those shots from Problem were really well taken. And I think that is somewhat of a concern with this current North lineup, is just the individual ability across the board might be a bit low on some of these guys. As we get another timeout just before we were about to get back underway. HellRaisers decide to take a pause of their own. Just making sure that they're 100% certain of what they're going to do into this one. Lots of money for HellRaisers at this point, though. They're pretty much set for the half at this point.
Yeah, shouldn't be worrying, really. I mean, they could start running low, but at that point, if they were to actually start losing enough rounds in a row to actually run out of economy, at that point, their loss bonus will be going as well. So it's not going to be too much of an issue. North are really going to have to pick up the pace here, start winning multiple gun rounds in a row if they actually want to start picking up a decent CT side. And unfortunately, it's probably not going to be in this round. As we said, they were certainly limited in what they had available. The op being saved over, at least, meaning they do have that for occasion. But other than that, just Deagles, a few nades being brought out, smokes on everyone, which at least is nice. And with 3 HGs, they might go for this nade stack towards main, giving them quite a bit of damage. Yeah, Farage brought all the way down to 27 health already, so that's a decent find, especially with these Deagles in play.
Couple of players stacked on Ivy for North, clearing out that position, but there's no one there from the HellRaisers side of things. Like you said, not a bad nade stack onto Flourish. But no further action as of yet. Cajun B with this AWP is committed to the correct side of the map over at B. And this is an angle that is sometimes one that you might not fully expect, because he's pretty far in the open here. He's pretty aggressive on this angle. Problem almost rounding that corner. There's the smoke though. Cajun B won't have a clear line of sight. He'll have to reposition. The nade's coming into the B side of things, but HellRaisers will not be committing to the push. They're going back down to the A bomb site.
Yeah, and I mean, there's only one player on the A-bomb site for the moment because the Ivy aggression also came in, but that means that AZ actually has a really quick flank that I don't think HellRaisers are going to be expecting. And with the time down to 35 seconds, if he can get a couple kills, this could be very dangerous. Unfortunately, it's only one being found. The bomb already on towards the bomb site is being planted. MSL flying down the ladder gets himself the headshot on the Deagle. And with that, retrieves an AK. So this is definitely still winnable right now, but it requires MSL to do a bit more. And Kalinka is going to say no.
Still a very nice shot from MSL dropping down the ladder, but nothing else found by him. And as you said, Gade is so far away that MSL had to put in a shift there to win that round. AWP recovered though, that's nice for Gade. He will happily save that into the next round. That could potentially be the difference that allows them to much more easily get a double AWP setup going in this next one. Because MSL would have had plenty of cash for it. Cajun B would have been fine as well, but it's still just nice to get that AWP saved over to make sure that you're 100% good with your buy. Still though, an 8-2 lead for HellRaisers. This is just spiraled out of control for North. It's really got out of hand here on Train. They haven't been able to hold off on quite a few of those fast A plays. That's going to have to change, and I thought we'd see the double AWP setup come through here, but they don't go back to it. MSL could have dropped another AWP, but they just go with the single sniper in the hands of MSL ahead of round 11.
Yeah, not ideal when Cajun has been doing such a good job with the AWP, but deciding against it, and perhaps because they do want to be more aggressive. You see already the nades, of course, snatching the opening kill. but Kalinka finds Christau trying to push in behind it. Unfortunately, not having any more teammates nearby. So at least for the moment, I was going to say it is the 4-on-4, but there we go. MSL on the up being given some chances, and at least the first one he's not going to miss.
Molly down by MSL as he moves up on top of the blue train and almost lands that flick onto JR. He goes back for it again and he gets it. Second time of asking. MSL keeps on fighting and keeps on fragging. Clearly there's a reason why he's got the AWP in his hands. It's because he's ready to land shots. He gets a 3K and leaves Problem alone in a 1v3. Problem's been looking really good at the start of this game though, but that flashbang's not exactly what he wanted to do. And now he gets mollied off. Oh, the nade as well. Problem, get up the ladder, buddy. Oh dear, Gade with the touchdown as North get their third round win.
Yeah, finally, thankfully. It's not like they can't still manage to come out with an okay half here. If they get 7, at that point they should be feeling all right. It's still a position where, especially if you get the pistol round, suddenly you're right back into it. You're potentially even taking yourself a decent lead. So if they can keep this up now, if they can actually manage to get some momentum going, then it's certainly still winnable if they can kind of find their stride, as I think you said earlier on. But for the moment, HellRaisers having so much money, as you had pointed out before, they're not going to be worrying about that. They're just trying to add even one more to their T side at this point to feel just fantastic. This is a bit of a switch up, wanting the focus, I guess, fully on towards B in the beginning. That Molotov actually hitting the player in Pop Dog as well, so giving them a little bit of info. With that, they may think that there's 4 players around A. A lot of the time when you push up in Pop Dog, you might be pushed up a little bit more aggressively on the hold in general. And I guess that works as well. Just Kalinka just drops down Pop Dog, takes the kill. Now they're going to move back towards B. It hasn't pulled the rotation off, but there's still not much to be done. Gade had no idea. A flying AK comes down from above and just opens up that B-bomb site. It's going to be a 5-on-2 with, again, just Savin being really the only choice that's left for North to take.
Yeah, a bit surprising that Gade's just not ready for that whatsoever, because the player switched to his knife in midair, so you'd think that Gade would be able to win that fight. But no, Jane gets away with it, and oh wow, Kalinka coming through. Clean kills for Kalinka. He was the player that landed the shot of Pop at the start of the round, and he's been popping off here. 15 kills now for Kalinka on the board. It's just been very, very slow for North. It's been a game so far where none of their individuals have really stepped up consistently. MSL was able to get the 3K with the AWP in that recent round, but then this time, they're just not quite as prepared for the B push as you'd expect them to be. HellRaisers are definitely landing some good shots of their own, though. Make no mistake of that. They're landing some good headshots, some good quick kills. But North just haven't been able to get their foot in this game right now. They haven't been able to get their foot in the door, but maybe that can change. Christu gets this first kill, upgrades to the AWP as well. So that's a really nice start to the round for North.
Yeah, but MSL is low on health, and unfortunately with Jalema having already actually creeped out in towards Sandwich and finding now AZ, it puts quite a bit of pressure on this defense. You can see one player even being forced to kind of push up on Ivy. Kalinka does expect them to actually try and follow up though, so quickly shooting off a couple of shots, connecting one and warning Cajun away from really continuing that aggression. But the issue is he has nowhere to really go at this point because the distance had been closed in as well up on the green train. So he takes the fight, he eventually goes down. And as I say that, rather, the trades do begin to come back. I was going to say Christo got one, but yeah, just at this point, everyone from HellRaisers unfortunately was just separated. They weren't really in positions to work with each other. I'm surprised that the peak came in there on B kind of without the ability for the refrag. Flarich nearly getting that kill. Both of the up players are so low right now.
Such a good opportunity to get that frag there, though. I thought the spray was going to come in. I thought it was going to get the kill.
Oh, the nade.
Oh, yes. That's got to be it. No. Wow, Christu survives on 5 health. Both AWPers even lower now. As if it wasn't bad enough already. One shot will definitely deal with both of those snipers. And Kalinka has a play in mind, moving through the smoke. Oh, he gets shut down. MSL was waiting for him on the other side. He was hoping to line up more than one frag, but now Flarich has to clutch with 3 players against him. Flashbang being popped out to try and give him a bit of breathing room, but MSL lands the shot at long range. And North have plenty of time for the defuse, getting another round on the board.
I'm really surprised that Nate didn't get the kill. I'm guessing Christo saw it and maybe took a step backwards or something to avoid it. But yeah, great retake in the end there. MSL connecting some shots on the Yop. Everyone is contributing on a fairly equal level for North. We just need to see that kind of taken up a little bit by all of them, unfortunately. But if they can pull it back to 6, that's still an alright spot, especially if you get the pistol. Off the back of it, you do, of course, then have a chance to pull it back up to 8 rounds, most likely, before you're against the gun round. If you don't see the force by 9, if the T's do actually force by, or if the CT is actually force by, sorry. So there's definitely still some hope, and you do, of course, see North calling in the pause now, realizing that this is all of their money going into this round. But if they do get this round, they still have the ability to pull it up to 6. Unfortunately, again, the economy is still not being really impacted at all for HellRaisers, at least not enough to make them worry. So they've still plenty of money to rebuy in the next round, even if they do lose this one. So a couple of opportunities for them to try and add even one more round to that number of 9.
It's back to that double AWP setup for North that we were saying was looking good previously. Cajun B on that secondary sniper was landing some shots. He will be playing over at Ivy. That previous round, it felt like HellRaisers were a bit too spread across the map, and the Molotovs forcing James right out into the open. He burns alive at the start of this one. Flash is going over the top. HellRaisers much more grouped up in this round, moving together into the A-bomb site, but AZ's ready for them. 2 kills from the Pop Dog position, the smoke really helping him out there. And now JR needs a pick or 2 to get back into the round, and he's landed the first one. MSL has an angle to work with here with the AWP though, and Kalinka's trapped in A main right now. MSL continues to post up on this position, but HellRaisers slow it down. JR's bringing the bomb back up to the brown halls right now, so lots of options left for HellRaisers here with 55 seconds left. No nades for them though.
Yeah, that certainly complicates things. Having a flash can be what allows you to actually pull it back from him and disadvantage. Being able to actually take these players off of the angles. Unfortunately, they aren't able to do so. AZ gets the first kill. The shot is then missed by JR, and AZ just jumping around gets himself the instant headshot. 5 for North. They are indeed able to bring themselves up with one more round at least, but as I mentioned, still plenty of money for HellRaisers to buy back in, so they have another chance to try and extend this lead. And it's really all of the pressure on North to ensure that they do take this final round.
I love that off angle from AZ on E-Box as well to begin with. Just a much more tight angle he's holding from E-Box, and it's one that HellRaisers aren't instantly going to clear out. So he just gets that quick headshot onto the unsuspecting player pushing through A main. And then obviously the second shot was nice onto the man from Pop Dog as well. AZ starting to step up for his team. And here we go, James getting aggressive. Instant headshot onto Cajun B. And this aggression is set to continue. Christo trying to hold, but he only gets 1 frag. HellRaisers still showing their skills, still landing shots and making life difficult for North. It's a 2v4 for North to try and turn around, and they might be able to do it. MSL gets 1 alongside Gade. Back to an even numbers position now. Gade is still sitting on the bomb site. Molotov clears him from the back of the bomb train. HellRaisers, though, could struggle to get this bomb planted here. They've got to be a bit scared of where the North players could be rotating to. They don't know exactly where the CTs will be playing from. As it stands, though, the A site's been left wide open, but obviously HellRaisers have no way of knowing that.
Yeah, I think North are just looking to try and move together. I like that MSL fell back off. He may try and go through the spawn with his teammate, but at this point with, I guess, the bomb being planted, it's more likely that he's probably going to move in through connector. But at least more so in positions where they can try and work off of each other here, try and get the trades as they go forward, and unfortunately, pretty quickly what I'm saying is shut down, because Flyrich, he spots Gade coming out of Ivy, really not expecting anyone up close at all, so it was pretty much a free kill, and now it is all on MSL. He has 1 kill so far. He needs to go ahead and triple that if he wants to give them a chance in fighting back into that round, and unfortunately it does not happen. HellRaisers, they bringing themselves up to 10, and we're going to have the second half coming up now, guys, in just a few minutes after the break.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may
fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought. Found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watch them fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around.
Welcome back to the second half of Train. HellRaisers getting off to a really good start here from their first half. They don't have to do too much more on their CT side to close this one out. And heading into the second half, they have 3 players stacked on the B site. They seem pretty well prepared for this push D. Oh, jeez, they are very well prepared. They've got all the kills. Well, that was a really fast flurry of frags to start this round, and now North decide to slow it down after losing multiple players early after going down to the 4 versus 2. They're not going to have an easy time coming back into this one. 2 P250s, though, allow the long-range fights, but Christou's been caught. Giam closes it out with a quad kill on the round. He was the player that was set up to land some earlier shots, and then he closes it out with the final 2 frags from that upper position as well. And HellRaisers just looking on point individually right now, taking that pistol round and the 11-5 lead. Well, into this follow-up round, it is full Glocks for North. A flock of Glocks, you could say. I don't think it's going to be a good one, though. They're going to push into the B-bomb site, see if there's any way in for them. Currently grouped up in and around the brown halls. It's the MP9 of Problem that will be the first point of contact, and he already gets that first kill. Ooh, second spray successful, but bomb plant is not denied. It's allowed there. That allows North some extra money at least. Maybe a kill or 2 at the end of this round. There we go. Christou with another one, but Flarich finally trades. 12-5 lead for HellRaisers on the board, but North get the bomb plant. North get some extra money. They will be able to get the buyout as soon as possible. The problem is, North are so far behind at this point that actually pulling off the comeback is going to be really difficult, and it's definitely going to rely on them winning this first gun round. Well, here come the buys. MSL has that AWP that was able to have some impact in the first half. A couple of rounds where he got important multi-kills. Meanwhile, HellRaisers sticking with 2 scouts alongside 3 M4s. So the advantage in the snipers definitely goes to North, having the AWP. But you never know, those scouts can land some really good shots. And oh, problem. Almost caught over at B there, taking significant damage at the start of this round. Goes down to 45 health. Nade won't connect though, so he's still surviving on the B side of the map. Problem's currently alone over on B though, and he may just call for assistance here because he's not going to feel fully comfortable having taken some early damage. Either way, North just posturing for position at the start of this round. They will get themselves down Pop Dog safely. There is that rotate I was talking about. It's a scout that's rotated over to B to help Problem in case he gets rushed down on this B side of the map. 45 seconds left, and Flaric gets that opening kill in A main. MSL lands a shot back, but it's not good enough for the frag. And he's got to do work here. He's got to make sure they can recover this bomb, and he lands the shot. Good work from MSL to get that 1 kill. Cajun B with one of his own, and now North can explode onto this A site with Cajun finding a follow-up frag. It's all the kills needed for North there. They just run over the A bomb site and get their first T-side round on the board. Nice shots coming in from North in that previous round. Good quick aggression onto the A-bomb site works wonders for them. Even though there was a bit of a spanner thrown into the works with the bomb being dropped in A main, they managed to make up for it. Kalinka now playing a close angle at Ivy, almost gets the chance to win that battle against Christu, but Christu ends up coming out on top with the AK, landing the headshot.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Dean. You're back.
I had a fantastically timed internet drop just as the players were running out of spawn.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah. It was weird. Just perfectly. Everything cut off. Normally it takes a second to drop, but it was just instant snap of the fingers. No warning at all. So I did miss a little bit, but yeah, popping back in, I do see it was actually the pistol round going in favor of HR, and with that 2 rounds before North take one back. So, okay, yeah, a chance here for North, despite losing that pistol, being able to at least get themselves around early on, coming through it the first gun round, and of course having themselves now a pretty good advantage in this round as well. At least up until I say that, because JR is able to find one coming out of main. That's the bomb as well that he dropped, so that gives them the info, of course, that it is now this full A commitment.
Now, unfortunately, with what they have available, the retake shouldn't be very likely, but they're going to go for it. JR moving up close, gets that first kill, but in come the trades back quickly. It is Gade to keep his team on top, but it's back to the 1v1. Fast trades might allow this to happen here. Flaric looking for this final man, and he knows Gade was on the bomb site, but he doesn't know where Gade is positioned right now. Seems aware that the man could be at the back of the bomb train, but Gade is in a pretty good position here. Spray successful, eventually gets the kill he was looking for. Gade comes up with an important 3k there, but HellRaisers made that really close with those quick trade kills.
Yeah, way too close of your North for sure. Having it coming down to that one-on-one in the end, and in what was looking to be a relatively convincing one for them, is not a great sign. It's not great for confidence building, but of course they are at least now going up against an eco in this round. So this is a good chance for them to start building up some money. And they're even helped out a little bit. Kalinka going to go ahead and stab his teammate in the back as they're leaving spawn. Not ideal, but it's not like they have a lot to lose, so I don't think it's really going to cost them too much.
Yeah, if there's any round to stab your teammate in the back, I suppose it's this one. With just the USPs. HellRaisers, wow, get a nice dink there. Kalinka landing a shot onto MSL. Gator's pushed out, he gets dinked as well. This is showing just how good HellRaisers are individually right now. The USPs are landing shots, they're getting frags, and oh no, surely not. The USPs keep on going. 3 kills for the full eco. Finally, North get one back, but they've got to do a lot more to win this round because Kalinka's now got the AWP, and it's the USPs doing everything. AZ has to save the day with 2 more kills after finding a couple of early frags. But here comes Kalinka, AWP round the corner. Flash goes high, Kalinka lands the shot, doing damage to AZ. Flashbang being lined up by Kalinka. He'll go back for this fight, but AZ's just remaining safe on the site. He's still unsure as to where this second player's positioned, so he doesn't want to go get the bomb, but he finally commits to it. AZ lands the shot at range. One more man to find. And Flaric only has the USP right now. He's over on the B side of the map, though, and AZ is going to have a tough time figuring that out. He's clearing all these angles, trying to find where this player's positioned, but I'm not sure he'll expect Pop Dog, where he just got a kill previously. Flaric can also pick up that AWP, which will help him out. He goes into the open, but AZ saves the day. The full eco comes so close for HellRaisers, but not close enough.
Unfortunate timing there as he comes out, taking out the off as well. The USP still could have been pretty viable with the health that was available on AZ. He was quite low, but that again is way too close. I don't think HellRaisers are going to be too upset about the fact that they weren't able to close that one out. Maybe a bit disappointed, yes, but they should realize that was no investment at all. They were on USPs. They brought it again down to only a single player surviving, and now that they have the full buy, if HellRaisers can take this round, they will absolutely destroy the economy of North, and with that, the potential comeback as well, pretty much. And there we go. JR finds that opening kill. AZ trying to get the early control around Olaf does go down. But MSL, he gets the return shot there onto Jaleum up close on Pop Dog. Got dinked, but for barely anything, so it must have been through the corner of the wall.
Oh, Gade is sneaking onto the bomb site right now. He's on the bomb train itself, and I don't think they're aware of that. Kalinka's on the flank of his own, though. Wow, this flank from Kalinka. Easy kill from behind. Gade has got that kill onto the bomb site in the meantime, but it's the bomb that's gone from North. They don't have the bomb in their control, so it doesn't matter that they're on the A bomb site. Cajun B now coming back up into the open arms of Problem, and North are just getting caught by all these flanks.
Yeah, this is just an incredibly insane round. It has even been, at this point, pulled back in favor of North. Problem still coming in on the flank, but it's expected. Gade is not going to let it work out for them this time, as North do actually manage to claim that opening gun round for themselves, and that was such a necessity because of the fact that those previous rounds had been so close. With that now, they have another opportunity to start taking these rounds perhaps a little bit cleaner, trying not to drop as many players, start building up some economy. This time, we're at least going to see a few pistols being upgraded, and considering what we've seen done with just USPs previously, you've still got to be a little bit worried now that the Deagles are in play, because we've seen the shots just being connected time and time again from HellRaisers.
Yeah, honestly, if they had Deags in the positions they did in the previous round, they probably would have won it. They wouldn't have just got dinks to begin with, and JR proves that by landing a quick kill. Thankfully, AZ's there for the refrag. We are starting to see some of the North players land some quick headshots of their own. They're starting to up their own game individually, which is definitely important in this sort of a round where you could be susceptible to the quick Deag shot. There we go, MSL flicking high to the sky to find Kalinka. Gives his team the lead.
Yeah, that's what they need. They have themselves, I was going to say, a good advantage up against these pistols. Jaleim not going to be really slowing down with the aggression, though, as he went in towards main and found themselves one before falling as well. So again, this isn't too bad if HellRaisers just keep on trading, even if they bring it down to the one-on-one and lose her. They're not going to be worried because their goal really was to get damage done in this round. Winning it is always nice, but again, they're always making these costly at least. Obviously, at some point, that becomes kind of, yeah, it doesn't matter anymore. But for the moment, they still have a couple of rounds between them and North, so I don't think they're too worried. For the moment, though, North are actually just going to walk onto a completely open B bomb site. HellRaisers have gotten aggressive around A, so they know that it's not going to be on this side of the map anymore. But they're too far away to really do anything about this push as it goes in towards B.
Yeah, and I think HellRaisers are hoping that there were some guns to recover for them. But AZ did the dirty work previously. He was cleaning up those rifles, making sure that they've been thrown out of the map. So I don't think there's any way for HellRaisers to get those guns that they might have wanted to save. Oh, wait, are they trying to run boost to get the gun? Is that what's happening right now? Oh my god, they are. They are. Look at Flaric.
Oh, they are, yeah.
Oh. Oh, I want it to work so badly, but it's just not going to work. Can they shoot it? They don't have a nade. Oh.
I feel like if they shot it, it just goes down the back of the train. Is he trying to shoot it at an angle over into... I understand what they're doing. They're trying to shoot it into the gap right now, but you just pretty much have to get lucky with the jump shot right there. So that's a little bit unfortunate. They're still going to be able to buy here, but it would have been nice. It would have boosted up their investment. It would have given them more nades than they do have right now. Not a bad buy by any means, but coming onto the double op setup especially, that is a pretty hefty investment. So HellRaisers do really need to start making these rounds work on the CT side. It's been 5 in a row for North, so a good recovery for sure.
Oh, I love the attempt from HellRaisers there. Trying to get a bit tricky with it to save the gun, but no saves allowed by AZ, who cleaned up those guns. And now, yeah, it's just a 2-round difference between these two teams. We've got to focus on this gun round for HellRaisers, because they do have to start winning some rounds here. It was looking so good for them earlier on. They had a 12-5 lead to start this CT side. But North just continually winning these gun rounds, continually forcing HellRaisers back to these low buys. That's what's put HellRaisers in this position to begin with. Ooh, nice nade, and the molly combo almost gets the kill. 4 health left on James. He has to go right back to the bomb site.
Yeah, he just got absolutely wrecked by the nades. Fortunately, it is still actually going to be the first actual kill coming in favor of HellRaisers either way. There's the op at JR finds one, so they are going to be getting themselves a bit of an advantage. But at this point, it's looking like it is certainly the full-on A commitment. The bomb's pushed up on Ivy. They actually have 1 player out on the green train already. My auto-director is being what I would call completely useless right now. Really not helping me out with catching the action. Kalinka's actually pushed up in main. This is just an all-around awkward situation in the positions these the players are fighting from. They've kind of traded spots a bit.
Nice shot from Christu onto JR. 3v3, but HellRaisers have rotated over, and Problem gets the spray in the back. Another kill found in the meantime, and Kalinka over the top of the trains finally closes out another round win for HellRaisers. It was a long time coming for them, but the rotate over to the A site was successful. North couldn't quickly get the bomb onto the site. They couldn't quickly gain control, and then they just get picked off from all those angles at the end there. And off the back of just the 1 round loss, North are taking a timeout ahead of this round. Their money's fine for the most part, but they might be missing some nades. They might be missing 1 gun on MSL at the very least. They're going to pause just to talk things over ahead of what could be a very important round for them.
Yeah, I would imagine they will go for the buy. As you said, it's only MSL who actually can't get himself the weapon. They can get the op out on the occasion if he wants to go for it, so you would imagine they will indeed pull out the buy-in. Yeah, going to go for it. Christo actually goes for a Galil. MSL's going to be able to get the Galil as well. Actually going to trade it and take the op himself. I thought he might have just left Cajun with the op, but I mean, it makes sense. Cajun's not having a great game so far, 7-18. MSL has been having some decent rounds with that op for sure and finding some pretty solid openings as well. We actually see HellRaisers calling in a pause now.
I think HellRaisers did this previously as well, where they paused after North took a pause. I don't know why they keep doing it. Maybe they are just using the time to try and counter whatever North have just thought up. Who knows?
Just they use the first 30 seconds thinking, okay, if we were in their situation, what would we be trying right now? And then I guess you're using the second one to counter.
Imagine if North now did another timeout of their own team. That would be next level.
It'd be absolutely meta. Putting the chickens down in the spawn. Are they trying to call North chickens? It's rude. I've never seen that spray before. I never pay attention to the sprays in this game. I don't even think I have the button bound to do them myself.
I used to have one that was like just a salt shaker, which I'd spray sometimes.
I've seen that one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one to have.
But yeah, overall a decent enough buy here. Again, the nades, though, there's always something that's lacking in the buy, it seems. Oh, completely blind. JR doesn't care. Finds Christo trying to cross. They line up as the push comes in towards B. Problem actually only gets 1, but it just doesn't matter because already that pop dog flank is coming in. We've seen the op being able to pick one up elsewhere as well, and that was a very quick round from HellRaisers. Yeah, whatever they talked about in that second pause, in their own pause, worked out perfectly. The economy is just wrecked for North.
Yeah, I didn't see where that flashbang from Kalinka landed exactly or where he threw it from, but it seemed to blind those players pretty effectively. The North players that were just sitting up there, they were pretty blinded by it. allowed HellRaisers to line up those kills much more easily, and obviously that shot from JR is always going to help when you land a shot like that while blind. But North, as you said, unfortunately down to the Glocks for the second time on this half, and oh, nice nade from Kalinka, lands right on Christou's head. He goes down to 25 health, and the flock of Glocks, as I like to call them, will be moving into the B site.
I like it. Flock of Glocks. Is it a dangerous flock of Glocks is the question. I know some of them are, but no, this one's looking pretty tame. Yeah, not really putting up much of a fight at all, just being slaughtered. Bomb plant going down is actually a pretty big result considering they're only getting 2,400 from the loss bonus itself, so that extra 800 really does help out in terms of being able to get the nades and even potentially pulling out the op if they want to. AZ could drop it over, although he wouldn't be able to get nades, so he does decide against it and just goes for the rifle in the end. MSL could have considered glass cannon, but also deciding against it. They get the rifles, they'll have full nades on everyone, and this is probably one of the better buys we've seen them having in quite a while, despite not actually being able to get the op.
Yeah, full nades for North across the board with those AKs. Again, though, if HellRaisers want to go aggressive, well, they might just do that. Wow, Kalinka there moving through the smoke, back up the ladder. In the meantime, Jame also getting aggressive. The pre-fire around the corner, making sure there was no way out for AZ. No way for AZ to land the shots either on a jumping player. Nicely done by Jame, making himself a difficult target to hit, but that's not going to stop HellRaisers' aggression. They've got players pushed all the way through into A main, so they've got the information there to work with. And even though Christou's on the flank through Ivy, the rest of North are lining up this B aggression. And right now, there's only one CT there to stop them. Problem is Solo holding this B site. So he is going to have to step up.
Yeah, is he going to be a problem with such low health as well? It's certainly going to be difficult for Problem to get a lot done. But yeah, as you said, Jalaim has actually gone aggressive. He's gotten himself the bomb, as well as actually extending this into a 5-on-3 advantage. To Molly slightly delaying as well. I'm actually going to see the boost coming up from Cajun. Should be able to get this wrap around. The issue is Gade goes down before he can actually get himself in position. So despite eventually getting that trade, it is now a 2-on-4. They have no longer really got any control anywhere on the map at this point. Christo doing what he can, actually pops out through the Ivy smoke and gets himself a second as well. Okay, for some reason my auto-director has left me watching a dead body, but eventually I will be able to swap over as the fight is happening in towards Sandwich. I was gonna say looking awkward for Kalinka, but he just resorts back to the Deagle, swings out, claims the headshot, and now it is all on Cajun B, but it's the one-on-one, does what he can, but it is not enough. 16-10, HellRaisers are able to close it out, as they do go ahead and get the victory here on their own map choice. But it was a close one overall. There were some crazy moments throughout that game, but when it came to the gun rounds, HellRaisers definitely did seem like the better team. Nuke coming up next, though, is going to be an interesting one, because it's definitely a map that, of course, North play a lot more often, and the couple of times that we have seen HellRaisers play, it hasn't been against great teams, if we're being honest. So I don't really know what to expect of them coming up on this next one.
Yeah, I feel like it's fitting for HellRaisers as well that they close it out with some aggression. They close it out with that push for the flank. They were very aggressive throughout that game, and that worked for them on Train. But like you said, we'll have to wait and see whether it can work on Nuke. That's going to be coming on up after the break.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to cs.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
I was running, I know.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I'm savage, you've been distracted, your best my average. There's a reason for that's a fact, so they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I ain't need that, outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. Ain't no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'ma dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together and staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Reverse the tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get up now. Go wake the mold, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them I've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, I've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. Stand up, I've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Keep holding on, show him how to make a miracle. On this day, I take my place in this legacy of dust. I ricochet all in your face, and it quenches my bloodlust. Nothing you can do can break me. I wanna move, can make me. I let you try to take me up.
A strong start to the series for HellRaisers, showing that they can hang with North, showing that they can definitely compete on an individual basis, and they'll be looking to do the same on Nuke. But this is the map pick of North. This is where they will be hoping to come back into the series. My name is Hawker, joined by Dean, and we're already underway, Dean, with a really nice shot from James.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start and one that's needed for HellRaisers. They've only played this map twice, and it was against Skade and SG Pro. They did win, but not quite the level of North for sure in terms of the opposition that they've played so far. And despite that initial kill being found by HR, I was going to say North doing a pretty good job at recovering, but JR, he says no, just hits headshots upon headshots, taking 3 for himself. A bit of help from Kalinka as well coming in, as HellRaisers claim that opening pistol round here to kick off Nuke. Of course, being on the CT side, since it is the choice of North, they get to pick which side they want to begin on. And with it being Nuke, I mean, it's not a hard decision really to make. I was thinking maybe HellRaisers would have preferred the T side a little bit, considering how explosive they were on that last map. But as you pointed out, you can't really be quite as aggressive here on Nuke as you could be back on Train. So we will see them playing a little bit different perhaps once they hit the T side, but this is a good start at least on the CT side. Full eco here as well.
Yeah, they should be okay in this one. I like the run boost idea. Yeah. Especially against a scout. They get across pretty safely. Kalinka was there close by, though, to get one back with the M4. But, oh, God, Flaric is getting caught from all angles right now, not realizing that the Glocks have got all around him. The auto shot is dealt with, and this should be a bomb plant on this B site right now. They're making sure to defend him. MSL does get the bomb down. Oh, awkward fights, but he gets one more kill on the board as well. Pretty good round from North, considering that was a full save.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Flaric, there wasn't much that he could do. Completely surrounded, got overwhelmed by the Glocks. Another kill being found down on the problem as well. He done what he could getting 2. So it is not the worst position for HellRaisers losing 2 players, but that's really what you want to be finding as North. Getting 2 kills, getting a bomb plant down, boosting up their own buy, and giving themselves the opportunity here in this opening gun round to try and start getting some control, and that's exactly what they need. If they can start building up some rounds early on the T side of Nuke, they will be feeling much better. You don't want to be having a poor start, especially after dropping Train there previously in a fairly awkward fashion. It didn't really look like they had much to show.
Hopefully North can step it up now. They've got the guns in their hands here on Nuke, here on their map pick. Keeping it slow at the start of this one. HellRaisers were pretty aggressive on the CT side of Train as well, but we're not seeing that here at the start of Nuke. It's generally much more difficult to play so aggressive like they did on Train. You can maybe push positions occasionally, but especially with North starting slow in this round, you don't want to just push into some players that are waiting for you. And in come the nades for Yard. North will be looking to get down Secret, which they should be able to do. Not much to stop them from getting down that Secret position safely. And HellRaisers will have to respond to that. B-site is fairly vulnerable right now, with 4 players from North all stacked up, all sneaking their way down these stairs.
Yeah, I guess expecting for the scout and such to still be in play. So bringing it over towards B, if they do get control of the bomb site, retaken with the scout and some of those, that other weaker weapon, of course, being the FAMAS as well, definitely would be a good position for North to be in. For the moment, though, not really too much of a reaction has come in. I do believe they have Problem down on the bomb site, and of course the ability for players to quickly come in through ramp if the help is needed. But Problem just doesn't react to the door being opened at all. Gade walks out, he has himself a free kill. The smoke and the molly going down on either side of the ramp to go ahead and ensure that they can get this bomb planted safely. And once it gets planted, it looks like HellRaisers have already made a decision to just back away and save, and it makes sense after the damage that they took in that previous round.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see more of a response in the first place from HellRaisers. They never really showed much of a reaction to those yard smokes. Even though they knew North could have been down Secret, they just left Problem there alone. And then, like you said, it was a bit strange that Problem just didn't react to the door being opened. I think he did hear some players shooting out the windows as well, so I guess that's maybe something that played into the back of his mind. But once you hear the door open, you've got to look that way, otherwise you're in trouble. And HellRaisers stuck saving here. Nice round on the board early for North, not having to work too hard for it. And they get to save on all their players as well. They're even saving quite a few nades across. So North will have a fair amount of money built up off that round win.
Yeah, at least enough for a buy if they were to lose this one now. Of course, with HellRaisers saving over, they do have a relatively decent buy here, but still having a couple of weaker weapons in play, of course. Nades-wise, at least they aren't lacking. So there's still a chance for HellRaisers to fight back in, but North, as you said, they have a good opportunity. If they can get this round here, at that point taking themselves into very likely to lead and having a chance to build up so much money as well off the back of it. So this is pretty much a must-win round for HellRaisers if they want to keep that early control. And this time they are looking to fight a little bit more aggressively, at least towards outside here on the CT side. You seen, I believe it was Jalaim right there actually pushed up around the smoke, trying to take the fight towards Silo. Doesn't really manage to do too much, but he did at least slightly delay that push from North. They're being a little bit more cautious before they actually take themselves that control. They only really have Gade pushed across the red, and he's not really able to peek for the moment. I believe they actually are going to wait now for the rest of the players to move back around, but they've, at this point, I believe, pretty much completely left lobby, so this is a little bit awkward. They have one player at least watching for the flank, but with the ramp aggression coming in, it gets HellRaisers so much info to work with.
Couple of nades out from North as they go for this yard play. There is a player here to stop them, but GAIM quickly caught out in that close angle. MSL ready to land a headshot. And JR with this scout is getting closed in on. AZ gets up close, gets an easy headshot of his own. And North now have got themselves the 2 kills they were looking for to start this round. Even if a couple of their players have taken damage in the process, it's looking good for the Danes, especially now that MSL has followed through for a second frag. This has got to be a North round here. Problem gets one with the FAMAS, but the B site has been lost. The CTs have no one near B. Christu gets caught though. Another player dropped out of the round, and North is taking their time to get this bomb down to B. I think they'll finally figure out that the B site is open. At least for now. Problem's rotating, though. Oh, no. The bomb. No! Oh, that's the round!
Yeah, it's done. There's nothing that can be even attempted to recover. Even if Gade got that kill, there just wasn't time. Of course, Flyrich wasn't anywhere nearby. He was hiding up on the top bomb site just in towards the vent, so it was done. As you said, running through the Molotov, balls of steel right there by Problem, but he wins them the round, he gives them the 3-1 lead, he allows them to go ahead and instantly return. But we had already pointed out that North, at least taking that round cleanly, were able to build up enough to reinvest if needed. So they are back on the buy, but if they lose this one, at that point they definitely wouldn't have enough unless they're able to save weapons and at least get a bomb plant and such. So this is an opportunity for HellRaisers to actually try and break that economy now.
It was looking so good for North. That was a 5v2 for them at one point. They don't get the bomb planted, and now into this next round, they've lost the first fight. MSL caught off guard early. He was the player that really got them involved in that last round, really got them a couple of opening kills to work with. This time round, he won't be doing the same though. Gade has taken even more damage as well. That nade has chunked him down to 17 health. And HellRaisers starting to show a little bit of that aggression we were talking about. Flaric has pushed into Hut. They're going to start to take lobby control. And again, North will go for the outside play, but Christu's here alone. First kill is good, but he won't expect the second man to be there so fast. And over at Yard, North are getting some kills back. Into a 3v3 as the teams kind of trade positions and trade sides of the map.
Yeah, unfortunately for North, in terms of the damage that was traded out, it hasn't really gone in their favor, with Gade being taken down quite low. Cajun tagged up slightly, which helps Kalinka, only having to hit one bullet towards the head right there to go ahead and finish him off. And yeah, at this point, it's really AZ who has to do all of the heavy lifting if they want to fight back into this round. JR being the first line of defense there. Okay, Jiggle peeks and baits out the shot from JR, pops out for the kill. And do they want to commit to A? It looks like they may indeed want to. Flash going over the top to allow that peek to come in. Indeed, AZ really has everything on his shoulders right now, and they realize that A is actually completely clear. Despite the noise on the ladder, I guess they thought that was a little bit of a fake.
Oh, HellRaisers are so far away as well. They're now rotating up through Secret. Buys even more time for North. The bomb has been planted for Heaven as well, so Gade's got a strong angle to watch that bomb. And HellRaisers have to be aware of some of these close angles, but now they don't. They've spotted both players off the back of that flashbang. Damage done to Gade. They know AZ's trapped on the bomb site, and it's all on Gade in a 1v2. Sniper in hand, but the tap on the bomb is already happening, and Kalinka lands the shot. HellRaisers up to a 4-1 lead, able to retake that A bomb site, and North not looking like they're getting too many rounds on the board here early on their T side. They've been able to get into some pretty good positions, but they just haven't been able to close out some of these rounds.
Yeah, to be fair, that previous one there, they were fighting from behind. AZ able to get a decent return to give them the opportunity, and then of course getting that bomb planted. But HellRaisers, they played it well. They had the one smoke and the one flash to move in for the retake. Kalinka, he was entrusted to cover off his teammate defusing the bomb, and he was successful. 4-1, another relatively close round, but this time it doesn't matter because North aren't able to just straight up reinvest. Even with that bomb being planted, they're only able to pull out some pistols, utility onto most of the players. They actually have quite a few nades, but in terms of Kevlar, only 2 of the players actually picking that up, so it should be quite straightforward. We should see HellRaisers going up 5-1, but I say should because we've seen pistols do crazier things. You can never count them out. Oh, another pause coming in from HellRaisers this time. Throwback to
I know
when they done that a couple times on Train as well. Let North have their pause and then call their omen.
This keeps happening, yeah.
Is this some sort of new mind game they're trying to play?
I don't know.
Or maybe they don't like 30-second pauses. They're like, guys, it should be 60 seconds.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I was going to say that maybe just one of the players goes to the toilet as soon as they see the pause, and then they're like,
True.
oh no, he's not back.
If they're staying healthy, hydrating, drinking lots of water, that could be the case.
Yeah, it's happened a couple of times now, though, so I've got to think there's something to it on the HellRaisers side of things. Either way, we will be ready to get back underway into round number 6. We've seen a big resurgence from the Tech 9 lately, and it is back in this round as well for North. 4 Tech 9s picked up. Christu, the one man rocking a CZ. The one man sticking with that CZ instead of the Tech.
He's loyal.
Here we go. Yeah, into round 6. We'll see which weapons get the better of this one, as North again get themselves down Secret safely, and there we go. The CZ works out.
Yeah, the loyalty paid off, as you said, only for a very short period of time, unfortunately. But the trade there from the Tech 9 going to be found as well. So the AK being picked up, a couple rifles right now in play for the T side. And they have actually again managed to trade successfully on towards the bomb site. And opt for JR, not ideal to stop the bomb plant. But he does at least hit the shot on towards AZ. Stays alive, and now they again have to pull off this 2-on-2 retake. This time, of course, with the weapons favoring them heavily. But you certainly can't count out MSL and Cajun B, and MSL may find a rifle. It is being held at the moment, so as he pops out, ends up being tagged down and surprisingly surviving.
Oh, in comes Flaric, clearing that corner though. And MSL, as you said, very low on health, but he gets that first headshot back to the 1v1. JR eventually lands the shot, down to 19 health. And he's got time without the kit on this defuse. It's kind of close. I said he's got time, but yeah, we're good. I was a little sweaty for a second.
Maybe a second, actually. It was quite close. needed to get that kill instantly anyway, so able to find it just about in time. But HellRaisers are not looking anywhere near as convincing as they were back on Train. And that makes sense. As we said, this isn't a map that they play very often. I'm not sure how much practice they put in, maybe. But they've only played 2 officials, and it was against Skade and I don't even remember the other team's name.
I think it was like
So that
SG
kinda
Pro.
tells you. SG Pro or something. I didn't want to
Yeah,
say
Russian
it without
team.
being 100% sure. Yeah, they are indeed a Russian team. So yeah, not a map that they play often. And when you look at North's results, they've been playing against some of the better teams in the world. So it is kind of to be expected that North should be having a much better time here, and indeed have been keeping the rounds close. But so far, HellRaisers up 5-1, able to trade out as well, as it looks to be a quicker rush in from North as they bring it straight in towards ramp and down towards B. But they've taken quite a bit of damage, so again, this is not ideal for them, with a couple players being tagged up a small bit and Engage just barely hanging on to life.
Ooh, easy. Looking sharp in this round with 2 headshots to give North the advantage. HellRaisers had to go down to an auto shotty for this round, by the way. Their money is really not good on the CT side, and this retake is starting to look less and less likely by the second. But the molly comes in. Kalinka, 2 kills with the shotty, but Cajun gets 2 back. Finally springing into action. Those are the first 2 kills for Cajun on this map, and they're 2 very impactful ones because North will be taking this round. Flarich has to just sit back and try to save at the end here. We're trying to deny Cajun, which he will be able to do successfully. And he will be able to survive as well, but HellRaiser's money is in trouble. Like you were saying, Dean, those close rounds earlier have now come back to cost them. As soon as North get 1 round win on the board, the CT's money is looking subpar.
Yeah, they'll get what they can because they only have 1900 loss bonus coming in the following round, so you see Problem at least was looking at the double eco, as was Jalaim, I believe. So they buy up, they get what they can. And I mean, it's not the worst. They do have a couple of FAMASs, 1 M4 in play. It's certainly around we can see them win. We've seen teams win with a lot less. And they do want to change things up a little bit, getting more aggressive towards outside right now. But the nade, despite doing a bit of damage on the gate, is not going to be good enough to help them out with getting any kills at all. A couple of players that already bypassed it, they're able to go ahead and claim not only a 2-man advantage, but also full control of outside. And now down through Secret as well. As, again, North, they've been loving this B bonsai so far. Good trade on JR as well. The molly, unfortunately, forcing them out.
Yeah, it definitely feels like North may be thinking they found a weakness on that B side of the map with the way they've been playing. Christou's been caught in that position a couple of times now, and this time Problem is the man to catch him off guard. AK into his hands, and even though HellRaisers have a 2v3, it's not going to remain that way. AZ has been landing headshots in these last couple of rounds, and that time he just taps off the head. A single shot put right between the eyes. And Problem is now just going to be saving. Not much else to do at this point. And yeah, I wonder if North, coming into this game, had done their research on HellRaisers. Whether they knew that HellRaisers were weak on this B side of the map, or whether it's something that North just picked up as the rounds have gone on. Because they've kept on going for those secret plays, and there was the one round where they went for the ramp push down to B. In these gun rounds, they've basically never gone for an A play. It's just all been about the B site for them right now, and it's starting to work out for them.
Yeah, apart from the one where they came in through hell up the ladder, of course.
Ah, yes.
But that was one where it's still a lot of focus around kind of that B side of the map, where of course they got the opening even in towards ramp. So I mean, it certainly has been that B-bomb site overwhelmingly that they've been hitting so far. And yeah, as you said, maybe it is a bit of a weakness they've noticed for now. Anyway, they're up against a weaker investment. Just the 1 AK, of course, that was saved over. Off the back of it, a couple pistols are upgraded. Actually, only 1 pistol. And you see a Zeus coming out for Kalinka. So I'm not expecting much in this round. I don't think anyone should be. I don't think HellRaisers are. They would enjoy for sure if Problem can get a few kills. But look at this. The Zeus is actually in a really good position. Charges forward, catches AZ, gets the AK as well. But unfortunately isn't able to get anything else with it. Quickly being dispatched of, and it's not really in a position where it can be retrieved either by HellRaisers at the moment, unfortunately.
Ooh, Cajun just about wins that fight against the USP, even though he was dinked. Pretty decent damage already from HellRaisers. They might be able to go for more here. Flarich taking some shots, though. Problem. Spots... Well, doesn't spot anyone. He opens the door looking for opponents, but he's now been caught out. Flarich and Jame left. Flarich with a really nice shot. And the Deeg is keeping this man on the site. I think Christou's dead to the bomb here. I don't think he can get away from it. He's trying to, but Flarich lands a further frag. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a gun for Flourish though. Ooh. No.
No, I think the bomb blew them all away. That's a little bit unfortunate. Because they were all kind of more out in the open area, so they would have got like blown up towards ramp and such. So a bit unfortunate. A fourth round being found for North, but there is still, of course, quite a bit of room for HellRaisers. They're getting back onto their buy now, but this is very weak. They don't even have a single defuse kit. Barely any nades. Just about scraping out what you would call a full buy.
Nice fast smoke from JR. This time trying to counter that yard aggression that's been plaguing them so far in this game. North have been able to push down Secret in the majority of these rounds. Orb of MSL scoped in, and it's a quick flick to the right side. JR not prepared for an AWP to be holding that angle. He thought that maybe the smoke would keep him a bit safer, but MSL finds an angle on top of the box, and HellRaisers keep on going for that aggression, and North seem to be figuring out that that's the game plan of HellRaisers. They seem to be sitting back, waiting for the aggressive plays. Hazy there getting dinked in midair, but he stays alive, drops down safely, and holds on to his team's advantage, but Jaime landing another shot brings it back to a 3v4.
Unfortunately, taking quite a bit of damage, down to 17 himself in that fight. If he had remained healthy, then it would have been an okay spot for them to be in. But it's still going to be quite a difficult recovery at this point for HellRaisers, especially as North have already just walked down through ramp. They're going to get on towards that B-bomb site without anyone being able to actually contest that. And there's still AZ lurking outside as well. Low health, sure, but the first player just doesn't expect it, so he goes down for free pretty much. They will trade it back, but at this point, without a kit especially, there is no hope of that retake happening. So it really is just the save that has to be called for, and that's exactly what they're going to do, backing away towards the spawn. Unfortunately, even with these two weapons being saved over, only getting 2,900, they're really not in that great of a spot to buy up, because only Flourish can drop.
I wouldn't mind HellRaisers actually playing a player in secret at the start of one of these rounds now, because North just keep on getting that control, getting down into that position way too often. You can maybe put a rifle or even an AWP there. If it gets there in time, he can fight quickly and try and at least stop North from getting down so easily, at least get a kill or two before that happens. Because right now, HellRaisers are struggling to deal with it, and they haven't really switched up their setup too much so far. The rotates down to B have never really been too effective. They've never really come in time. I think the rounds that HellRaisers have tried to rotate down to B, oftentimes they've gone through the vents, which can sometimes be uncomfortable when North are already so close and so far pushed up. But here we go, another round for HellRaisers. They are not going for that switch up that I wanted. They're not playing a man in secret. They're playing what seems to be their standard setup. 3 players in and around this A-bomb site. 1 man holding yard, although JR, the man who is holding yard, doesn't have Kevlar with his M4, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, North's really bringing this one back now, 5-5.
Yeah, that's not ideal. JR, I guess it is the M4A1S at least, so you can play a little bit more passive like he is, try and get those laser headshots. But yeah, no, not ideal. If he gets hit at all, if he's getting shot at, the aim punch is going to be way too crazy for him to handle. So yeah, you see, he doesn't even really want to fight towards outside at the moment. It is going to be North moving forward, again looking to try and move down into secret, which has been quite successful for them so far. Jalaim is in position. Going to drop the smoke quite early. I thought maybe he'd wait for people to move forward, but I guess he's more so looking to use that as a one-way. Could have been used to delay for sure, but let's see. Will he find any success is the question. North are still moving forward. Indeed, does manage to find that first kill, but actually sticks around to see if he can get a little bit more. I guess either way would have been cut in the vent, would have been an awkward spot. Did delay slightly to let Problem set himself up, but he is also only able to get 1 kill before going down. And surely they expect this. Yeah, as you said, Christo has been around this position so many times that it at this point is just not going to catch them off guard.
Now that gives the advantage to HellRaisers for this retake that they've been looking for. Even trades at least on the B site. Then they get that kill onto Christo. Cajun B and AZ have got some pretty good positions. Molotov out. AZ, you've got to be careful. Cuts back into cover. Quick kill on the run across. And it's back to the 1v1. AZ goes back for more, using the flashbang to force the player to turn away. AZ wins out in the clutch. Very well played by him. And again, North keep on getting access to this B bomb site just a little too easily. You can see what James trying there with the one-way on the smoke, but because he sticks around, he just gets traded. And then HellRaisers are kind of scrambling to get back into position on the B site. They're trying to rotate down in time. And even though they did have a decent chance on that retake, AZ was in a pretty good position to deny them. Well played by him, and HellRaisers back down to another weak buy.
Yeah, this is looking much better from North. As you said, Problem, I think, kind of only jumped into Dark just as they were coming out the door, so they very likely heard that and had their full focus on it. So it was a pretty difficult spot for him to get more than one kill, and then of course North then playing out the afterplant fairly well. Well, in terms of at least AZ just going crazy. 6-5 though. North have themselves the lead, likely to extend it and likely to bring themselves up to 7 already here on this T side, which is a fantastic scoreline, even if they aren't able to add more to it. But with how it's been going so far, you would expect them to be able to even maybe get another couple of rounds on top of that. Very aggressive right now by JR, considering he only has a USP. It's an interesting fight to be taken. Not really able to do too much as he does go down. Christo, again, always in this position, but this time against the pistols, a much easier time just holding for that aggression. So yeah, looking pretty straightforward. Oh, Problem's been spotted. Yeah, tries to take the peek. I don't think he would have realized there that it had actually been spotted. So not expecting MSL to be posted up on it. One more player back in the spawn, though. That may not be expected. Up close on the box, actually.
Yeah, the Fires just has to get a feel for when the players are close by here. If he's just going to crouch in the corner like this. Oh man, this sucks. Yeah, he misses the first shots, and Gabe was up close to help his teammate. Farich missing a couple of shots, costs him his life, and Kalinka is on the A site. He's managed to avoid everyone for now, but finally MSL spots him at the back of the silo. North just keep on extending that lead, and yeah, it was a strong start for HellRaisers, but now that we've headed into the gun rounds, you can kind of see the difference in class between these two teams. On a map like Nuke, this is always a map that the Danish teams love to play, but you can see the togetherness and the composure of the North players. Whereas for HellRaisers, in some of these rounds, they just aren't always 100% sure of how to rotate. They aren't always really there. It feels like North are just one step ahead constantly right now.
Yeah, certainly not a map the HellRaisers seem completely comfortable on from what we're seeing so far. Vertigo coming up next as well, I think is going to be an interesting one. Also a map that HellRaisers don't play a lot. They played a bit more than Nuke, but North on the other hand, it is a map that they do frequent. So that would certainly be interesting if we do reach that point, which is looking fairly possible. Of course, North already up on 7 here on the T side. But a bit of a slower round for the moment. Again, though, no kit available for HellRaisers. That really could be an issue, especially considering North have been getting this bomb down pretty consistently. I mean, yeah, even just looking at the kind of score timeline, the last couple of rounds were won on kills, but before that, bombs were going down in pretty much every single round. And look at the amount of control they've got completely uncontested.
Yeah, HellRaisers have had real issues with this yard position. Generally, it's been players going down secret that's been the problem for them, but North also have the ability to flank through Heaven, which is what they look to be relying upon in this round. It's always kind of hard to look at the minimap on Nuke and to know what's going on, but the players flanking through Heaven will find Kalinka out in the open. And now this A site is pretty vulnerable, but Problem's in a decent spot to do damage. Unfortunately, he somehow doesn't get that kill onto Gade. That could have been a frag back for them, but with 20 seconds left, North have to get a move on here.
Yeah, they don't really have the time to wait around at the moment, and unfortunately that means that they just need to take these fights, and it's not going too well. Eventually, though, do get that bomb planted, and Cajun able to find one jumping through the smoke as well. Drops it back to the 3-on-3, and there's quite a few players on both sides right now that are weakened up already, so this could still go either way. Problem manages to spray back through the vent to get one, but he will fall as well, leaving it now all on Flarich. A 1 versus 1 as he gets the kill on Gade, just not realizing where MSL is. He was actually just tucked away behind the bomb site. The peak comes in, and an 8th round is found for North as the frag is found. And again, just there's not enough money for HellRaisers to get a buy. They're going to be looking at a few pistols and just trying to fight back to get actually 6 rounds on the CT side. That's really the optimal score right now for them.
Yeah, not been going according to plan so far for HellRaisers. Even in that round where They have some players on the A site ready to try and stop North. Doesn't happen for them, and now North are switching it up completely. That early nade doing damage, though. Here's the lineup. JR with 2 kills from behind, but in comes North with some kills of their own. Back to a 2v2, and North are going to continue to commit to this A bomb site. They've got more nades to use, a second smoke for the main position. It looks like North should be able to get that bomb down safely, but James is coming in on this flank. Flarich behind the smoke, looking for some lucky shots. It's really up to James to see what he can do. Smoke goes down. That was the CTs throwing that smoke. There's an AK recovered for James, but here comes the wrap round from Cajun-B. They're not ready for him. Easy spray into the back, and Flarich has got 2 players to find here, and the smoke isn't really helping him. Damage done, down to 3 health on the AWP shot from MSL, and even though there's a tap on the bomb, it's not going to be effective. Cajun-B gets the final kill, and North just keep on rolling.
Yeah, we didn't expect too much in that round, to be fair. Now that they're back on the Bido HellRaisers, they really do need to get themselves the 6th round. Otherwise, it is probably just too far out of their reach, and at that point I would expect us to be seeing Vertigo, which, as I said, is another map the HellRaisers really don't play too often, so it's not ideal for them to be going on to against North as the decider. So this is looking a little bit dire for HR, but they have the double up setup. They've gone for a little bit of a switch up with the setup here, and they do have a kit this time as well, so that's certainly a positive. Nades though lacking, so there is always a little bit of an issue with their bias team, so it's never ideal. But with this double up setup, they can afford to be maybe a little bit more aggressive, and this is something that we haven't really seen from them, surprisingly. JR is going to actually move around towards Secret with that up to try and see if they can hold outside for once.
Yeah, that would be a welcome change for HellRaisers, even if it's just 1 kill that they get, or even if it's just a bit more information or slowing North down, it'll make a big difference. And at worst case scenario, JR will have some information here that players could be pushing down Secret, but wow, JR commits to it. He really wants to go for this fight, and he's trapped up close on the left side, missing the shot. Even though he heard the molly ticking and hitting Gade, he's unable to get the kill. Elsewhere, though, Problem second AWP coming into play, but MSL picks up the refrag, and North will try and split their way down onto this B-bomb site.
Yeah, slowing things down a small bit. With AZ getting that kill, though, on towards Jalaim, you would imagine that indeed the commitment comes in. Oh, okay, they already had Chris down. I didn't even hear that bomb getting planted. The auto-director not being too useful, showing me people elsewhere. Sometimes it doesn't like to focus on the action, especially on Nuke. The auto-director seems worse here, but yeah, AZ's still just chilling in the vent. I mean, that's just a deja vu of what we seen a moment ago. He pops out to get the kill, goes back to focusing on the ladder, unfortunately not expecting Flarich to also be moving in from Secret, so he will eventually fall, but a 1-on-2 for Flarich. He does at least have the kit, but the bomb's already taken away so quickly, and both of these players right now focused in on the door. Pops out, MSL isn't going to miss that shot, goes ahead and brings it up 10-5 for North now as they head into the second half. But of course, guys, before we get going with the second half, there is going to be a little bit of a break. We'll be back in around 3 minutes. Make sure you stick around.
Many nations, even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick guys to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
it's easy, it's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time.
Well, not the first half that HellRaisers were looking for. Their T side will have to be incredibly impressive, I think it's fair to say, to come back into this one. 10-5 lead for North at the half, though. And this pistol round would be another nice start for them. Cajun B, though, getting dinked at long range, getting forced away by these Glocks right now. And HellRaisers are actually pushing up close here. AZ, though, has got the angle in the back. 3 players spotted. AZ with a second kill before finally falling. And HellRaisers here just falling down one by one. JR, the only survivor. And I don't know if he'll be surviving much longer, Dean.
No, probably not. I mean, he doesn't even have Kevlar. There is a couple players tagged up, and he's actually got a P250, so maybe that gives him a slightly better chance. He can take those longer ranged battles at least, but yeah, I mean, Nort, this pistol round so far was definitely convincing, actually expecting that potential silo flank. Okay, gonna spot out Christo, rains off a couple shots, does a small bit of damage, but at this point, Nort, they don't need to force this. They can just go ahead and wait for JR to move in on the bomb, and sure, they peek together from multiple positions, and at that point, he really shouldn't have any chance at all. He's now being tagged up a little bit as well. The peek comes in, MSL gets his second headshot at a round, and there it is. Nort gonna go ahead and continue building up that lead at 11-5.
Yeah, that might put them out of reach, in all honesty, just winning that pistol round alone. Especially without HellRaisers getting a bomb plant. They're going to go for the force spy, but it's only going to be pistols across the board for HellRaisers. Oh, okay, never mind. There is a MAC-10 in there. I spoke too soon. James gets the one primary weapon, being the SMG. And HellRaisers will be relying on that aggression that looked so good for them on train, but that they haven't been able to get going here on Nuke. And, oh, they're ready for it. Look at the MP9 spraying from above, getting himself 2 kills. Good nade damage as well, but HellRaisers will get themselves down through the vents. Kalinka gets another kill through for his team. And perhaps HellRaisers have got themselves a way into this round. They have left the bomb behind, though, which is a shame. The bomb got dropped in the midst of all that chaos. So lots of work to do for HellRaisers, but lots of time for them to work with.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely get a little bit awkward for Nort. Things could get a bit confusing about where HellRaisers are coming from, but I think they've also gotten themselves control of that bomb. Is it in towards door? Hard to tell on the map. That's one thing I hate about Nuke.
Yeah, I think it got dropped at door in the start of all those exchanges, and no one picked it up.
Gonna be pretty difficult to recover in that case, but there is Tech 9s in play, so I mean, up close, certainly possible. Kalinka actually, despite getting dinked, will still be able to come out on top of that fight up against Gade, and now they know where both of these remaining players are. So JR in problem, they will look to try and move together, or at least I figured that would be the plan. MSL just swings in and destroys JR, meaning it's all on problem now. I don't think there's really too much that he can do here unless North were to make some mistakes fighting him one by one, which doesn't happen. MSL, as the smoke pops rather, had gotten himself vision just beforehand. An easy spam comes in, 12-5, and it is a pretty close round, to be fair. Good damage coming in overall from HellRaisers, but considering they're down so massively and now they are looking at an eco as well, it's not really too big of a deal to North. I wouldn't imagine they're worrying too much. They have a chance in this one now to just build up money, and Gade's even just going to stick to the Tech 9.
Yeah, why not? I assume he'll be playing some sort of close angle with it. The rest of the team should be able to pull through, even if Gade doesn't get too much done with that tech. And Cajun here, just tapping away with this FAMAS, making it look easy on those first 2 kills. Even though he's against Deegs, they're not landing the shots right now. More damage done to Flarich as well. Oh, JR gets dinked down to 3 health in the back lines. A lot of damage being done early here. And unfortunately, I think that means HellRaisers will not be doing too much in this one. AZ with 1 kill, MSL with 1 of his own. And JR's 3 points of health will be taken away from him. Clean pickup from North.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were hoping for. It makes up for the players that they did actually lose in that previous round up against the Force by. They are still going to keep a couple of those weaker weapons, I would imagine. Despite having plenty if they wanted there to upgrade onto MSL on occasion, it makes sense. Keep the FAMAS, they have plenty of money then to reinvest in this next round. And actually, there is a couple of players who really don't have the money, so there is still a chance for HellRaisers if they were to win this one, to win this round rather, to actually leave a couple players on those weaker weapons. So this round here is so important, as you would expect. HellRaisers, they need this if they want any chance of starting to actually claw their way back into this game. Into this map at least. Of course, they did take map number 1 back on train, so North right now fighting to try and force it onto Vertigo. But there we go, Kalinka actually going to be able to find the opening kill. One of the first times we've seen that, at least in quite a while for HellRaisers. He just about survives on 1 health, so that's not ideal. But they do at least have the advantage in terms of manpower. And of course, opening up outside a little bit. Not going to be committing off it, but at least kind of keeping that in the mind of North. And actually pulling a rotation down towards Secret, I believe.
Ooh. Apparently that wasn't through a smoke from MSL, according to Valve. Not sure how that makes sense, but hey, kills coming in. That's the kind of situation where you tell your teammates, guys, I died through the smoke. And they're like, look at the kill feed, dude. You didn't die through the smoke. But then it's just Valve screwing with you.
He's like, no, why are you peeking? It's like, I didn't, I swear. Free kill for JR as well. As he didn't expect someone to still be lurking out here. Surfs around to join up with his teammates now in towards A, and yeah, Christow's just left to go ahead and try and save this one. As I had pointed out as well, a couple players are unfortunately left with not enough to reinvest, so being able to save over this M4 from Christow is going to be a pretty big help. He can probably drop that over to Gade. MSL can get the op rather out for himself, or he could maybe drop a rifle over to AZ. We'll see what he decides.
Nice bit of early aggression again for HellRaisers. That seems to be key to a lot of their round wins. Always going for that auto shotty, which is one of the guns that really only comes through on a few maps. Nuke is the most common that you see the auto shotty bought on. So nice to see that coming into play. I like the fact that you have some maps like Nuke where the auto shotgun can be more viable. It's nice to see that in play every now and then. And North will continue to look for their 14th round win into this one. Shots being exchanged, but no damage being done early, and HellRaisers will go back to these yard smokes that looked pretty good for them in the last round.
Ooh, AZ only having the shotgun, trying to fight in towards door. Not ideal, being taken down a little bit. And in the meantime, most of the focus, of course, being towards outside, as you said. It's been a relatively successful take so far, and oh, Asian, I believe that is actually been spotted around the edge of the smoke. Flarich still up on Silo, given overwatch for the rest of his teammates, and with that, giving them a decent advantage. AZ, I was going to say, had a good position for that shotgun, but he's not able to hit the shot, and Problem is just going to go ahead and clean up. Gade should have that return, but now he's the last man standing, and I was going to say that should just deter HellRaisers to go ahead and bring this back towards B potentially. But even in that case, I mean, it'd take them so long to go down that it would give the opportunity for Gade to rotate. So they're just slowing things down for now. It looks like they will eventually move down through Secret. And of course, at this point, would hair if he was the drop down in through Vent. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal. They do have to be a little bit cautious. Maybe if Rampy could have wrapped around, the Molotov does allow for them to not have to focus on Vent at least for now. And they actually drop in another Molotov. At this point, he's running around, so they know he's up there. Smoke gonna go in now as well. Just gonna hold close in the smoke, I'd imagine. Yeah, Gade is just trying to, I think, recover a weapon. Is there an op line around? Yeah, there we go.
That dead body was looking a bit funny on my screen. Didn't fully fall off the box, but yeah, Gade gets the AWP from his teammate's corpse and has to save and lives to fight another day, I guess is the nice way of putting it. JR just babysitting the bomb at the end here, but HellRaisers are going to get their 7th round together. Those yard smokes looked a little more suspect this time. There was that small gap at main, which HellRaisers were not really expecting, that North were able to work with. But it still worked out fine for HellRaisers. The outplay got them into a good enough position to move down to that B-bomb site, even if it did come somewhat close in the grand scheme of things. And Gade, having saved that AWP, will give it to his in-game leader, MSL, who has been top fragging for the team, up there at 19 kills. Will need to be stepping up in this round as well, because the rest of the team have really nothing between them. It's basically all down to the AWP of MSL to try and make something happen in this one.
Yeah, and he hasn't been playing too bad throughout this series. He's up there at 19 kills even right now. And of course was having some pretty solid rounds back on train as well. Ooh, JR having an awkward fight with the Glock. I was gonna say may want to just give up on this one, but eventually gets himself the kill. But he's been taken down extremely low now, which is awkward when you have the AWP. And MSL has actually gone ahead and even claimed the life with Linka towards outside. Nearly had a chance to take himself a second. Has now been tagged down though. Cajun going to be left to try and hold up on A as well. There is another player up close being Gade, I believe, and he does have a 5-7, so maybe he can still do something about this. Gets the first headshot, bails as well. Oh, actually didn't commit in true lobby. I thought he was going to back off through the door. Ended up trying to take the fight in towards main and did get the dink. So, I mean, Christo still has a bit of a chance here, despite being on the P2000. Two of those players are within just one shot.
Yeah, 2 targets within striking distance for Christo, but he's given away his position. Shot with the P2000, switches it out for the 5-7, which is good for that frag. AK into his hands now, but he's sticking with the pistol. And unfortunately, he wasn't prepared for Problem's position on the bomb site. Good effort from Christo there. Good bit of damage done by North. Unfortunately for them, though, the AWP that they'd saved into the previous round wouldn't be able to be afforded in this one. They wouldn't be able to get a perfect buy across the board, so they decide to take another low investment on the North side. Showing a lot of patience here, showing a lot of confidence that they're going to be able to win once they get the guns together. But in this round, it's pistols again for North. Ooh, there we go.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty solid. Been able to get the opening kill with the nades on Kalinka. AZ nearly getting caught actually jumping across from main there, but he is going to be all right. So yeah, opening kill, that's something that you need when you're on these weaker weapons. Unfortunately, it isn't really going to be one where they can retrieve the weapon, at least not anytime soon. And it's not like HellRaisers have gone ahead and given up that outside control. They've actually thrown away one AK to retrieve it. So yeah, it's not going to be a weapon that they can claim. But they have got a lot of control. That's what they have done. They've also pushed up in ramp right now. So HellRaisers are fairly limited in what they can do.
Oh, they're wrapping around yard right now, though. Cajun B goes into the corner at the right time because there's players flanking his position. Elsewhere, North want to take matters into their own hands. MSL gets aggressive and gets his team an AK. Christo currently using that weapon as they rotate down to try and cover off this B-bomb site. HellRaisers will be moving forward from ramp. But, oh, nice shot from MSL. Swings open the door for a 3rd kill on the round. MSL looking to use that smoke to his advantage, but finally JR deals with him. Still a man advantage for North, though. Still that AK in play, and AZ playing around this smoke. The flash is successful. JR had no clue where the player was, and it's all up to Flaric. 1v3 with the AK, 24 seconds left to work with, and there's a man close in the vents. Gade playing the close angle, gets the round win for North. The pistols prevail for the CT side. North take the 14-8 lead, and the money for HellRaisers is a little bit suspect here.
Yeah, no, it's really not great. Flaric has enough to buy. Of course, Jalaim has already bought as well. He could drop a Galil over to a teammate, but there is going to be a few players that are limited in this buy right now. You see the scout for Kalinka. Surprisingly, the Galil hasn't been dropped over. They're happy enough to have a couple Deagles onto JR and Problem. So yeah, I mean, North stealing that away with the initial kill from the nade and then just finding so much success with the pistols. Able to bring themselves up to 14 and potentially, if they are to get this round especially, go ahead and close things out. Oh, damn. Great shot by Kalinka, a quick reaction. If he went down, I was going to say there really wouldn't be much positivity to be found from the rest of this round. But instead, now they've actually brought it into a 3-on-3, so it's really not a bad spot. Unfortunately, Jalaim does go down in secret. If he had stayed alive, then they could have been in a really strong position. Kind of surprised he was committing forward on his own. I guess wanting to see if he could maybe continue to pull players down.
Nice smoke lineup from Flaric, which I believe lands around the Hell position to give HellRaisers a bit more cover. There you go, they don't have to worry about that window. And yeah, now HellRaisers move down Secret as a team, not wanting to give away that free frag like James did previously. That second AK has been recovered into the hands of Problem. That was his teammate's AK that was dropped previously that's now been brought into his hands. Ooh, dink lands from AZ. That was with the AK. It must have been a shot through the wall, and now AZ's been dealt with. No kill for him on the B site hold. There is Christu, though, covering this off, and there's a big gap in that smoke. Nice shot onto the first man. Looks over to the other position, and HellRaisers have only got 22 seconds to get that bomb down, but Flaric with another frag brings his team the advantage, and they know that Christu's in ramp, but Christu is actually pushed up here. Despite having the AWP, he's pushed up close. Second shot is good. Christu makes it happen in the clutch. The 1v2 goes his way. The reposition works out for him, and the young addition to the North lineup steps up in the clutch.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. He's been struggling a little bit as well, if we're going to be real throughout this game. Steps up there, gets 3 kills in total, pulls off the 1-on-2, and even just that Molotov, the amount of time that he was able to waste with it and then use that time to get up close, which could have been a bit risky if he had stood back and got himself even 1 kill when they were crossing. I think that could have won it as well, but would have been cutting it a little bit close. Maybe they still could have had a chance to get the bomb plant. So goes forward, hits the shots, wins it out, and it is indeed 15 for North. Only 1 more needed if they want to go ahead and confirm map number 3, which of course will be Vertigo. If we hit that point, as I said, it's one where I do expect North to be looking like the favorite team for sure, especially if they're coming off the back of such a dominant victory here on Nuke.
Ooh, James gets sprayed early by Cajun B. Over at Yard, Cajun B's just done even more damage. The smokes are up, but Cajun B's landing shots. JR catches him out, though. Good kill found with the Desert Eagle. MSL's AWP is scoped in from heaven, and he just about adjusts in time to get that kill onto Kalinka. The AWP looking for more. There's another player close. MSL shuts him down. It's back to a 2v2, but MSL misses that shot, and it's up to Christu to clutch again. He just won a 1v2 previously. He could win the map here. Spray good onto the first man, but he's got to figure out where Flaric is. Flaric is going for the bomb, but Christu's repositioned. This is such a sneaky spot, and Christu only needs 1 more shot to close out the map and to take us to a third. Stepping it up in those last 2 rounds. Christu really playing well, but it is going down to Vertigo. That will be the decider for this series. We're going the distance, we're going to Vertigo, and that will be coming on up after the break.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
Yeah. And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances.
it's easy, it's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, not fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances, fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running, I know.
I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan, I ain't need that. Outworking everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Heard that, wonder when I'm gonna peak at. And that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all tryna sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stopped till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I wanna conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now.
Erase your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but pack your bag now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, 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 out. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got and show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, up. You've got what it takes to fight back, back.
It went from 2 on
Hello,
3.
ladies and gents, and Dean, and welcome
My
back.
bad.
That's alright. I didn't really warn you that much this time, unfortunately. We did just miss the knife round, which North won, and they have switched to the CT side for our deciding map here on Vertigo. This will be an interesting one, Dean.
Yeah, as I said, I'm kind of a little bit curious about how HellRaisers are going to fare here on Vertigo. It's one that, again, they don't play too frequently. They do play it a little bit more than Nuke, but it's not one that you commonly see them on. So it's going to be a tough one for sure, especially after Nort coming off the back of such a dominant victory back on Nuke. They're going to be feeling good, being able to win that knife round as well, giving themselves the option of which side they want to begin on. They go for that CT side, and especially if they can get off to a good start here with this pistol round, then I do think I'm going to have to go at Nort. And I feel like that's a little bit of a cop-out because we didn't really do predictions or anything in the beginning, but I do believe that at this point it looks like Nort should be taking themselves the series.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with you. I think HellRaisers still have a bit of a better chance to play that aggressive play style on Vertigo. On this T side, it's a better opportunity for them than on Nuke to maybe get some of these aggressive rounds going, but I still think North should have enough, and ooh, it's not the best start for Kalinka. Missing quite a few shots with the P250 there. Then again, the North player also missed a bunch. I think it was AZ who was in that position. Here comes the smoke from Problem, the only smoke that HellRaisers have brought into this round. And AZ looks for these fights. Good nade damage done. HellRaisers getting softened up before they can push B.
Yeah, not ideal. I mean, they got a bit of damage themselves onto AZ, as you said, and have even now managed to actually find a kill on towards Gade. Leaving that one player to continue fighting. It's Kalinka on the P250, who's just trying to be a nuisance at this point, and he has kept 2 players in position over towards B. So it certainly is going to help out those players now as they begin to go forward around that A ramp. Unfortunately, being spotted though. I'd like to see that a little bit more of an aggressive peek from the player around ramp. Gets them that info at least early on. But could they bring it back at this point now is the question, because they've gone ahead and got another opening back over towards B. Nah, at this point just commit. The auto-director was showing me the kills elsewhere already. The players elsewhere. It does swap back over just in time to catch JR getting all of those kills as he mows down 3 with the Glock. Does so quickly and takes HR the opening pistol here on Vertigo. So that is a fantastic start for them, actually being able to find that pistol. And we're not going to see a full buy quite from Nort, but they're also not ecoing.
Yeah, I guess this is pretty much the definition of a half buy. They've spent $1,000 each. They've kept $1,000 in the bank on each of them. I guess they might try and stall out this round with those 5 smokes. Maybe they'll try and hold those smokes as long as possible and then have the chance to use them in the late round, assuming that HellRaisers goes slow. Because if you have a few smokes left with low time left on the clock, that can sometimes make all the difference. But it's a question of whether HellRaisers will go for a slow round themselves. Because right now they've got a fair few players grouped up at A ramp. Top the nade, and there's Problem with 2 kills onto the A bomb site. Make it a 3rd with the Khalil. The Deeg's not really getting the chance to do a whole lot on the hold. And I don't think those smokes will be coming into play any longer because the A site is gone. Problem is on for the ace with the Galil right now. Just spraying them all down. Gade is also going to be dealt with. No ace for Problem, but an easy round win for HellRaisers either way.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be too upset that he wasn't quite able to get the ace. As long as they're getting the round win, as you said, doing so cleanly as well, then they're feeling pretty good. And North, yeah, I mean, they invested a decent amount into that round, but they've kept enough to ensure that they can still get everything they need in this next round, that they're not going to be limited on nades. And being able to actually get a few kills as well has given them the money to actually pull out some pistols here as well. So again, they have a chance to try and keep the damage on and not let HellRaisers really get too comfortable with these opening rounds. But there is a good chance for surviving in that previous round. If they can do the same here, if they can maybe even keep all 5 alive, that would be fantastic for HellRaisers. As initially it does seem like they just want to focus around this mid control. Makes sense. They know that they're up against these weaker weapons, that there's not going to be really too much for those CTs to do in terms of taking fights. They just have to try and hit those quick 1Ds. And they actually have a flash for AZ to go ahead and swing out. Not quite able to hit the shots there to get the second kill. And unfortunately, Christo, or rather Problem, just keeps on going. Christo isn't able to do anything. Gade gets one more, but being the last man standing now, they know where he is. They can just bring this bomb back over towards B, and they should find that plant pretty securely. And I don't think even, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Gade's even going to be allowed to creep around. He's going to be spotted by that lurker.
Strong start to this game for HellRaisers then. The 3-0 lead with a fair bit of money being built up because they've only lost 3 players in these first 3 rounds in total. So they've been holding these guns, saving these guns over in most of these rounds. And they're able to get a full gun round into this one on both sides. MSL picking up that AWP on the CT side of things. JL's got one on the T side. Flashes into mid. North taking control of that position, but HellRaisers have got a fair few players stacked over to B, and as it stands, there's only one CT on that B bomb site. Gade is solo holding on that side of the map. Jame there almost caught through the smoke, but just a bit of damage done. And he will decide to play it safe as HellRaisers start to group up around B. But AZ's pushed all the way into A ramp. This is good information for North.
Yeah, quite a lot early on. The issue is, though, for the moment, at least Gade's solo towards that B bomb site. He has a bit of help, actually. He did have Cajun who can come in quickly from mid. And indeed, that is going to be the case, getting that opening kill, though, delaying this push from HellRaisers and just making things very difficult for them indeed. Although they are going to be now going forward, they're a little bit separated. It's really Kalinka who has to get these openings, and he finds 2 of them, taking down to 7 health before he even took that second fight, and he was still able to come out on top of it. Eventually, that ramp aggression over towards A is able to pounce to get 1 kill. MSL somehow misses that shot. It looked like it was on, but he's not going to miss this time. JR falls trying to jump across to the bomb site. Flarich pulls one back. Did he spot that second player up in the corner, though? I don't think so. AZ for now still hidden, but the spam, it's perfect. Oh, and Christo's screwed. He has no idea Kalinka's up close.
Yeah, I wonder if one of Kalinka's teammates maybe saw something that he didn't there, because it took a while for Kalinka to spam that smoke, but eventually he sprayed on through, got that kill onto AZ, and then the flank was cut off by one of the HellRaisers players. 4-0 now for HellRaisers, and this is much more like the team we were seeing on Train. Getting some good kills, relying more on their individuals, and Vertigo is a map that's a bit more suited to that than Nuke, and maybe that's what's allowing HellRaisers some early success here on this one. Landing some really good shots. Kalinka still yet to die, the same for Flarich, those two closing out that previous round from the 2 versus 3. All looking good so far for the HellRaisers side of things. And we get a technical pause ahead of this next round. Apparently one of the coaches has timed out. So again, hopefully that's one that can be resolved pretty quickly. Hopefully we'll get back into the action. And there we go. Nice and fast. You barely even noticed it. And we're straight back underway with North having just the pistols. 5 digs across the board here.
Yeah, HellRaisers looking much better, as you said. Perhaps their explosive style, a little bit more suitable here than it was back on Nuke. Getting that pistol and being able to get themselves off to a good start is certainly a massive boost, and I would imagine a confidence in comparison to what they had back on Nuke. So let's see, should be going up 5-0. As you said, there is at least some Deagles being upgraded, a few nades as well, a couple players afford Kevlar for North, but overall this is looking like it should be a pretty straightforward round here for HellRaisers. But it is a bit of an ace stack, I believe. Yeah, 4 players around this area, so there is a bit of a chance maybe that if HellRaisers don't try and feel it out, if they don't take this round slow, that they could walk into that stack. But as I say that, Kalinka already finding an opening. They do decide to push forward on this side of North, doing quite a bit of damage, but unfortunately only on really that first player. Despite finishing off Problem, they're not able to do anything else. And yeah, now Christo's left all alone, lurking around over on B, and he might actually be able to find one with this. Kalinka checks the corner, and there really was a chance there. Christo definitely had the drop on him, just not hitting the shots.
Kalinka up to the backwards bond scoreline of 7-0-0. Very good start to the game from him. Not even a single assist on the board. He's just been killing everyone he's seen so far. Even though it looked like he was in trouble at the end there, he wins that fight. And I think now we need to see North stepping up into this. I think they should be able to use their nades early to slow HellRaisers, and to their credit, they have done that in some of these rounds on the North side. They've used their nades to at least make sure that HellRaisers aren't going for the instant rushes, but still HellRaisers then group up later in the round and get success on those fast pushes that we've seen and those fast frags onto bomb sites. North haven't really been able to slow down or delay things long enough in some of these rounds so far. And even when they maybe have in that previous round on the B site, they slowed it down somewhat. They still ended up losing those trades. So hopefully we get to see more of the individuals from North in this one as they get aggressive. And AZ's molly is on point to start this one off.
Yeah, Kalinka couldn't do anything there. He was caught in the molly. Even if he stepped out at that point, he would have just been spotted by AZ peeking over. So there wasn't really much to be done. A little bit unfortunate. Kalinka, you had just said how he was yet to die, and then, yeah, that happens. So it is indeed certainly the best start we've had from North into one of these rounds, but it really doesn't last too long. MSL remaining aggressive. I don't think they realized that that smoke had a massive gap around the left side of it. And with that now, HellRaisers are just going to commit straight on towards A. It's Christo alongside Cajun, who's actually playing really passive back in the spawn. He's not even peeking at all.
And it's not like North have a bunch of nades or mollies to deny this bomb plant. They're playing it safe, but they only have one HE grenade left. Fake plant comes in from Problem. I think he's hoping to bait out some nades. A bit of damage done, but here we go. Christo with a really quick reaction shot onto Jame. But here comes Flarich flanking through mid. First kill goes his way. Now North have to be aware of this flank. They have to try and clear this out. AZ's pushing this position, but Flarich is ready for it. North now moving on to the bomb site, but they're just falling one by one, losing all their members. It's Cajun B left in the 1 versus 2. He's tapped that bomb. He's tapped it again. He's on it right now. Oh no, JR spamming. JR can't find it, but he eventually gets the kill he needed. Cajun B caught out at the end there. It comes close, but HellRaisers secure another round.
Yeah, that was so close on the defuse there. I'm not sure if you were still on Cajun's perspective, but that was pretty much completed right there. Honestly, I thought you had it. I didn't expect that final deagle shot to actually be able to get the kill. And HellRaisers with that bring themselves up to 6, but that got fairly close there in the end. A little bit awkward, but I don't think HellRaisers even then are going to be too upset. They're able to get the round win in the end. They have themselves plenty of money, even with only 2 players surviving. And again, they're going up against a weaker investment, which is pistols and a few nades really being upgraded here for North. Very aggressive, though. Okay, actually going to get that trade on towards Flarich. No one from HellRaisers is actually nearby to hold that weapon either, so it is going to be retrieved. Unfortunately, though, the kills continue in the sway towards HellRaisers. They do have that man advantage once again.
Ooh. Cajun sliding off that ladder successfully. AZ over on the B side of the map, spamming down with the Deeg, but Kalinka gets him back through the wall. Uncomfortable trades right now for HellRaisers, though, especially in these close angles. Those Deegs can just spam you down so quickly. You've got to be careful. Kalinka remains spread apart from his teammate. Big risk taken here, but he gets away with it. I thought Cajun had him dead to rights there, but Kalinka stays alive and gets his 10th kill on the board. Everything is going right for Kalinka right now. A triple kill in that round. And honestly, everything's going right for HellRaisers in general. They're up 7-0 right now. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is not looking good at all for Nord. To be fair, it's not like they've had great results on this map, and especially recently, since having their own roster changes. Of course, they've been kind of trying to get used to everything again, and Virgo has been a little bit awkward for them. Their last few times, especially when they've played against top level teams, they really have struggled. They lost it against Astralis 16-4, lost it against Heroic as well, and then even losing the Gambit Youngsters and Endpoint. So it certainly has been a shaky map for them. But I thought that they would be looking better than HellRaisers. So far, that has not been the case. It is 7-0. North again trying to get themselves onto the board here as they do have that full buy. A lot of their nades, though, again being used early on, and they're not really able to do any damage or anything with it either. A small bit onto Kalinka, but nothing too substantial. Oh, but there we go.
There we go. Gate getting that opening kill. Yeah, as you were just saying that North have lost it against Gambit Youngsters and Endpoint. Wow, what a spray from Gade. Flashed in by AZ. And this is a complete turnaround. It's now North in this round who have just dominated this one. Got all the kills, won all the fights. It would be nice if they could survive with all 5 here. Cajun B holding mid. Gets the angle, gets the damage, and eventually gets the kill. Took quite a long time to spam through that box, but he finds it in the end. And back to what I was saying earlier, even though they have lost it on the North side against teams like Gambit Youngsters and Endpoint, that's a map, or Vertigo's a map that Gambit Youngsters and Endpoint are picking pretty often, right? And it's one of their better maps. Whereas for HellRaisers, it's much more down there at the middle of their map pool. So I think that's why we're expecting North to come through strong on this one. And it's taken some time, but finally they get their first round on the board. Maybe this can be the turnaround for North.
Potentially, but they can't afford for it to just be that single round. They do need to really start getting it going here on the CT side. Ideally, really want to be trying to actually get all of the rounds that remain. At most, maybe dropping 1 or 2 to be able to actually come out with a half that they could be happy with. So they do need to keep this up. We are getting back into it, of course, and it is still a full investment with HellRaisers with a decent amount left over for them to buy again, if needed. I mean, maybe problem would be a little bit low on money, but other than that, they would be looking pretty good. So North do need to get themselves another couple rounds here before the kind of dream becomes a reality. And indeed, they want to go aggressive. This time the smoke does land. We've seen, of course, earlier on there was a little bit of a gap left in it. No opportunities this time, though, for the op to be able to pick up those opening kills. Although, as I say that, it doesn't matter. J-Lam just goes through the smoke. Hops up above, actually spots Christo. I'm not sure if he noticed that AZ was close as well. Apparently didn't, because up close in the smoke then gets caught off guard with the flash coming in. And it is traded back. I think North will be feeling pretty comfortable with the amount of map control that they've gotten, especially it has forced HellRaisers to go ahead and commit towards B now.
Gay's been dealt with, though. He got a bunch of kills in the last round, and Kalinka finds another entry frag onto the B-bomb site. Those 2 kills are all they need to get that bomb down in such a favorable position on the HellRaisers side here. And this B site has started to become a little bit of a problem. I was hoping that that would change, because in the previous round there were the multiple kills coming in. The bit of aggression worked out. But this time round it just goes back to an issue for North. Back to a problem position for them. HellRaisers about to get up to an 8-1 lead, forcing North to save what little they can into the next round. The surprising thing is, I feel like North have done a pretty good job overall at controlling that A ramp position, and yet still they don't seem to be ready for these B pushes that are coming in from HellRaisers.
Yeah, it was the fact that I guess they did, of course, lose a player while fighting for the control there. They were still in the middle of fighting for the kind of bottom of it as well. And HellRaisers quickly reacted, realizing that at most there was going to be 2 players on B and that the rotations would take quite a while. And yeah, it works out for them. They lose 1 round, they immediately bounce back. North, at least they're going to have the full investment, of course, here with some weapons being saved over. But it's not ideal. It's 8-1. Really, as I said, North were looking for all of the rounds that remain. And that is definitely the case now. If they really want to be coming out with a half, they can be happy with. But let's see. I mean, there's still a chance, for, of course, for them to fight back in. Are they going to go for the ramp aggression once again? And it looks like they will. Not quite as aggressive this time. I believe just the 2 players instead. They're going to put the smoke down, a little bit of a spam, post up the op, and I guess just wait and see what happens around that area. They're not going to quite try and actually get aggressive up towards the smoke itself this time.
Mid control being looked into on the HellRaisers side. Kalinka's here again, but he's trapped in the corner. AZ ready for it. Good flash assist coming in from Gade, and in comes MSL with one of his own. Make it 2. MSL sniping them down at the ramp. This time, HellRaisers unable to really control those fights. North are the ones who are dictating where the fights happen. North are the ones making sure they're the ones that are ready for those duels. And at this point, HellRaisers are probably just looking for damage because they should be aware that North's money isn't that great, isn't that well established. So if they can get a few kills at the end here, it could make a difference as this game goes on.
Nade in onto Flarage. Doesn't do a lot, but brings him down to 90. Makes it a little bit easier for those M4s. So definitely helpful. Problem close on B. If he can get this first kill on Gade, then maybe there is still hope. Because as you can see, AZ up close on the bomb site, barely hanging on to life on 5 health. The issue is Flarage not really finding any success at all on mid, so he's going to go ahead and wrap all the way around now. Meaning by the time he gets there, there's going to be pretty much 0 time remaining. So they do need to get going quickly. Problem needs openings. If not, they really should just be considering the save at this point. Gets that kill on AZ at least, the headshot to be sure, but as he falls, the bomb's gone. There's no time for Flarage, and yeah, indeed, that 1 AK will at least be carried over. Plenty of money, so it wasn't really necessary, but it can help out a little bit. The drop over to Jalium can actually come in. He definitely needed it. Gets himself the full nades behind it as well. But North, they bounce back. Can they this time actually manage to chain some rounds together? That's the question. They need to.
If you've just joined us here on the B stream, we are on the 3rd map of this series, the Decider map, where we were assuming North might be able to step up and take this series. But HellRaisers have had something else to say about that. They've come through with a really explosive start here on Vertigo, but MSL's AWP coming into play. Christu lined up for a couple of kills from behind, and this time North's A ramp control works wonders for them. They take an early 4v2 advantage, and HellRaisers have left that bomb behind there. They're going to have to go get that at some point, and that's going to force them to stray pretty far up the ramp.
Yeah, I mean, MSL still staying pretty aggressive right now with this op. If he goes down, it could be a little bit troublesome. Surprised that they haven't fell back off to just play a little bit more passive at this point, but let's see. It is still going to be the A commitment, this seems, from the T side, and Molotov actually still in play is going to go down, and it does force AZ out of position. The issue is they're still trying to move in through the alleyway as well, so MSL, he is ready once that push comes in. Hits the op shot, drops the bomb, and then actually sticks around, and despite going down, I don't think it's really going to affect the round too much at this point. 45 seconds remaining. Kalinka doesn't know if there already could have been someone pushing through B, if there could be the flank coming in, so he needs to be cautious of that. He is quite limited in that regard, as well as if he moves back, he's not sure if someone could be waiting for him. So he is pretty much just forced to walk into this stacked up A bomb site, and yeah, as you can see, despite getting 1 kill, immediately AZ swings in, had themselves set up to at least ensure the trade, and North, they will be able to do it. They get 2 rounds in a row now. And with that, break the economy of HellRaisers.
There we go, another round where North look pretty successful at holding A ramp. I think that's been a position they've been pretty good in so far throughout this game. There's been 1 or 2 rounds where MSL has maybe lost that fight with the AWP, but for the most part, they've been able to lock that down. And now that they force HellRaisers back down to a low buy, let's see what HellRaisers decide to do in this one. Fast mid-aggression by the looks of it. MSL here to help. Cajun B gets a couple of kills through. USP out for that follow-up. And a quick cleanup for North. Not making any meals of that round. Not giving away anything. But HellRaisers quickly back to the buy after the low buy.
Yeah, and they're still in a pretty fantastic spot, already being up on 8 rounds, of course, so if they can manage to get even 1 more at that point, bring it up to 9, give themselves a little bit of security for if they are to lose the pistol, then I think they'll be feeling pretty good. But, of course, North, at this point, fighting for what they can. If they can bring it back up to 7 at that point, feeling pretty good. And I mean, it's possible. 3 rounds in a row, or 3 more rounds in a row, rather. They've already gotten 3 in a row. It's not impossible by any means. They've stepped up for sure over these past few rounds. But as you said now, with HellRaisers back on the actual guns, this is where we see if they can actually keep it up. And here we go, going extremely aggressive. It looked like that should have been a kill for AZ, but Kalinka's able to come out on top of it. Problem here ready to try and trade, but he's already tagged up as well, so I don't know if he wants to stick around considering they do already have the man advantage. And indeed, drops the molly, backs away. They have a 4-on-3. And yeah, HellRaisers feeling pretty good with so much time left on the clock as well.
Yeah, North tried to use that deep smoke to isolate that man in the He stares position. It worked for them. And here comes Christu dropping the bomb over on the A side of the map. That's all the information that North need to fully commit to this rotation. Over to the A bomb site, but James got an angle over the top of the smoke. He gets a kill in reply. And with that smoke being down, Flaric should be able to get this bomb down pretty safely. Oh, he spots the head as well. Well, doesn't spot it. In fact, it's through the smoke while blind. But more importantly, he gets the kill, and Cajun B is the last man standing. He's trapped in this corner, nowhere to go. James takes him down, and HellRaisers get some success on the A side of the map.
Yeah, they've done it. They've brought themselves up to 9 rounds now. There is still going to be a buy from North, but they've spent all of their money now into this one. So if they do lose this round, at that point, 11-4 would be looking extremely likely for HellRaisers. So this round is a must-win for North if they want to keep themselves in with a chance of salvaging the CT side into a somewhat decent position.
Yeah, this gets concerning if they lose this one.
Ooh, Kalinka's mad. He's loving his just solo plays around B.
Yeah, this time a bit too far. And oh, MSL spots the man on the edge of the smoke. Able to get a second kill through for North. So looking better for the Danes this time round. From this point, they should be able to close out this round. And again, MSL getting some easy fights at the ramp. They're not using nades on the HellRaisers side. They're not really making it too difficult for MSL's AWP. He's landing just some nice shots. Wow, that one was in midair. That was a nice one. JR getting caught out as well. And they're just peeking him one by one. MSL's going to take that all day long, pulling his team through for their 5th round win.
Yeah, overall, North have certainly started looking better over these past few rounds. But again, as we said, HellRaisers have already got a pretty good half for themselves. So the question is, can North actually just get themselves this 6th round and then keep it up once they swap over to the T side? They're going to be pretty much needing that pistol for themselves. Positive being here into this final round of the half, at least, that they are up against a pretty weak buy from HellRaisers. Obviously, spending all of what they have, unfortunately only getting 1 rifle from it, couple Tech 9s, a Deagle, and a Mac 10. But they are going to go quickly over towards B. Going straight up through the Molotovs as well, taking quite a bit of damage from them. Kalinka is able to creep around the edge of the smoke and find one, but overall the kill's being found. AZ, I thought he actually managed to get that transfer. It was only the 1 kill, sorry, but he did also manage to tag Problem down. So keeping the man advantage. North have been doing a good job of just trading so far in this round, and eventually bringing themselves into a 3-on-1, dropping that bomb in their vision there in the middle of the bomb site as well. There's really not much to be done for Flaric. He's already been spotted as well.
Molotov lands on the far side. They know he's close, and MSL closes out the half. 16 kills for him, 6 rounds for North as they salvage a somewhat decent half on the board. And we will be back with our final half of the day coming up after a quick break.
I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Listen to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low.
HellRaisers with a 9-6 lead at the half. Heading into their CT side, they're definitely the happier of the two teams right now. But North were picking it up as the half went on. They'll be looking to see if they can keep it going into their T side. Couple of smokes and molotovs here for the pistol round on the North side of things. And they're already deploying their utility into this A-bomb site.
Yeah, if North can get this pistol round especially, I think they will be feeling pretty good about having shifted the momentum for sure back in their own favor. And indeed have found control of this bomb site pretty quickly. They've done so in the 5-on-5. The bomb is going to be getting planted. Oh, okay. Flyer trying to spam the smoke, actually hits his teammate, and it doesn't do considerable damage. For the moment, though, they are just waiting, I believe, for Kalinka to set himself up to push in on the flank as soon as they find contact. And there we go. Problem, he was actually able to find the opening kill, but AZ, what the hell? He's so crisp on the Glock. He was looking fantastic back on Nuke as well, especially, and he's carrying it on now here on Vertigo when they need it. MSL steps up for a headshot as well, and they know, of course, Kalinka's on that flank. There's nothing left for him to do.
Yeah, that was well done by AZ, and I feel like in general for North, it seems like the two highest fraggers on the team pretty often end up being AZ and MSL, and that's the case right here on Vertigo. MSL is still one ahead of him at 17 frags. Oh, not one ahead of him, sorry. More than one ahead of him. AZ's down there at 11, but still, you get my point. Those two leading the charge for North in terms of the fragging numbers right now. And HellRaisers are probably going to be investing here. JR is saving some extra money, perhaps to get an AWP into the future. Kalinka will be full buying. So there is a Zeus in play alongside the pistols. But either way, not much of an investment here for North to overcome. They should have a fairly easy time dealing with this.
Ooh, that nade. Actually not going to go deep enough. MSL didn't continue to move forward. Oh, sorry, not MSL. Whoever it was at the bottom of the ramp gate, I believe, yeah. So, not anything being done by those nades early on. Not really any aggressive peeks coming in from HellRaisers, at least not in terms of peeking down the ramp. Instead, waiting for North to close in the distance here. And with Deagles in hand, I mean, these headshots definitely could be dangerous. Actually going to pounce when the molly comes in. Kalinka gets himself the double, dropping the bomb carrier twice. Flarich comes in to help as well. MSL falls. Kalinka with the AK, going to line them up. And HellRaisers, they steal it away. Make it look easy as well. Kalinka just goes massive. He's 19-9 right now. He's been having a game. What was he, 7-0 at one point? Went up 10-1 as well. He's been having a really good time throughout this map.
Yeah, that AK lineup at the end was nice. And just that position in the first place. The Deeg up close gets those kills. I spoke too soon when I said that North should be able to close this one out. Clearly, I should have respected the force buy more. Clearly, North should have respected the force buy more on some of those close angles. They weren't ready for it, and now HellRaisers have a chance to come out to a really good lead here as long as they can win this round, and that's looking likely. The aggression continues. HellRaisers are not giving North any breathing room right now. Problem potentially pushes a bit too far, but he just sets up Kalinka for 2 kills at the end there. Another fast round for HellRaisers, 11-7 in the books, and North's money is still a problem for them.
When HellRaisers have got this level of confidence rolling, that seems to be when they do the best, when they're just not afraid to push. And as you said, they were definitely kind of more limited on where they could get aggressive on the CT side, especially back on Nuke. And yeah, they just look a little bit more comfortable here so far, at least that round. Obviously, they weren't up against a full buy, so we will have to see once they actually have North with the rifles and such in hand. But that's not going to be this round. It is having to be an eco here from North, just the P250 being upgraded so far for Cajun. Other than that, the Glock's still in hand, and you wouldn't really imagine any of those players can afford to upgrade either. AZ maybe, but I think he may even be wanting to... Nah, I don't think he'd be dropping the op over. Really, if they want to get the op, it's going to have to be MSL going glass cannon. So this next gun round is going to be so important for North. This one, though, HellRaisers, they should have a pretty easy time being able to take a clean round. Maybe Kalinka can even can go ahead and add more kills to the scoreboard. He's 22-9 right now.
Yeah, maybe he can keep the pain train going in this one. Jane with the flashbang commits to the fight. Could be a bit dangerous, but he gets 3 kills from it. That last headshot onto Cajun was really well done. And Gade at least recovers the AK for a split second before Flarich moves in to finish the job. Even faster round coming in for HellRaisers this time. That was about 15 seconds, and they win that one. And that should change now, because North have got themselves AKs. They've got the full buy. You've got to assume that North will now slow this down, because being 12-7 behind, this becomes a crucial round for North. They really have to win this one to try and keep that scoreline from just spiraling out of control.
Yeah, it is a necessity. It's do or die pretty much at this point. Bringing it over pretty standard, I guess, towards the A ramp. Actually, all of the players, I believe, pretty much, apart from Christo, who's being left to make sure that they're not going to be flanked out. But nothing really too crazy, at least in the beginning here from the CT side either. I was going to say Lame just in towards the sandbags, but he is actually peeking somewhat. I don't think he's really been able to spot anything. The auto director just isn't watching him. I'm spotting JR at the moment. Just kind of chilling around the bomb site, throwing out nades and such, but nothing too crazy. As you said, you expected North to slow things down now, considering this is such an important round for them. I'm surprised that they just pretty much put everyone on the A side of the map, though.
Yeah, maybe they're just going to go for this standard A play where you just put 1 or 2 smokes onto the site and try and get that bomb down quickly. Normally that can work well for you, and here we go. Gabe with 2 kills on unsuspecting players. They both had their backs turned, and that surely will lead to the round win for North here. HellRaisers have already called this one off. So North just keep it simple. Go for a quick push onto the A site. It works out for them. And they win a much needed round to keep this scoreline at least somewhat close.
Yeah, doing so very convincingly. Strong opening gun round from North, but HellRaisers at least been able to save over 3 weapons and already having quite a bit of money in the reserve. They're not going to be struggling to buy up at all. But North keeping all 5 alive, that is the best way to kick off the half, especially when you do lose the pistol. Getting that gun round with everyone surviving, only having to reinvest into whatever nades you may have used up, or whatever you may not have actually had going into that previous round. So yeah, everything for North right now, if they're able to get this one as well. At that point is when you really do start thinking, okay, yeah, they have the chance to pull this back. They would then be looking at 10 rounds off the back of this one, if they were, of course, to take it and force the CTs down to an eco. But even then, actually, there's a bit of money left over. It's only Lame who's actually low on money if they were to lose this one.
Yeah, I do want to see how HellRaisers adapt on that A site, though, after losing that round. Let's see if they fight for ramp. They will, but Hazy's there to get the kill. I think that was a run boost for Jame, right? And still, it's just a quick headshot that denies him.
Yeah, I think so. That was just nasty. I mean, AZ has been hitting crazy one-taps if we go back to Nuke as well. Especially down on that B-bomb site, he kept just one-tapping everyone. He was having a good time. Nice little spam there, at least to return some damage on the Gade, but for now, still the man advantage for North. They're in the 5-on-4. They've got themselves up close on the ramp. They've got a couple players elsewhere. They are just pretty much split out for the default, and they've so much time as well to actually try and capitalize on this advantage, knowing that, of course, at this point, they can continue to just run down the nades from HellRaisers and make it so much more difficult once time does come for North to actually commit to a bomb site. Oh, this could be dangerous, though. AZ has no idea, I guess, that he could be spotted. JR was boosted up, just about had the vision around the edge of that smoke. And at this point now, North looking like they're going to be forced back over towards B, but if they move quickly, they will find the bomb site completely open.
And North playing with the rotations, playing across the map, and they do decide to move in quickly. They realize it's clear. Christo leading the charge to cut off the rotation of Problem. Now HellRaisers are locked out of this bomb site. A couple of smokes going down, flashes to follow. There's no way back into this one for HellRaisers. JR's hanging round with the AWP, maybe looking for a kill at the end here. But even that is unlikely. North are just sitting tucked into their positions, nice and safe, nice and snug in their corners as they get their 9th round win on the board. Just going back to the start of the round, I love how Valve has changed the wall here to not be a wooden wall that you spam through anymore, now that it's a metal wall, it feels like it's really fine-tuned in how much damage is done through. Because you see that spray landing onto Gade earlier in the round, but it doesn't outright kill him anymore. It just takes him down to 35 health. So I feel like that wall's in a nice spot now, where you can't just boost over it freely, because you will get spammed back and it will start to do damage. But it's not like instant kills like it used to be with the wood wall. It was a nice change, I think. Nice fine-tune of that position. But back into the rounds we go with North getting themselves some success now on this T side, bringing it back to a 9-12 scoreline, but they still have to go up against the full buys, with HellRaisers continuing to save.
Yeah, looked like JR was actually going to get aggressive here around B, but instead just entrusting him to hold a little bit more aggressive over towards the stairs. And with that, stack up around the A side of the map, and so far it's working out really well for them. They've gotten themselves already a 2-man advantage. Liam will go down, but Problem immediately backing away. JR, in the meantime, over on B, actually going to hit the leg shot on the Christo as well. So this is HellRaisers indeed getting themselves a much better start into this round. And JR, he isn't going to let up with his aggression. He's actually going forward. Very risky. I wouldn't either, but I am not a pro player, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly. I would never trust myself to land the shots with the Deeg. I'd feel like I'd just be giving them an AWP if I did that, but yeah, he's going for it, pushing with the Deeg in hand, even though the AWP's in his back pocket, and it's the right read right now. It's the right call, because he's pushed all the way through for the flank. He gets that free frag, and now North have to be confused and have to be worried that this could be a stack on the A bomb site, because there was a player behind them the entire time. They're still going to flash over into A, and there we go. Problems ready for them. It's only Cage and B left.
Yeah, and the 1-on-3 with a decent amount of time, but at this point he is really just going to be committed towards A, and the first line of contact being Problem, he does actually cause a problem apparently for Cajun. Finishes that one off. It will be, as I said, the 13th round now for HellRaisers as they manage to bounce back after dropping a couple in a row and continue to build up that lead. There is still enough money for North to rebuy in, and they actually do have some money left over after this also. It would only, I believe, be AZ who'd be struggling to buy in. Even here, though, actually, he's going to have a weaker weapon, so not perfect, but it is a relatively decent buy. But North, they need to win this round here. As I said, they could maybe scrape one together in the next round on most of the players, but it's not a position you want to be in at that point, being down 14-9.
Ali fights for a ramp. Jame flashed in. Good kill. Oh, great spray transfer from Jame. Gets both of those players. HellRaisers locking down a ramp for the first time in a while. And wow, Kalinka with another quick kill at mid. This round is done and dusted. Over before it even really begun. Christu has a 1v5 with all the opponents having full health. So that's not going to be good for him. He'll look for some damage at the end here, but HellRaisers have got this round in the bag at this point. Flashbang avoided. Christu's getting run down from all these positions. And there we go, 14th on the board for HellRaisers.
And a just run over as well. They just walked over all those players there around ramp, made it look easy. And yeah, as I said, North, although they will be able to scrape out the buy here on 4 of the players, it is still just such a difficult spot to be in, knowing that if they lose this round, then in the next one they're going to be in an even more difficult spot with probably just pistols and a few nades behind it. So this is a must-win 100% this time for North. They know that. They've called in the pause. They're having a bit of a chat. And surprisingly, that's the first one they've used.
Yeah, that is a surprise. 14-9 down. They decide it's time to maybe talk things over for the first time. They will be going for the buy into this one. MSL hit that 17 kill mark a while ago. He hasn't gotten any more frags from that point. It was pretty early in this T half that he was up to 17 frags. But he hasn't really had the AWP as often on the T side. That might be part of it. He's got the AK in this round, though. North scraping together whatever the hell they can. But HellRaisers are just 2 rounds away from victory. 2 rounds away from this upset as well. They were pretty heavy underdogs heading into this one, according to most people. But they have showed up here today, and they might be able to take this one over the line. North taking damage early. MSL dinked down to 21 health, and he will be giving the AK to one of his teammates.
Yeah, it's the Galil, unfortunately, but indeed going to be, or the AK rather, yeah, trading those weapons over. But yeah, I mean, it's just not the start that they want to be in. Having a couple of Galils as well in play, having now MSL limited to just the P250 with barely any health, really, he's going to be requiring his teammates here to actually find those opening kills. A minute though remaining as they look to focus on towards that A bomb site, and I mean, one positive being, of course, that they do have plenty of nades remaining. We've already seen them find some success with this AXQ, so it certainly is a possibility again. With the weaker weapons, everything does help out for sure. Flash in towards the side alley. Smoke's now going down. Mollies as well to try and just make these CT players as uncomfortable as possible. Force them out of position, move them away from that bomb site, and allow now for North to move on towards the position and get that bomb planted, which they should be able to do. They were slowed down quite a bit though by return Molotovs from HellRaisers. And they still have one more as well that can actually delay that bomb plant. And even the boost coming in actually catches Cajun.
Trades onto the site. JR lands another shot. Second kill of the round for him. Ooh, great frag from Gabe, but AZ is the last man left. And with 12 seconds, he has to commit to this bomb plant. They can just run him down. AZ run over at the end. 15-9 for HellRaisers, who are just one away from the win in this series. Yeah, that's a problem.
Even with it, they wouldn't have had enough to buy on anyone. The 800 wouldn't have given them enough for AKs. Kevlar and nades wouldn't have even given them enough for the AKs and Kevlar. So yeah, I mean, North are just in such a difficult spot. They've called in their second pause. I wouldn't mind if they use a couple more here to have a chat and find out what they need to do here.
I don't think we've really seen North try a fast B play, for example, which maybe could be an option here. The worry is you can get naded and mollied in those B stairs pretty easily. It's quite a tight choke point, so that would be a risk of going for that sort of play, but you only have the Tech 9s, you only have the Deegs. You've got to come up with something big, something special to win this one and to keep yourselves in this series. And here we go, heading into what could be the last round of the day. Round 25, HellRaisers with 6 series points. Remember, the winner of this game goes up against Godsent in the next round. HellRaisers would love to get there, but Cajun B's caught a man in the back. The aggression, this time costing HellRaisers early. That should be a rifle recoverable here for Cajun B.
Yeah, that's a huge find there, Leon. As you said, Cajun now having an M4 to work with as well as the man advantage. That's a pretty decent nade, though. MSL not going to be feeling happy as it lands at his feet, but it is still the man advantage for now. It is a decent start for North, all things considered. They're able to push forward, actually warn off that aggression as well from around this ramp area just by showing the players. I mean, Lame, unfortunately, being alone, couldn't afford to remain aggressive, or if he went down, they'd likely lose the bomb site. He has now had a rotation though come over, so he stepped a little bit forward, waited to see if he could get one kill, and he does actually catch MSL creeping forward first. Again, he was the player who had already been tagged up. But considering the weaker weapons overall from North, with it being brought back now into a 4-on-4, HellRaisers again probably feeling pretty comfortable, but they want to go forward. This is kind of surprising. The trades are going to be found for North as they bring it into the 3-on-2. And with a few nades, including some Molotovs at this point, I was going to say they could just cut off these CTs from rotating back in. But surprisingly, taking their time, throwing out the smokes as well.
Finally, the pistols move in. Yeah, Christu and Cajun both combining for the kills. Turns out the slowdown worked out just fine for them. They get both those frags through to keep it nice and comfy. Well, at least North have overcome that. At least they've won with the pistols in that round. Finally spotting out some of that aggression from HellRaisers as well, which has been pretty constant throughout the half. And now North get the full rifles to work with, but they don't get their opponents down to a weak buy. HellRaisers still have plenty of money for the buy into this one. North still have plenty more work to do to come back in this map.
Linka just doesn't care, pushing through on B. It looked like he maybe even had a chance to find both of those kills. Unfortunately, just not able to control the spray initially on Cajun, and wasn't able to get it either as the repeat came in. So a 1-for-1 trade, that's a pretty decent spot for North. They'll be feeling quite happy about it. They're able to almost catch that aggression there over towards the ramp. Will they get the trade now is the question, trying to hunt it down. AZ was the one who maybe could have actually got it, but doesn't really go for it. Instead, they're going to go ahead and concede it initially, but AZ instead going forward around on the alley. They know they have JR pinned in as well. With that up, it's going to be such a difficult spot as the molly goes down, as MSL pushes forward. I don't know how he's still alive. What the hell? Okay, that makes more sense. Eventually goes down.
Problem moving in through the smoke that quickly traded. Oh, it's a bit of a scrappy affair. A bit awkward on the A-bomb site, especially when JR was just bunny hopping his way away, trying to get to safety.
He was out in the open for ages.
I know. And then he nearly gets to cover. He nearly gets there. He was teased into thinking he might be safe. And then they finally get him. And they get the round off the back of it. Another timeout taken, this time by HellRaisers. But they're going to have to save ahead of this round. There's no way they can commit to the investment here. And now North have got themselves into a position where they could potentially come back into this one. A lot of A-sided plays for North. There's 1 or 2 rounds where we've seen them maybe go back to B after feinting some A plays, but really it has been a very A-heavy approach from North so far. So in this
that's
round,
vertigo with a lot of teams.
Yeah, very true. But I wonder if in this sort of round, HellRaisers might try and stack that A site. I mean, they've got such little to work with. They might as well take a gamble, you'd think. But they're just spreading out right now.
Yeah, no, I'd rather if they took the gamble just stacked up as well. When you only have these USPs, especially if you're just going to split and out going for a more standard play, you're probably not going to have a lot happening. But they are still looking to get a little bit more aggressive here. They have the flash. They're going to wait for North to potentially make some noise around this ramp. But North, of course, realizing that they're not up against much of a buy, have taken things a little bit slower than we've seen in these past few rounds as well. Just going to be holding, waiting to see if HellRaisers are going to maybe make some mistakes, go for a few peeks, and, of course, long range up against those rifles. They probably wouldn't fare too well. All grouping back up, though, towards the ramp now. Still a minute and 10 seconds remaining, but we know, again, that they do like to just go straight for this execute if they haven't really found anything from that initial default. So definitely a possibility, but here we go. As I said, the flash was being held, and it was ready to be thrown over. Unfortunately, doesn't really blind up anyone, at least not enough to help them out, because Gade, he's going to go ahead and mow down a couple. The help then as well from AZ, as it is all on problem. Just the USP, a 1-on-5. Really, his goal here is, if he could, to steal away a weapon. And that's not even going to be allowed.
Yeah, definitely not a bad idea there from HellRaisers. You could see what they were trying. They were hoping that they could spot the players at the top of the ramp, then line up the flashbang once they had that little bit of information. But HellRaisers, or rather North, sorry, were a bit too aware of that. It felt like, especially the player close on the ramp there, turned his back, seemingly ready for a flashbang that might come in. And when it's only the one flash, as soon as that fails, you are in trouble. You're going to get sprayed down. But here comes the buy that HellRaisers were waiting for. That should be a good nade. Problem does a whopping 9 damage to MSL. I thought that might do more, but it went a bit too far to really do that much damage. Haven't seen much B play from North, especially not early in the rounds, but this time that's going to change. Problem on the B site, gets 1 kill on the hold. Oh, he makes it a second. Problem anchoring this bomb site. That's the bomb gone, and North have got to save this round.
Yeah, and with that, they need to save the game. Oh, the shots are being missed at the moment. Problem looking for more. Manages to get himself a 3rd kill before going down, but it's still recoverable, and that's exactly what's happening right now for North. Flaric alone, that doesn't last too long. It is swung back in favor of North, and it's 2 more to go for them to try and take this one into an overtime.
Can't blame Problem for that round. He got 2 kills on the hold. He did his job as the solo anchor. It's the rest of the players rotating in that just couldn't land their shots. MSL comes up with a big 3k on the AWP, landing some really nice shots in the midst of all that madness. And now it's just 2 rounds separating these 2 teams. We may be late in the day, but we're not done yet, folks. HellRaisers down to Deegs for round 29. Got to see some heroics for them to win this round, and James has found an angle. Nice headshot onto the first man, but MSL and Gade both come back with frags of their own, and James has also been taken down low on health.
Yeah, not much being found in this round, as you wouldn't really expect. MSL being low, maybe there's a chance for another kill or 2 to come in from HellRaisers, but it should be North at this point just pretty much walking onto that open B bomb site, as you can see, already having 1 player pushing forward. Again, I like when on these weaker buys you do take a gamble and stack up, which is what we've seen from HellRaisers. They've even gotten themselves an AK now. Preferably you'd want that in the hands of one of the other players, but I guess considering Lime has Kevlar, he just wants to try and save that over, and the other 2 can go and try and get some exits. Emphasis on try. I was going to say it looked like Gade had a pretty easy position there to get both of those kills, but it will be traded back, and now there's 2 AKs that HellRaisers can save over. That's actually going to help them out quite a bit in this next round. Of course, they have plenty of money, but the AK is, of course, not something that you can purchase up on that CT side. But, oh, okay. Actually still pushing forward. at least up towards connector. Not expecting Cajun to just be lurking around mid, which is fair.
Looks like James should be safe, though, with his AK at the very least. But we are going to round 30. We've been to round 30 a couple of times throughout the day, Dean, in our earlier series.
Yeah.
There we go. James gets that kill at the end there, and it comes down to the last round of regulation. HellRaisers have one more chance to close out this game. They were up 59 at one point. They had North on the ropes. They had North down to just pistols, but they couldn't close it out then. They haven't been able to close it out since, and that means it has to be a full gun round in round 30 where HellRaisers get this victory, and they decide to take their final timeout ahead of their final chance to close this out, at least in regulation.
Yeah, I feel like if it goes to overtime at this point, North have warmed up and HellRaisers would struggle. But then again, the economy, of course, wouldn't be an issue either. So you never really know going into the overtimes. But here we go. The final round of regulation, as you said. The last chance for HellRaisers to close this out. As their buy, of course, is going to have pretty much everything they could ask for. Lacking maybe a few nades, but other than that, not going to be feeling too bad about it. The op being available for JR. But here we go. MSL, again, he's been playing really well. He's up there on 25 kills at the moment. Top fragging for North here on Vertigo. Will he be able to help his team actually bring it over that finish line? Can they get this final round and bring it into overtime? To keep the win as a reality at this point. But there we go. MSL, he actually spots the head. It was lame I was worried about initially. Problem tried to peek in, though. His head gets spotted above the sandbags, and there may even be a second available. MSL is not going to be stopped. It's a 5-on-3. HellRaisers, this is just crumbled, and overtime looking extremely likely.
Easy shots for MSL over the top of the smoke. The first one was a bit tighter, but the second one comes a little too clean, a little too comfortable for him. Not really made to work for those frags. HellRaisers were hoping they had a bit more cover, but clearly that smoke didn't land where they expected it to. And now HellRaisers need some real individual moments to come through for them here in the 3v5. JR's got the first frag. 2 players stacked on B. This is promising. Kalinka sitting at the back of the site. That's the bomb gone. North could be in trouble now. Kalinka's trapped at the back of the bomb site, but the molly forces him into the open. He's in trouble. MSL lands that shot, almost landing the second through the smoke, but he fires just wide. And North still have to commit to this B site here. The bomb has been dropped pretty far away from them, so they've got to play for the frags, which they are finding. Flarich falls at the end, and it is overtime. North pull it all the way back and take us to the bonus rounds.
Yeah, 16k as well, so plenty of money for them to buy up everything that they want and not have to worry about being limited in these following rounds, unless they're going crazy and pulling out loads of ops and auto snipers. But no, keeping a standard so far. They could get a second op here if they wanted on the side of HellRaisers, to be fair. Kalinka could be considering it. Pause coming in from North. I guess wanting to ensure that they can keep this up now that they're into the overtime. Don't get too ahead of themselves, because there is still quite a bit to go if they want to get the victory, although of course reaching overtime, that was probably the largest hurdle for them.
The thing that sucks for HellRaisers as well is they've just lost 6 rounds in a row on their CT side, and now they have to start overtime on their CT side again. So North can just keep that momentum, can keep on rolling. It's going to feel pretty similar for North. They've been really good at this T side success, and they get to continue that here into OT. There is a slight switch up for HellRaisers in that they're able to get a double AWP set up on the board. And Kalinka, the man who's been playing so aggressively with the rifle, now has an AWP in his hands. We'll see what he does with that. As Problem gets spotted early. MSL again able to dodge away from that nade. No early shots landing until Gade lands some shots through the smoke. James down to 20 health there.
Yeah, not ideal. There has been a little bit of damage done to the North players as well. Gade and MSL, and Gade specifically taking a decent amount, so it is still a pretty equal spot, at least early on in the round. A minute and 20 seconds remaining. See clearly North, they do want to get this control around the ramp, and actually nearly catching JR. He just about managed to escape the safety there, but took quite a bit of damage in doing so. So it is going to be a pretty strong position for North at this point, having the options to really go wherever they want with this, having fought for both ramp and also having a player up close on B. So this is going to be tough for HellRaisers. They don't really have the info about what's going on. They've just got a pretty standard setup at the moment with actually 2 players committed to B.
45 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of nades for North. CTs are holding their utility as well, though. Flarich has got a nade and a molly. If they keep these, they could maybe deny the bomb plant with these mollies and nades onto the site. Oh, JR lands the first shot. Bomb tumbles onto short. JR gets one while blind. Bomb has been dropped on the short side now, so they've got to go fast from the North perspective. And oh, HellRaisers, if only they could have done this sooner. They've got a 4v2 advantage. They've got to be winning this round with 12 seconds left on the clock. Christo is too far away. He's on the flank. And as soon as we get into overtime is when HellRaisers win their first CT round. They would have wished they could have done that in regulation, but at least they start overtime with 1 CT round win on the board.
Yeah, not quite their first CT round, but the first one in quite a while at least.
For a while. I'm getting ahead of myself, Dean.
Yeah, no, it was a tremendous comeback from North, of course, taking quite a few rounds in a row. I can't recall the exact score, but I think it was like 7 of maybe 8 rounds or something going in favor of North. So yeah, they were looking fantastic during the regulation. HellRaisers, they've done it. They've got the opening one here, at least in the overtime. If they can go ahead and get at least one more here on the CT side, then I think they'll be feeling pretty decent, because their T side was also quite strong. Look at this though, Lame going through the smoke. Were they meant to have an aggressive smoke on the ramp? Did he maybe presume that smoke there was from North, throwing that in to try and counter or something? Because I think that may have been the ramp one that failed, perhaps, because that's otherwise a very interesting play.
Well, whatever was going through James' mind, I think North will just be thinking that they're happy they've got the man advantage. Not any longer, though. JR up close, eventually traded out by Gade. So they keep the man advantage that they found early. And HellRaisers right now still have 2 players committed to B. I think that's got to change. Now that there are only 3 CTs remaining, they'll start to rotate over to this A site. And again, we were saying it before, Dean. It's been a consistent A focus for North. I think HellRaisers are starting to catch on to that as they rotate 2 players over to this A bomb site. And the most important thing is that HellRaisers keep on holding at least some utility here, and they're going to go aggressive. Problem, taking away 2 kills. Back to a 2-on-2, but Christo gets the flank. Look at the health left on the North players, though. They're both so low on health here.
Yeah, that's the issue. Kalinka, unfortunately, having the AWP, though, if he was to trade that out for a rifle, perhaps it would be the better option. But he also has a P250, which is the weapon that he is indeed going to choose as he moves forward, getting that first kill quickly on MSL. I know Christo only on 7, but he may have the opportunity to get the jump on Kalinka, trying to cross over. He was actually ready for that peak, but didn't quite manage to pull out his P250, I believe, in time after dropping the smoke. So it is going to be North fighting right back in. And yeah, I mean, it kind of comes back to the beginning of that round. I'm not sure what happened there with Lame just walking through the smoke. That must have been the one that they intended to land at the bottom of the ramp, and I'm presuming that he thought North threw a smoke maybe in through that smoke in towards the rafters, just to try and, I guess, deter the aggression. Or in towards the scaffolding, rather. It was a weird situation.
Very weird indeed. Hopefully we won't get that happening in this round for HellRaisers. Definitely ended up being costly for them as the round went the distance. This time around, HellRaisers not getting as aggressive on the A ramp. So North not getting the early opportunities for frags. Much slower approach from North in the last round of this T side of overtime, at least from North's perspective. Ooh, MSL might have an angle here. They need to be careful. Shot landed onto Jame, doing a bit of damage through the wall. JR's hanging around though. There's the head spotted, and JR opens things up with a nice shot onto MSL, shutting down the T side AWPer. But KGB decides he's going to have a go with the AWP in his hands.
Yeah, we know he's capable with it for sure. Was using that as the secondary op at points as well. But now it is going to be on to him to try and help his team find these openings and recover from what is of course, this man disadvantage. And they've spotted out Kalinka. There we go. We've seen him again getting aggressive around this B side of the map quite a lot this time, just not able to get into position. before being spotted, unfortunately. So 4-on-4 being brought back into an okay spot now for Nord. But for the moment, it is actually just Christo trying to sell this B fake. He's managed to actually keep 2 players around this side of the map for now. But pretty quickly, I think HellRaisers are becoming suspicious of the fact that this commitment hasn't come in yet. And yeah, Flarage being the one man who stuck around will now note that, of course, it is only 1 player. So they're set up around A, the smoke sure going down, but the damage being done through those smokes as well, rather, making this a pretty good position for HR on the retake. All right, not quite been able to stop the bomb plant, but it's all on AZ now. And unfortunately, he's not able to do anything apart from that 1 kill onto JR. Taken down in return quickly. 17-16. HellRaisers, they managed to get 2 here on their CT side.
Yeah, once we got to see that on the B site from the HellRaisers player's perspective, you could kind of tell it wasn't going to be a B hit with how little he was seeing. He wasn't seeing any nades. He was just seeing Christu walk into the B site. As soon as he got that first kill, he could call. This is 100% an A play. And HellRaisers were already suspicious to begin with, like you said. So 17-16 lead for HellRaisers. It felt like North had the momentum heading into overtime, but now that's kind of changed with HellRaisers winning a couple of early rounds. They've got themselves into the lead here. And now the teams switch over to their opposite sides. HellRaisers haven't played on this T side in a long, long time. They'll have to refresh their memory as to some of those plays they want to run into this one. Jane the man holding outside of the ramp. The HellRaisers keeping it slow, keeping it patient at the start of this one. Spreading across the board. Just the single AWP setup for North, for what it's worth. They had the option for the double AWPs, especially with so much starting money. But they're happy just having MSL go for the sniper into this one. HellRaisers starting to put a few players into the B stairs, but they remain undecided in this round.
Oh! Nasty spam from Kalinke. He saw the head, of course, crossing back over. Didn't manage to hit the quick burst, but just follows up with a crazy spray. That works. Nice man advantage for HellRaisers being found. Again, they did have a pretty good T-side, of course, in that first half. So having themselves the 1-round advantage as they swap back over to the T-side, looking good for them. But there's some good damage at least being returned. Lame brought down low by the op. So it is not over yet for North. They definitely still can fight into this one. Of course, both teams looking for the magic number 19. As Christo finds one over on the A side of the map, I believe. But AZ trying to get aggressive. That was an interesting choice around the edge of the smoke. Thought he could maybe catch some players off guard. Cajun in towards the bomb site. Not going to be finding anything either. As B falls. There may actually still be a chance though for Christo. I was going to say he might be able to stop the bomb plant. Actually found Kalinka instead pushing forward. But MSL left in a 1-on-3. Not really the ideal situation, especially with just the op. Oh, problem's just burning. We'll actually be able to outlast the Molotov.
Ooh, good shot with the dig. I don't know if he spotted JR there. I don't think he quite got the information. MSL can tap the bomb, or he can just go for the fight. Second frag is good. MSL out to the dig for the 1v1. He gets it. MSL comes up clutch for North. It looked like he had no way of winning it, but he just about has time for the defuse. And somehow, some way, MSL wills his team to victory in that round.
Yeah, I mean, damn. I was pretty much counting them out in the 1-on-3, but no, made it work. I was kind of surprised that the player up close there was peeking at all. Didn't expect MSL to, I guess, peek on such a tight angle there. And with the op able to hit the shot, hunts down the final player being low and just about manages to clutch it out. 17-17. We are going all the way again here in this overtime. As I said, both teams looking for 19, so it is, at this point, if we want to see one of these teams getting the win here in this overtime, they need both of the rounds that remain. MSL actually being damaged up early on. Not sure exactly how that happened. Must have been a nade here around B, or around A rather.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, very interesting that JR tries to go alone though with the op. No teammates ready behind them.
Now MSL keeps on going with his fine form from the previous round. Like you said, JR arguably making it a bit easy for him, in all honesty. 1 minute left on the clock. HellRaisers yet to make many moves in this round. Other than JR, who's been dealt with, the rest of the players have largely been holding their ground. But eventually they're going to have to try and encroach on some of these bomb sites. They're going to have to try and move on up. 40 seconds left now. Still no signs of movement. No noise being made by HellRaisers. North are holding on to their utility as well. They've got counter smokes. They've got counter nades left to work with. That could be deadly for HellRaisers. They may just have to push through smokes as this round goes on, as they finally commit to this A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's actually Problem going forward quite a bit ahead of the rest of his teammates. Ends up taking a bit of damage as he jumps in through the smoke. And of course, with the man disadvantage already for HellRaisers, it's not really ideal. So far, just being able to get the trade 1-for-1, the nade in on the bomb site and the Molotov as well. Problem is just getting obliterated. Just about manages to escape, but he is on low health. It's Flarich who's left alongside him. Fortunately, being pretty much full health at this point, so he is the only healthy player. He needs to step up massively, and no. Christo says no indeed. He takes himself both of those remaining kills, elevating himself to take the angle on ramp. Plenty of time for the defuse to come in. I think extending it there a little bit to see if they could perhaps retrieve some extra nades around. Even then, that wasn't needed. I'm not sure if he just accidentally stopped defusing maybe while they were getting AKs maybe.
Yeah, maybe getting the AKs at the end there. I also just want to give some props to Christo, because he had 9 kills at the end of regulation, and heading into overtime, he's got 9 kills now in just the 5 rounds of overtime that have been played. So he's just doubled his frags in these last 5 rounds. He's really stepped up heading into OT. He's been getting quite a few more kills on the board. So props to Christo. He's been improving his game, and now North have their first chance to close out this series. HellRaisers couldn't do it when they had the opportunity. Now it's North's turn to try and take victory, and MSL keeps on delivering with the AWP. First frag found over on the A side of the map.
Yeah, big opening from MSL. It's a triple up setup, Hawka. I mean, this is a crazy one from North, but they want to try and end it here. As you said, HellRaisers had a few chances to close it. They weren't able to. North have got one, and they have started it off quite well indeed with that opening kill on towards Lame. Getting aggressive still around B as well. Unfortunately, only having 2 on A at the moment, but they are going to begin that rotation pretty quickly. Or at least you would imagine they will have a no peek down towards B and not actually spotted anyone. And a bit of noise as well being made around that A side of the map. So here we go. The execute going to be coming in. HellRaisers in a last-ditch effort now to try and recover from this 4-on-5 are going to start moving forward. And JR actually will be able to catch one with the up before that smoke blooms. So he's given them the 4-on-4.
Crystal being boosted up over the top, but the bomb's being planted. Oh, nade lands on the site. Molotov also coming in. Cajun with one. Christo with a second. And there's only 2 HellRaisers players remaining. JR trying to get aggressive with this AWP now to see if he can spot someone out early. The HellRaisers need some heroics to win this one. JR misses that first shot, goes back for more, misses again, and it's all on Flarich. 3 players against him, and he can't get any of the kills. North will be taking this one over the line, and that is heartbreaking for HellRaisers. They came so close to victory, Dean, but fair play to North. They come back in overtime. They stay strong. Even to get to overtime in the first place was tough. And then in overtime, they had to work hard as well. But North just about win this series.
Yeah, an extremely close one, and 2 extremely close series in general today. Of course, we had Forza versus Sprout earlier on. Forza were able to get the 2-1 victory, and they'll be taking on OG now tomorrow. And with this win, North are going to be moving on to take on Godsend tomorrow, so that's going to be an exciting game. Obviously, there is Big versus VP and Heroic in Spirit as well, so some great games just in general tomorrow.
Plenty of Counter-Strike coming up here at ESL, but that is us done for the day. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you enjoyed the casting, make sure to check out me and Dean. My name is Hawker. I'm joined by Dean throughout this day. It's been a long one, Dean. I'll be honest. I was losing my brain a little bit at the end there, but that is it over. North will be taking the victory, and we will be back tomorrow with plenty more Counter-Strike action. See you then.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Cool, right? Want to know where I got it? Well, look, go to CS.money. It's a trade platform and a marketplace at the same time. Just choose, click, and get. Good luck, bro.
Charge up your game with excitement. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG Bet.
Cause baby, every fucking time you play me, you should know that I don't.
You call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up, take a X, and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say, Donis, why you sad? I said, I just need to think. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it back. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times, yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around.